Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 4 Ace. Chapter 94 Ace's whereabouts exposed. The storm is sweeping the world. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Fujitora, who used to be calm in the past, also became pale after seeing Ace, with a sense of gravity visible to the naked eye, and a faint gravitational field around his body. Fujitora, let's hit ours, you don't care about calling people. Before the words fell, Ace's figure had disappeared from the spot. Everyone just heard the sound of the sonic boom, and then the big hole Ace left in place. Physical evolution has carried out qualitative biochemical changes on Ace. At this moment, he is like a monster of fire, howling towards Kuohu. The devouring flame controlled it as he wished, and it turned into 2 flaming long knives wrapped around Haki, slashing out. Fujitora's face paused, and he swung the knife in his hand brazenly. A slash full of gravity poured out. Boom! The flames flashed, and the fire knife of the devouring flame in front of Ace flashed a bright golden light, and made clanging and interlacing sounds, blocking Fujitora's slashing blows. The next moment, just as Ace was about to make a move, the flames on his body began to spread, and suddenly a super strong gravitational field fell from the sky, directly oppressing his surroundings. The raging burning and flickering flames were directly crushed into sheets and stuck to the ground. Ace himself was also under tremendous pressure, and even felt inconvenient to move, as if he had a huge burden on him. Heavy fruit. It really is a tricky ability. Ace raised his head, looked at Fujitora, who was surrounded by an almost oppressive space, and 24 produced a deep emotional force field, and couldn't help but sigh. Although the heavy fruit belongs to Paramecia, the release range of this ability is comparable to that of Logia, especially Fujitora himself as a swordsman, and his physical skills are not weak. Taken together, he is an all-round strongman. Ace, you know what Marine wants, hand over the evolution Rubik's Cube and Marine can retreat, and the Golden City is for you. Fujitora said in a heavy voice. At the same time, the gravity exerted on Ace is still increasing. Almost, it's Fujitora at full strength. However, Ace stood up straight under the pressure of tens of thousands of caddies, grinning and said, Fujitora, the tone of your words makes me feel unreal. Advertisement. Besides, why do you think that you can prevent me from leading the Golden City? Boom. Flame falls. Ace radiates infinite Zhongyang. The flames that were suppressed to ultimate soared into the sky, burning fiercely. The smile on the corner of Ace's mouth has not yet receded, and he suddenly took a step. Click. The ground was cracked inch by inch, showing the horror of gravity around Ace. It was also this step, like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's hearts. Then, Ace's movements became smooth, and his figure suddenly shuttled, bringing the flames around him, and it became a flame across the sky. Swallow Shiranui. The flames of the arms converge and twine to form 2 flaming javelins, extending in the hands of Ace. Take a stab at Fujitora. Fujitora is blind, but observation Haki is incredibly powerful. What's more, normal people standing here can feel the scorching aura rushing towards their faces, and there are 2 sharp lights piercing the void. Brush. Pull out the hand knife and chop it out. It directly formed a sword-light slash, which landed on Ace's attack impartially. A surprising scene appeared. Ace's figure kept on coming, and the moment Fujitora's attack came into contact with Ace, the power immediately weakened a bit, as if the energy was sucked away by something in the air. Fujitora frowned, and murmured, absorbed. The next moment, the flame attack fell. The wooden clogs exerted force, and they jumped into the air suddenly. Ace chased after him, and his body turned into flames. At this moment, he was like a flame tornado, sweeping the battlefield, chasing Fujitora, and he didn't hold back at all. At the same time as this scene happened, Ace's teammates had already attacked. Jinbei stopped Marine and Doflamingo's team alone. Crocodile was in a panic, but he had already beheaded Baccarat, and the picture was brutal and bloody. How could Lao Sha, who was made into a bad mood, keep his hand? Advertisement. It was almost killing all the way. Anyone who blocked him, whether it was Marine or the people who were about to be incorporated into the Golden Emperor, all chopped melons and vegetables and pushed them over. In Jin's hands, Diamante was in a state of panic at first, but after that, she had no strength to fight back. Seeing that she was about to be defeated, she was just struggling to hold on now. I have to say that Brother Ming's cadres are still incomparable with Jin. That's Crocodile. Hexia Jinbei. Jin is also with them. My god, is the Golden City really going to be taken over by Ace? Blue, hey. Headquarters. This is the Golden City. Ace has appeared, he. In the midst of the confusion, there was still a Marine who dialed the phone bug. As soon as the Marine delivered the news, he was killed by a sand blade. Damn it! Crocodile cursed in a low voice, and a cloud of quicksand swallowed the phone bug, letting the voice of, hey, fade away. Ace. Word is getting out. Turning around, Crocodile yelled at the flame light. This group of people acted on the principle of keeping a low profile, at least they thought so, and no one acted low-key. It's troublesome. Let's make a quick decision. Ace helped the orange cowboy hat and said helplessly. Then, it exploded. Combat becomes purer. Ace's fight with Fujitora. The confrontation between the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine Admiral. If Ace wins, he will naturally take over the Golden City. But if Fujitora wins, it may have to face Crocodile, Jinbei and Jin. Naval Headquarters. The Marine soldiers who received the news didn't believe it at first, but after a long delay in getting a response, they panicked and reported the incident to Sengoku. Ace. In the Golden City. The first time he heard this report, Sengoku didn't react, and his speech was a little broken. Woo, this is not good news. Advertisement. Kizaru happened to be in the meeting room, and sighed with emotion. Ace actually left Whitebeard. Come on. Gather your forces. Pelusolino, gather the Green Bulls, and rush to the Golden City as fast as you can. Don't miss a moment. Sengoku stood up straight from his seat with a hasty and solemn voice. Right away, he realized that this was a hard-won opportunity. Ace leaves Whitebeard's side, and the evolution Rubik's Cube is equivalent to being exposed to the world. Without Whitebeard's protection, Ace is not enough to deter the overlords at sea. However, Kizaru, who contacted Green Bull, suddenly reappeared in the meeting room with a yellow flash, and said solemnly. Marshal, something is wrong. Green Bull was attacked by the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and couldn't get away for a while. Just now the Marine scouting soldiers reported that they saw the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates appearing in the nearby waters. Sengoku was startled, squinted his eyes and burst out with a burst of murderous intent, and said angrily, Whitebeard Pirates appeared in the waters near Naval Headquarters. Is he provoking Marine? In order to prevent us from capturing Ace, Whitebeard is really willing to pay. The moment 023 got the news, Sengoku realized that Ace's appearance in the Golden City was premeditated, otherwise Whitebeard would not have made preparations to intercept Marine. But the more so, the angrier Sengoku gets. When did the pirates become so powerful that they could plot against Marine without any restraint? Of course, if it wasn't for Doflamingo this time, maybe Sengoku hadn't paid attention to Golden City at all. Now that he knows it, it's naturally different. Since Whitebeard chooses to make a move, he must be prepared. With Marine's current strength, he may be entangled. Sengoku's face was full of embarrassment. Because not only the captains of the Whitebeard pirate team entangled Marine, the most important thing is that Whitebeard has not made a move yet. He is the key to the outcome. Let's spread the news. Marine is not the only one staring at the evolution Rubik's Cube. Under E's old face, there was a hint of determination hidden. Hearing her proposal, the conference room suddenly fell silent. There are Sengoku, Kizaru, Momosugi, T-Pork, and other Marine vice admirals. Only Garp is not there. He has already served as an instructor who trains Marine soldiers, and selects talents for Marine. To put it bluntly, it is logistics, and he does not care about the battles on the front line. Notify the world. Sengoku blinked and murmured. Then his eyes became firm. Then pass it on to other forces. I want to see, if Whitebeard has the strength to stop Marine, can he still stop the whole world? Sengoku was forced to do nothing but choose this method. Immediately, Ace left Whitebeard, and the news of his appearance in the Golden City spread across the sea. The storm sweeping across the sea is fully unfolding. Chapter 95 Red Hair. Kaido strikes. Fight Fujitora. The Golden Emperor surrenders. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ace is in the Golden City. Where's the news? After hearing the news about Ace, the mountain-like figure burst out with a palpitating aura, like a devil in hell, making people daunted. Seeing the figure coming out of the shadows, everyone couldn't help shivering. This man is none other than Douglas Bullet. The terrifying guy known as the Devil's Descendant, is also the most vicious criminal ever to escape from Impel Down in the Summit War. News from Marine. In front of the pirates, stood a man with disheveled hair and a sinister smile, Buena Festa, Bullet's current partner. It is estimated that Marine was helpless with the Whitebeard pirates, so he deliberately released this news. But it was not deliberately passed on to us, it should be announced to the world. Festa said slowly, with a cunning gleam in his eyes. It is not difficult to guess their intentions for Marine's seemingly exasperated behavior. And the news is good for them. Bullet stared at Festa, and said with a sense of oppression, so the news is reliable. The news should be correct, but it's possible to gather many powerful people from the sea. It might be bad for us if we go now. Festa was stared at, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Facing devil-like characters, no one can be calm. Ha 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 ha, a strong man in the sea. Lousy will let those brats know what it means to be a strong man. Luo Jia's son is attached to Whitebeard, it's so naive. In this world, only his own strength can prove everything. Let Lousy help Luo Jia understand this shame. Ha 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 ha. When it comes to the strong, Bullet sneered again and again, and his tone was arrogant. In his eyes, few people can be called opponents. So, where is the Golden City? Bullet paused, and couldn't help asking in doubt. After being imprisoned in Impel Down for so many years, Bullet didn't know the outside world at all. After he came out, he had no interest in understanding the Golden City or the Golden Emperor. What he cared about? It's all Whitebeard, Garp and others. The Golden City is. Say the location directly. Just as Festa was about to introduce the Golden City, he was interrupted by Bullet raising his hand. Bullet wasn't in the mood to learn about a kid's story. Okay. Let's go now. Festal knew Bullet's character, saw him becoming impatient, and said directly and neatly. Bullet, the only thing that is dreadful is strength. He believes that strength is the root of everything, and the weak have no right to live. Bullet, the descendant of the devil, departs for the Golden City. Red Force. What is he trying to do? Show up in the Golden City for no reason. Beckman puffed out his cigar and couldn't help wondering. Even he didn't understand Ace's operation. Tezzolo. Ace should be preparing to deal with Doflamingo, but he didn't expect that he would coincidentally collide with Marine's actions. Shanks said quietly with deep eyes. The palm was placed on Griffin's handle, clenched and loosened, as if hesitating. Head, what shall we do? Can you send a message? Lackey took a big bite of meat and said. The pirates of Red Hair Pirates all looked excited and ready to move. Redhead suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, took his hand off the handle, and slowly ordered, send a message to Whitebeard, and say that we are going to help him stop Marine, or other pirate forces. Ah, why, Head, Captain, isn't this a good opportunity to obtain the evolution Rubik's Cube? Why do you want to help the Whitebeard pirates? Besides, Ace has already drawn a clear line with us, so there is no need to worry about him, right? Yasab. Lackey and other cadres expressed their incomprehension. Whether Whitebeard is the strongest man or not, they are the red-haired crew of the Four Emperors, and they won't be afraid of Whitebeard even if they can't beat them. Beckman said to the cadres, do what the captain's order tells you to do. Those who want to disobey stand up. At this moment, Beckman revealed an indescribable aura, which made everyone below silence immediately. The majesty of the deputy captain was vividly displayed. Advertisement. Yes, we didn't say no, why are you getting angry? Conqueror's hockey. As for what? Vice captain, we'll act now. Seeing that Beckman was serious, none of the cadres were dissatisfied. They just muttered a few words and started to take action one after another. That's right, the Conqueror's hockey released by Beckman just now. As the first officer of the Red Hair Pirates, he also owns the 1 in a million Conquerors hockey. Beckman knew what Redhead was thinking when he heard Redhead's order. At this stage, it is not suitable to offend Whitebeard at all. The evolution Rubik's Cube is a good thing, but so far, no one except Ace knows what it is, which adds mystery and uncertainty to the evolution Rubik's Cube, and the Redhead doesn't want to bet an uncertainty on this. Instead, sell Whitebeard a favor, get the arm back from Marco first. That's the main plan. Remember, don't clash with the Whitebeard pirates without my order. The red-haired voice came from behind, and the cadres responded one after another. Like the Red Hair Pirates, the Kaido pirates who were far away on Oni Island also quickly received information. Jin also followed him. What a fool. Kaido, who was recovering from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the news. He didn't seem to expect that Ace would dare to act recklessly at this juncture. Don't you know the whole world is watching him? Although puzzled, Kaido still has a certain understanding of Ace, knowing that since Ace dares to act like this, then his biggest reliance is definitely not Whitebeard. Governor, we are all ready to fight, bring back Jin, and take back the evolution Rubik's Cube. Jack said with a look of fighting spirit. The last failure has always been brooding on him, full of unwillingness. But this time, he still couldn't get his wish. What evolutionary Rubik's Cube to grab? Do you think that kid put the Rubik's Cube there for you to grab? Besides, you won't be able to use it if you snatch it. Only Ace knows the secret of the evolutionary Rubik's Cube. Kaido couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When I think of Ace, it's like walking into a fog. Although Kaido seems to have well-developed limbs and a simple mind, he is actually quite intelligent, and he smells something different from Ace's move. Moreover, Jin is still by Ace's side. Yamato. Ace hasn't come to claim it yet. Generally speaking, Kaido feels that he has a good relationship with Ace now, and he doesn't want to break this harmonious relationship. Quinn. Jack. You lead people to watch over North Blue, and no forces are allowed to move. No matter what the reason. Once you leave North Blue, Lousy will destroy him. The corner of Kaido's mouth curled up into a smile, and he gave the order neatly. This move is already helping the Whitebeard pirates. Governor. This. Jack also expressed his incomprehension. Quinn dragged him down. You bastard, just follow the governor's order, do you still want to question it? As the two of them drifted away, Kaido looked at Fei Liubao who stayed where he was, and frowned. What are you doing standing there? Let's go guard North Blue together. Also, keep an eye on Doflamingo's actions, the day of reckoning is not far away. Tell Whitebeard what Lousy did. He has to accept this favor. Ha 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 ha. Kaido was in a very good mood, and his hearty laughter echoed in Onijima. However, being able to assess the situation and be able to seek what is beneficial, only Hongfa and Kaido made a judgment. The rest of the forces were already red-eyed when they heard about the evolution Rubik's Cube. The Big Mom pirates, who are also 4 emperors, all 4 generals are dispatched. At this time, the general has not been challenged by the strange monk, so the ant still has 4 generals. Zephyr leads the Zeo Marine, carrying the explosive rock lurking in the dark. Whitebeard too, showing signs. Doflamingo directly summoned the cadres to set off, and together with Virgo who was lurking in the marine, they all headed for the Golden City. However, this time Shichibukai dispatched almost no forces. Because they are teaming up to kill a person, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. Compared with the turbulent situation outside, the Golden City is also not calm. At this moment, the Golden Emperor looked at the 2 people who were fighting fiercely in the sky, and was speechless. Advertisement. Seeing his subordinates, Daisy and Bakula had already received their lunch boxes, they were even more speechless. There is a saying that goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. After this battle, the Golden Emperor's subordinates suffered heavy losses, but this is not important anymore. What he cares more about now is the result of the battle in the sky, which is related to the Golden City and his future. Fujitora's unique gravitational aura slashed around the blade layer by layer, perfectly resisting the roaring devouring flames. However, Fujitora could also feel the devouring power in the flames more clearly, and even the energy formed in the force field was absorbed. Fujitora realized that it would be difficult to defeat Ace in a protracted battle. Thinking of this, the blade of the saber was heavy, and it was erected in front of him and slashed down suddenly. Boom. It's not just a knife. What's more, a force field tens of times stronger pressed down, completely covering Ace. Like mountains, they flow on Ace. Hey, do you think you can defeat me just by relying on fruit power? Ace, who lowered his head to bear the weight of a mountain, suddenly smiled lowly. Flowers on fire. With a bang when he raised his head, the devouring flames on Ace's body burst out. Sweeping across the battlefield, Fujitora was surrounded in an instant, and the swaying flames were like blooming flowers, extremely coquettish. Like the other shore flower born in hell. For a time, let everyone indulge. But Fujitora can't see it. What he has seen and heard is danger. The flames surrounding him were burning fiercely, and the endless devouring force was pulling him, constantly weakening his force field energy zone. The flames of devouring, fierce battle is the first. Moreover, according to Fujitora's perception, all the Marines in the Golden City were also killed, leaving him with only retreat. However, the justice in Fujitora's heart is not shrinking back, he is not so much justice as benevolence. Gravity knife. Fujitora leapt out, like a tiger descending from a mountain, picking and devouring anyone. The aura of the whole body can't even get close to the devouring flames, all it can do is devour energy and consume Fujitora. This is also the unique fighting method of the devouring flame. The flame of devouring continues to consume and replenish, but it means that the enemy will continue to consume, one will ebb and the other, and it is destined to gain the upper hand. That's why Fujitora chose to attack hard and didn't want to entangle with Ace any longer. As for the evolution Rubik's Cube, to be honest, Fujitora never thought he could take it away, no. It's because of his lack of confidence in himself, but because behind Ace there are three guys who are as powerful as the Emperor's lieutenant and are staring at him. A knife fell from the sky. The sky pales and the earth cracks. If Ace hadn't controlled the flames, he might have landed with the collapsed ground. Even the ground is compressed wirelessly, which shows the strength of gravity. Emperor Yan. Ace's figure soared into the air, and as his figure continued to rise, flames all over the sky converged into his hands. Now that he casts Emperor Yan at will, Ace doesn't bother to call him by his full name, and just bursts out neatly. Armament hockey is released, mixed in the flames. The conquerors then twine, attaching directly to the Entei fireball. With the direct blessing of the two-color hockey, Yandi's fireball becomes darker to the naked eye, oppressing the surrounding space and collapsing inch by inch. Fujitora's complexion changed, sensing the terror of Ace's attack, and immediately broke out with all his strength. Gravity Ultimate Amplification. Armament hockey is wrapped around the blade, making it a rare black knife in the world. The gravity of the ultimate increase is superimposed layer upon layer. Fujitora has unleashed the power of the fruit ultimate. Advertisement. 100 times gravity. 1,000 times gravity. I can't tell at all. Boom. Super crash burst. In the full-scale confrontation between the devouring flame and the heavy fruit, two completely different forces entangled with each other, collided crazily, and then exploded in the continuous impact. A devastating storm swept through the Golden City. The buildings were uprooted, and even the gold was deformed messily in this storm, completely unable to withstand the aftermath of the battle. The Golden City is going to be destroyed. The Golden Emperor turned pale with shock. These are simply two monsters. Thinking that he was being targeted by them, Huang Jindi still felt the cool wind whistling behind him while celebrating. Both Crocodile and Jin looked dignified. This kind of attack did exceed their upper limit of strength. Relying solely on the impact force at the center, the high temperature of the flames, the messy gravity, various forces converging, smashing the space, but those who are not strong in physical skills will be directly exploded. Let Jack come. I'm afraid they will end up seriously injured. It can no longer be understood with common sense. The storm lasted for several minutes. There was nothing around the two people's battlefield, only the collapsed golden ground remained, proclaiming the fierceness of the battle. The Golden City can't see the former lush appearance at all, it's like a piece of golden ruins, it's speechless. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing two figures slowly. One of the scorching figures was surrounded by flames, standing in the air. It is Ace. After this attack, he seemed to be able to do a job with ease. Good horse money, at least. It's not as embarrassing as it was when fighting Kaido. Fujitora's breathing became heavier, and his overall condition looked good. Only they themselves know the exhaustion of these two people who looked calm and peaceful. Fujitora, it seems like you can't stop me from taking over the Golden City. Ace said bluntly. Fujitora is one of the few Marines that is reasonably good, but Ace doesn't have any good feelings for him. What's the use of Marine, lousy as a pirate? Fujitora opened his scar-closed eyes, revealing the whites of the eyes that were still invisible, looking a little scary. The old man will not admit defeat and let you do whatever you want. As he said that, the blade was slowly pulled out, and the faint gravitational force radiated. Ace shook his head, no longer interested in entanglement. Since you are stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone, up, Ace said lightly. Then 4 figures rushed out from behind. Hexia Jinbei, Flame Calamity, Crocodile, and Golden Emperor. Diamante has fallen into Jin's hands, and Jin has a chance to make a move again, and the reason why Jin is working so hard is all because of Beast's Pirates and Doflamingo. Conflict. Don't sell devil fruit to us Beast's Pirates, and sell it at double the price. Ihao met Brother Tashu's men again. Jin had to vent his anger, worthy of the Beast Pirates. Worthy of Kaido. Worthy of the name of Flame Calamity. As for the Golden Emperor who had experienced the battle just now, he also recognized the situation clearly. Most importantly, the seeds of hatred that he had hidden for many years finally germinated at this moment. He wants revenge. Revenge on the celestial dragons. And Ace is the only one who gave him faith. How can he not follow? You know, in the whole world, only the Revolutionary Army dares to say such a thing, but they are still hiding in secret, and there is no way to fight against the world. But Ace is different. He is still in the regiment in Whitebeard, he has the protection of the strongest man, and his own strength is infinitely close to the Emperor level, all of which make the Golden Emperor choose to surrender to Xing. Chapter 96 Whitebeard strikes again. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The 5 of them broke out together and completely suppressed Fujitora. Fujitora's face was heavy, and his heart was unspeakably bitter. At the beginning of Marine's plan, Ace was never expected to come. It couldn't be Ace, or someone else who intervened. So the lineup brought in, Fujitora led Marine, and a cadre under Doflamingo. Moreover, Diamante was not yet a combat tier, and he was killed before his battle was over, and he couldn't even delay. Now for a while, he felt the aura of the other party's unmanned explosion, and wanted to surround him from all sides, so it seemed that he was going to stay here. Fujitora thought of quitting. Both eyes opened, revealing the frightening whites of the eyes, and the ability of the heavy fruit was released indistinctly, going straight up to the sky, piercing through the clouds, and directly reaching an unknown place. Layers upon layers of gigantic meteorites quietly float in the space. Brush. A powerful force of gravity suddenly emerged. It was like a pair of invisible big hands, imprisoning the huge meteorite block, and dragging it downward. Rumble. A loud sound came from the sky. The huge size of the meteorite rubbed against the clouds violently, giving birth to sparks, and the whole body turned red, like a piece of baked iron, leaving a trail of flames in the air. What is that? Someone in the Golden City swallowed and said in disbelief. Advertisement. The super big rock is almost as large as a small island. How could it appear in the sky? People were dumbfounded. Didn't the guys who fell from the sky just kill them? Is this trying to completely destroy the Golden City? Is it a meteorite? Ace's eyes flickered and he murmured softly. The burning and devouring flames on his body are constantly accumulating and converging, producing a substantial compression power. Full of fighting spirit. Beside him, Jinbei, Crocodile, and Golden Emperor are all ready to go. This guy's ability can even control meteorites. Crocodile's voice was a little surprised, but not afraid. The rest of the people also had blatant expressions, their aura fluctuated violently, and they all displayed various moves such as karate, gold, sandstorm, and flame. Ace directly transformed into a sea of flames as huge as a meteorite, soaring into the sky. The meteorite tumbled down, and under the effect of multiple gravity, the speed of descent seemed so appalling. Boom! The devouring flames shook violently, the flames floated, and the flames burst. However, the falling meteorite was also hindered, and its speed slowly stopped. The moment the two sides came into contact, the surface of the meteorite was covered by a completely different flame, which was the flame of devouring. At the same time as the powerful devouring force erupted, the more terrifying high temperature burned the meteorite and continuously melted it. After a while, the meteorite no longer threatened the Golden City, and the remaining residue was easily disposed of by Ace and the others into the sea. Advertisement. Fujitora ran away. Jinbei looked around and said with a frown. Ace had already noticed Fujitora's departure, but he didn't make a move to pester him, so he said, "Let's go, and the fight with him is not at this moment. Tezzolo, gather your men, integrate the Golden City, repair the places that need to be repaired, and hurry to the Whitebeard Pirates Station." Ace then exhorted. Now that his news has been exposed, there will be plenty of troubles in the future. Naturally, he will not be afraid, but the Golden City is too large and it is easy to become the target of fire. The Golden Emperor was very sensible and didn't talk nonsense. He nodded and began to gather his remaining subordinates, sailing with all his strength in the Golden City every once in a while. This is not a small piece of wealth, and Ace can't just give it up. Full speed ahead. The Whitebeard Pirates. Papa, Shanks and Kaido all have news that they are helping us intercept the enemy. After Marco received the report, he immediately informed Whitebeard. Gu la la la. Tell them, Lousy doesn't need help. How underestimated Lousy. How could Whitebeard's pride let others help him? But over there Kaido and Hongfa both started to fight, and there was nothing they could do for a while. Father, there is news from Ace that he has returned. However, we sent out the surrounding crew to scout, but most of them lost contact. Advertisement. Marco said apprehensively. A group of restless guys. Let's go. Lousy is going to pick up Ace in person. I don't want anyone who dares to shoot Ace in front of Lousy. Whitebeard stood up, took Kong Yunchi with one hand, and walked out. Marco quickly summoned the captains. Moby Dick, set sail again. But not long after the Whitebeard pirates set off, they were blocked by the world government. Kizaru, Zanmomaru led the pacifists, and the Tyrant Bear lined up, and the sea was full of densely packed warships as far as the eye could see. Whitebeard, we meet again. But the road ahead is not allowed. A flash of yellow flashed across the sky, and Kizaru appeared not far away, reminding him hypocritically. Gu la la la, brat. You are not qualified to say such things to Lousy. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh. A mere marine admiral and Shichibukai want to block his footsteps, which is simply whimsical. What's more, without Whitebeard taking a shot, Marco and the others are enough to deal with them. But at this moment, a thunderous rage sounded in the sky. Whitebeard, see if this old man is qualified. Immediately afterwards, the sound of breaking through the air came, and a burly figure descended from the sky, landing directly on the warship not far away. Chapter 97. Kong is dumbfounded. The world government was directly defeated. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Commander-in-Chief. Kong. Empty. A generation of legends. Although he is already an old man, no one dares to underestimate this old man who is at the peak of physical skills. This man has such a strong aura. Marco was taken aback, and felt a strong sense of oppression on Kong. Gu la la la. Kong, I didn't expect you to come here. Whitebeard laughed generously. Father, he is the general commander of Kong. World government and marine. Marco was surprised. Kong, even Marco has never really met this legendary figure, and this time because Ace left Whitebeard, even this one came out personally. Whitebeard put Kong Yunchi heavily on the deck, his fists wrapped in a white mask, and he grinned and said, Old man, no one can stop Lousy today. Click. Both fists hammered down. Air shock launch. The waves are rolling, and the pirate ships and marine warships on the sea are shaking and floating. In the space, there is even more destructive fluctuations. Kong's mountain-like face remained motionless, only his fists covered armament hockey, and the figure rushed out, more like a mountain. Boom. The air shock caused by shock fruit collided with Kong's indestructible iron fist. It caused ripples on the surface of the sea. But the two powers cancel each other out. Gu la la la. Kong, I haven't seen you for so many years, it's still the same as before. Whitebeard said with emotion. If it wasn't for Ace, he would never have had the chance to fight Kong again. And Kong is more than 20 years older than Whitebeard, perhaps no one can believe that Kong can still have such strength at 100 years old. Whitebeard, your shock fruit isn't getting any better. Ha ha ha. Kong folded his arms and laughed. Hearing this, Whitebeard didn't make a fuss, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually became presumptuous. Really? The voice fell, and the figure rushed out suddenly. This time, Whitebeard was unarmed, and even Kong Yunchi remained on the deck of the Moby Dick. In the air, there was a clicking sound from Whitebeard's body, as if a shackle was locked. At this moment, Whitebeard is standing at the pinnacle of physical skills. Advertisement. Controlling the physical body completely blocked the power of devil fruit in the body and turned into an ordinary person. Boom. Blast out with a punch. Muscles exploded, with a momentum of breaking mountains and cracking rocks, and the sea surface was hit by strong winds, and it has been compressed into a water temperature state. Kong's expression froze slightly, and he also threw a punch. Boom. Pure fist collision, dull sound. The next moment, Kong's figure fell down uncontrollably, directly smashing into the water like a shell. Just now it was Whitebeard who jumped up and took the initiative to attack, so the sea is behind Kong. Hiss. I am not wrong, right? Punch the General Marshal into the sea. The soldiers of the world government were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. Roar. Long live Father. The Whitebeard pirates are invincible. On the other hand, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates were extremely excited. Although they saw Kong for the first time, it didn't affect their knowledge of Kong's prestige, but now they were punched into the sea by Whitebeard. Isn't it worth it? Cheer. The next moment, the sea exploded. Kong's figure rushed out again. Whitebeard, I underestimated you. Few people can say this kind of words. Kong really didn't expect that Whitebeard didn't use shock fruit's power, but just relied on physical skills to fight him. Moreover, this physical technique is a bit unusual. It was a moment of carelessness that caused it to be blasted into the seawater, but it did not cause any substantial damage. The energy and blood in Kong's body surged like a stove, directly evaporating the seawater on his body, and punched Whitebeard. Gu la la la. Whitebeard is happy and unafraid, laughing and fighting. In this battle, he will use the purest physical skills to compete with Kong. Boom boom boom. Every punch is like a cannonball, and the figures of the two are constantly soaring above the sea, without any need for leverage, and their physical skills are brought into full play. The figures of these two people can be seen in the sky, on the surface of the sea, and under the sea. It's like two machines full of destruction, people don't dare to approach them at all. And Whitebeard still has such super fighting power in seawater, which shocked Kong even more. It turned out to be true, he can control the power of devil fruit. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Kong would never have believed it. Advertisement. Although Whitebeard was fighting Blackbeard at the time, he used this move to restrain the dark fruit's influence on him, but Kong believed more that it was the physical skill that resisted the dark fruit's power, rather than being able to control the devil fruit's power. This is a little too scary. Why isn't Whitebeard a shock fruit capable user? He is demon fruit power. Why can he still fight in seawater? Oh my god. How could this be? This man can even control devil fruit. Some world government soldiers finally remembered about Whitebeard's performance in the Summit War and exclaimed loudly. The movement of the soldiers of the world government also made Marco slowly recover from the Whitebeard battle. Looking at the enemies blocking his pirate group, he greeted loudly. Little ones. Don't be idle. Let's go too. Up. Get rid of them. Follow the ace. Kill. Moby Dick led the pirate group and rushed over. The current Whitebeard pirates, even if there is no Whitebeard in command, Ace and Marco can be alone. As for Josie, it's more suitable for fighting. Joes. Marco shouted, and then a bright emerald green flame burst out from his whole body, exuding surging vitality, rushing out of the air. Hearing Marco's voice, Diamond Chows laughed out loud, and pressed his palms to the ground. The ability of diamondization awakened and exploded. Swipe swipe. In the blink of an eye, the pirates of the 10 squadrons rushing to the front, exactly 1,000 people, completely became crystal men. A crystal armor was formed on the surface of their bodies, covering them with an indestructible defense, and what's even more amazing was that it didn't affect their actions, perception, sight, etc. Simply the most perfect armor. I'm afraid this technology can't even be developed by Vegapunk. Woo, what is that? It looks so strange. Kizaru squinted his eyes, looking at the pirates who suddenly turned into crystal men, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Old man, I'm going to go. Ask for flowers. Beside him, Zon Momomaru with the tomahawk on his shoulder greeted loudly and rushed forward. Pacifists. Laser attack and shoot down those pirates. Beep beep. Boom boom boom. The pacifists opened their mouths, condensed terrifying laser rays, and then attacked the place where the crystal light shone without sparing any effort. Bang bang bang. The pirates who were hit were shocked by the force and retreated, and some even lost their center of gravity and fell to the ground. But immediately stood up, shook his head, and rushed up again. Advertisement. At this scene, the soldiers of the world government were in a daze. Zon Taowen was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why do these pirates block the attacks of the pacifists? This is a pacifist combined with a tyrant bear and a Kizaru sparkling fruit attack, developed by Vegapunk himself, a genius scientist from the world government. Kizaru's pupils shrank, and he realized that ability. Paramecia's shining fruit has awakened. After such an episode, the pirates and the soldiers of the world government, who were not far apart, had already encountered each other. 0. For a while, the sound of shouting and killing was loud. The pirates landed on the world government warship, and the soldiers of the world government went to kill the pirates on the ship. It was a bloody melee. Marco. What a strange flame. A yellow flash appeared in front of Marco. General against general, king against king. Both sides have a tacit understanding and will not allow high-end combat power to participate in the battle. Otherwise, how can ordinary pirates be qualified to resist Admiral? Ordinary soldiers of the world government, how can they be qualified to resist the Phoenix? Marco's body was burning with emerald green flames, and he rushed towards Kizaru with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The interesting things are yet to come. Phoenix, Marco and Kizaru get entangled. The reason why Marco took action this time instead of using flames to heal the pirates was because Diamond Josie's Fruit Awakening ability greatly reduced the casualties of the pirates. The 1,000 pirates rushing to the front are the absolute main force. The crazy killing of enemy ships and the invincible defense directly stunned the soldiers of the world government. Before they could react, they were killed in a hurry. The tyrant bear was condensing the ability of the meatball fruit, and wanted to smash the Moby Dick directly, but was directly blocked by Diamond Josie. Ha ha ha. Let Lousy see the power of human weapons. Both high-end combat powers were blocked. The situation of the world government is even more chaotic, and it is difficult to support it with Zonwan alone. Those monsters. They can't be killed at all. Why do they have the same defensive methods as Joe's? They can't hurt them at all. Damn it. I can't stop it. What exactly is going on? Zon Taowen carried a huge axe, and, bang, a pirate flew away. The huge concussion force made the pirate very uncomfortable. He stood up in a daze, but he was not fatally injured because of the crystal armor. As soon as they fought, world government's fleet was defeated by the ability of the awakened shining fruit. Kill. Little ones. Diamond Chows controlled the crystallization of the ship's deck, and directly flew out an attack, knocking away the tyrant bear who was charging, and shouted loudly. Ability awakened. It was an extremely joyful thing. Ace. Lousy loves you so much, Chuan. Chapter 98. Ace is intercepted. Whitebeard E appears. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It has to be said that since the Summit War started, Ace has always been the fuse of the war. The sea area around naval headquarters is led by 10 captains of Whitebeard pirates and 20 pirate fleets, which are specially responsible for blocking Marine. Because of this, Marine was unable to mobilize troops to dispatch. After this incident was reported to Kong, he directly chose to lead the troops of the world government to attack. In addition, the new batch of pacifists led by Senmomaru happened to be still in the world government, so they could join the battle in time. As for Kizaru, a man with the speed of light, he moves freely. However, on the whole, wars broke out in more than just a few places. After receiving the order, the Marine Admiral Green Bull went to the Golden City. However, he was blocked by Whitebeard's subordinates. After finally getting rid of it, he was intercepted by the Red Hair again. Facing the Red Hair of the four emperors, the Green Bull backed away. 743. In North Blue, all forces are suppressed by the Beast's pirates, and even Doflamingo's underground forces cannot be mobilized. The sea area where the East Blue meets the New World. Ace appeared in the Golden City. How could this guy act suddenly? Buggy was shocked when he received the news. And it's impossible to rush over with his current distance. Everybody's going to shoot the ace, us. A figure holding a famous sword came over. Shiryu of the Rain, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea. And it was he and the clown Buggy who received the order to hunt down Hawkeye together. Originally, Buggy was not interested in this kind of thing, but because the other party was Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, Sheng had the idea of soliciting him. And regarding Hawkeye's injury, Buggy also speculates that 5 elders may have shot it himself, and there may be more than one. Advertisement. But in the process of fighting Hawkeye, nothing came out, which made Buggy very puzzled. What price did Doflamingo pay for celestial dragons to spare no effort to help him? Even the 5 elders are out, unheard of. Buggy looked at the direction in which Hawkeye was escaping, and said thoughtfully, Hawkeye is seriously injured, and there is no time to recuperate. Moreover, the injury is very likely caused by first-generation Goosh. Then he will be handed over to you. I'm going back to make some preparations. Buggy treats Shiryu the Rain like a subordinate. However, Shiryu of the Rain surprisingly never refuted. Shiryu, contacted by Buggy Blackbeard. The Blackbeard pirates escaped with great difficulty and were all hunted down by Aokiji, leaving few manpower available. However, Buggy's method of secretly cultivating manpower is also very mysterious. After all, who would doubt a guy who became a Shichibukai by luck? Afterwards, the two parted ways. And on the road that Shiryu must pass through, a figure with scattered breath fled in embarrassment. The world's greatest swordsman Dracul Mahawk. Eagle Eye. At this time, he was not as majestic as the #1 swordsman, but more like a fleeing person. The former Hawkeye loved red wine very much, and that kind of elegance cannot be imitated by others. Now, he is being hunted down. Originally, Hawkeye's disposition might choose to fight to the death. But angry, he's going to kill the culprit, Doflamingo. But the successive pursuits and killings have already pushed him to the limit. If there is really no remedy, the world's #1 swordsman will eventually suffer. He is obviously the #1 swordsman in the world, but he became what he is today because of a villain, not to mention Hawkeye, but any normal person would not be able to swallow this breath. He wants revenge. Advertisement. It's not that easy for the main ace. Intercepted by Marine, who is on a mission led by Sengoku. However, the place they encountered was an uninhabited island, which looked like a natural battlefield. Perhaps because he knew that he was the target of everyone, Ace asked Huang Jindi and Jinbei to leave first and take a detour. He brought Crocodile and Jin to leave traces on purpose and came to this island. Ace was afraid of a naval battle, and the Golden City he got would be destroyed, which he couldn't bear to bear. So choose a battlefield with hands and feet free. Just like Whitebeard and Kaido last time. Found it. They're just ahead. Report to the Marshal, we found traces of Ace and others. A sound of notification finally made Sengoku come to Ace. Looking at Ace and others who were feasting, Sengoku's heart rose with anger, as if he had been tricked. Ace, hand over the evolution cube. Ace took a big bite of the flesh, and revealed the evolution Rubik's Cube in his hand, making a provocative gesture. Marine came to Ace on the island one step ahead, led Crocodile and Jin, captured wild animals, and burned them to eat. At the same time, this also proves Ace's determination in this battle. If the 4 emperors are not out, who will fight? What's more, there are 2 generals beside him. Seeing Ace's evolutionary Rubik's Cube, Sengoku was taken aback for a moment, and before he could give an order, a figure rushed out from behind him. That's mine. The humming and roaring shook the surrounding trees. At the same time, a harsh voice sounded behind him. Take it back, it's yours. Whitebeard gave him to Ace, and you, his son, are entitled to it. Miss Ba Jin. Whitebeard 2. Advertisement. Ace's pupils contracted, he didn't expect to meet them here. But then his throat rolled, he swallowed the roast meat in his mouth, flames burst out from his body, and the evolution Rubik's Cube was easily received in his body. Facing the roar of long knives falling from the sky and the strong wind coming, there is only one thing for Ace to do: defeat him. Whitebeard 2. What a ruin to Whitebeard's name. Ace will never tolerate it. The dark golden flame wrapped around his arm, and along with armament hockey wrapped around it, the fire fist blasted out. Bang! Whitebeard II's attack was blocked, and he flew upside down. Ace suffered the impact and was partially absorbed by the devouring flames, but still fell into the ground, forming a big pit. Fortunately, it turned into a flame and easily appeared in everyone's sight. Terrifying strange power. Even Ace couldn't help feeling the strange power of Whitebeard 2, it was truly unparalleled. It's no wonder that Zephyr, known as Black Arm, had an arm killed by Whitebeard 2 even though he possessed the strength of a Marine General 5.6. Whitebeard 2 landed again with a thud. You can actually block my knife. The guy let out an unbelievable exclamation, as if he thought it was an unbelievable thing. Don't worry about these, kill him first, and take back the evolution side. Miss Ba Jin's voice sounded, her eyes were fiery and full of greed. She kept brainwashing Whitebeard 2, saying that the evolution Rubik's Cube belonged to Whitebeard and should be given to his dear son, Whitebeard 2. Unexpectedly, she was cut off by Ace, which undoubtedly aroused Whitebeard II's hatred of Ace. Ace waved his wrist and said with a smile, "It's such an unexpected surprise to meet you." The next moment, the fighting spirit soared, and the flames were all on fire. I am invincible under the 4 emperors. 1 for 1 on top of 4 emperors. Chapter 99 Fierce Battle. Sengoku shot. The Revolutionary Army joins. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard 2. Edward Wable. He had the same crescent-shaped upturned white beard as Whitebeard, but thinner and longer. Bulky, fat, ugly, with a nose that always runs out of snot, and a thick lip. Taller than Whitebeard, with a lot of flesh on the upper body, but thin legs. His hair grew to his legs, and the hair on both sides was tied into braids. There were 3 shocking scars on his body. It seemed that he had experienced major injuries in which his entire left hand and head had been beheaded or severed. And what's more, he has the same power as Whitebeard. Holding a big knife with super lethality. However, he was still rated as a monster by Ace, not because of his strength, but because of his body shape, which was not normal at all. Boom. Whitebeard 2 rushed out again, his body skimming the ground, showing super destructive power. His expression was angry, and he had an undisguised killing intent towards Ace. Armament hockey was activated, directly wrapping the broadsword in his hand. Ace's figure was erratic, shuttling through the flames as if he would appear anywhere at any time. Whitebeard 2, who activated the color of knowledge, looked surprised, and said in disbelief, "How could the color of knowledge have no effect?" He didn't understand why observation hockey didn't work on Ace. In fact, Ace has released Conqueror's hockey, and the surrounding aura disrupts the opponent's observation hockey. Leave him alone. Just kill him. The evolution Rubik's Cube is a treasure beyond any treasure. Miss Ba Jin shouted arrogantly. With thick red lips, wearing sunglasses, and leaning on a cane, she is short, wrinkled, and wearing a leopard print coat, but her posture reveals her ambition. Ace withdrew a large piece of devouring flames, compressed and condensed on his arm, and the dark golden devouring flames, which were already showing a dark golden color, now showed a deeper color, just like the flames from the 9 nether, mysterious and full of pressure gathered to the limit strength. Evolved body strength, and armament hockey wrapped around it, rush out directly. Advertisement. The arms are like God-forged iron, invincible, constantly colliding and bombarding with the broadsword that Whitebeard 2 swung with all his strength. Ding ding bang bang. The resounding sound is endless. Especially those 2 crazy figures dazzled the eyes. It was able to block Weible's strange power. How did Ace do it? Miss Ba Jin's eyes drifted, and he suddenly lost confidence. It can be said that Edward Weibel is the strongest chess piece in his hand, but when he played against Ace, he was completely inferior to the opponent. It is precisely because she is familiar with Weibel that Miss Bajin knows that Weibel's strongest state is similar to this time, but Ace is obviously doing well, and even divides his mind to keep paying attention to Marine's movements. It's getting trickier. Ace, you shouldn't have let him go. In just a few months, he has grown into Marine's confidant. His risk factor is not weaker than Beard's. Sengoku commented that the golden light on his body was shining from time to time, and he was actually preparing to make a move. Whitebeard too was recruited as Shichibukai, and Sengoku would summon him to fight for Marine, but he didn't expect to see Ace when he came here, and he revealed his purpose, and he was not with Marine at all. Suddenly, someone in Marine announced, Marshal Sengoku. Fujitora Admiral is here. Fujitora, how's it going? What happened to the Golden City? Sengoku looked at Fujitora, who was approaching step by step, and asked with a frown. Fujitora Observation Hockey felt the battle in the field, and sighed slightly. This old man is really not Ace's opponent. I didn't expect him to have such strength after fighting with this old man. It's really scary. Marshal, the Golden City has been occupied by Ace. What did you say? Sengoku's voice was raised high and he couldn't believe it. The Golden City was occupied by Ace, but where is it now? Fujitora didn't care about his doubts, but just told the facts honestly. The Golden Emperor surrendered to Ace, Marine and Dov Langming, and none of them left the Golden City except the old man. There was silence all around. Anyone can feel the oppressive atmosphere gradually creeping in. Advertisement. Another total annihilation. When Miss Ba Jin heard the news, she quietly retreated to a distance, keeping herself in a state where she could retreat in time. Ace. Sengoku gritted his teeth. At this moment, he understood why he was able to intercept Ace here. It was entirely Ace's intention. Ace let the Golden City return to the Whitebeard pirate's resident, and was able to preserve the Golden City. He left clues to attract the enemy to follow him, perfectly avoiding the driving route of the Golden City. And when Ace does this, it feels like he is going to fight a lot of enemies. It seems to be a bureau. Ace's innings. Invite the crowd to take the stage gradually. What a good boy. It turned out that you plotted against me for a long time. But do you really think today will be so simple? Even the redhead and Kaido will not help. It is the whole sea that covets the evolution Rubik's Cube. Sengoku shines brightly. Buddha Sengoku appears. The whole body of the Buddha was shining with golden light, and the soles of his feet stomped on the ground, causing the land to collapse. Seeing the figure of the giant Buddha rushing forward, Jin and Crocodile rushed out at the same time with a tacit understanding. One came from the sky, turned into a pteranodon and shot down, with mysterious flames surrounding its body, threatening. Crocodile put his hands on the ground, and directly erupted sand pillars from the ground and shot obliquely at the Buddha. Sengoku was blocked. The Buddha's momentum suddenly became low, and he shouted coldly. Fire embers. Crocodile. I'm sending you to impel down today. Who? Bang. Advertisement. The golden palm of the Buddha was raised, and a ferocious shock wave was brewed and burst out in an instant. The sand column was sprayed thinly, but it was directly turned into sand and gravel flying in the shock wave. Jin immediately changed direction, directly blocking the shock wave in the air. Otherwise, it would have affected Ace, who was fighting Whitebeard too just now. Even if the opponent is Sengoku, the combination of a flame calamity and the original 7 warlords of the sea still allows him to affect Ace. That is really a joke for these two people. Don't underestimate Lousy. Crocodile puffed out his cigarette in dissatisfaction, and the next moment the sky filled with gravel was under his control, spinning around Sengoku at high speed. Like sand knives, at ultra-high speed, they constantly rubbed against the body of the Buddha, making continuous piercing sounds. Sengoku blasted out with a palm, but it only scattered a spot of sand, which was immediately filled by other sand. At the same time, this quicksand formed under his feet, trying to swallow the body of the Buddha, and firmly restrain Sengoku here. Although all the attacks in the sandstorm were blocked by the golden body of the Buddha, there was still Jin watching. Watching Crocodile control the figure of the Buddha in the middle and transforming into a human form in the sky, he took a deep breath, and the samurai sword in his hand was wrapped in flames, gradually condensing. Fujitora. In the sandstorm, the Buddha's low and sullen voice came out. In the next second, Fujitora drew his sword and jumped up. Gravity knife. That's when a voice made Ace stiffen. That Marine, don't try to bully my brother. Dragon Claw Fist. Chapter 100 Sengoku shocked. What does the Revolutionary Army want to do? Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although we haven't seen each other for a long time, Ace immediately recognized the voice and turned his head to look. In front of Fujitora, who shot, the gravity knife was blocked by a young man wearing a punk hat. The young man has wavy blonde hair and a scar over his left eye. The 5 fingers are in the shape of claws, wrapped in armament haki, holding Fujitora's knife tightly. Sabo. Ace's voice was full of surprises, and a happy smile appeared on his face. That's right, the blonde boy is Sabo. Ace, Luffy's sworn brother, chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Ace's surprise was that he didn't expect to meet Sabo here. They really haven't seen each other for too many years. Although Ace knows that Sabo is not dead, but because of too many entangled things, there is no chance to find Sabo, not to mention that the Revolutionary Army is not so easy to find. However, meeting Sabo here was a pleasant surprise. Ace dodges to dodge Whitebeard II's attack, Sabo's dragon claws exert strength, and Fujitora retreats at the same time. This time, looking at the brothers who were close in front of them, the two had a big hug. Ace. It's been a long time. Sabo said with tears in his eyes flushed with excitement. With red eyes, Ace laughed loudly. Mr. Sabo. I'm sorry, Ace. I lost my memory because of something that happened when I was a child. Not long ago, I found out that you were executed by Marine. Fortunately, you have nothing to do, otherwise I would die of guilt. Sabo looked at the black-haired youth in front of him, said guiltily. Advertisement. Although we haven't seen each other for many years, the bond between brothers will never be broken. Ace patted Sabo's shoulder. Don't worry. I won't die. But anyway, why are you here? Sabo is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, the second-in-command figure. Every move affects the heart of the world government. If there is no major event, he will never show up. Of course I know that you will be attacked by the whole world. How can I not be by your side at this moment? We are brothers. Sabo laughed. His fighting spirit was surging. A warm current flashed through Ace's heart. Sure enough, the bond between brothers will never fade no matter how many years it is. The two brothers recounted the old days, but others were stunned. Even the fight between Sengoku and Crocodile has temporarily stopped. That guy is Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. He is also Ace's brother. Sengoku was startled. Although I know that Ace has a strong background, and there is also a sworn brother Luffy, a straw hat boy with an equally strong background, but I don't know that the second in command of the Revolutionary Army is actually their brother. Who are their brothers? Be a pirate, be a pirate, be a Revolutionary Army. How does Garp educate the younger generation? The guy with the breath of a dragon is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Fujitora retreated to Sengoku's side and said solemnly. In the fight just now, he felt the strength of the opponent. He is also a guy with extremely terrifying physical skills, and the aura on his body has a firm and unyielding will, the anger of smashing Wang Quan. I didn't expect even the Revolutionary Army to participate. It seems that the sea is going to be messed up this time. Sengoku muttered with lingering fear. As far as he knows, the 4 emperors are dispatched, General Marshal Kong is also on the move, various pirate forces, and the current Revolutionary Army, almost all powerful forces are involved, all because of that man. The Immortal Flame Emperor, Ace. Advertisement. More precisely, it is for his secret, the evolution Rubik's Cube. However, Sengoku always feels that things will not be so simple, because the existing power of the Marine and world government is not enough to suppress all forces, so it is very likely that the highest authority, the 5 elders, will make some important decisions. Sabo, are you going to declare war on Marine on behalf of the Revolutionary Army? Sengoku, the Buddha, questioned loudly, and the momentum rose amidst the shining golden light. Sabo put his finger on the brim of his hat, looked up at Sengoku's Buddha image, and sneered. The Revolutionary Army has been fighting against the world government and marine, and we are always declaring war. Are you the first day to be a marshal? This sentence immediately angered Sengoku. But then Sabo changed the subject. But this time, it's my own action. It has nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army. I'm here for my brother. Here, I am Ace's brother, not the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. After hearing this, Sengoku directly angrily said, your identity is not up to you. This old man will wipe out all of you, the most heinous criminals in the world today. As the voice fell, the great Buddha's shock wave surged. On the other side, Miss Ba Jin's eyes flickered. He was still digesting the news he had just received, and his heart became more and more disappointed. She finally realized that the situation was definitely not something anyone could influence, at least Wabel couldn't. Originally, she planned to use the name of Marine to steal the evolution Rubik's Cube secretly during the battle. But now it seems that it is simply a fantasy. Let alone Ace's strength, there are too many guys standing behind him, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, the Beasts Pirates Fire Calamity, Crocodile, these are just the ones who participated in this battle. How could the Whitebeard pirates be idle in a place they didn't know? With these thoughts running through his mind, Miss Barkin yelled at Whitebeard too, Wabel. Come back. No, Mom. I want to take back what belongs to me. Whitebeard too was full of momentum, and he was also angry in his heart if he had never hit Ace, and he was not willing to stop. Miss Ba Jin's face changed, and he scolded. Don't you even listen to my words. I will let you retreat. Seeing her angry, Wabel had the intention to retreat. Seeing this, Ace burst out with flames, and left a sentence. Advertisement. The marine side will be left to you first. Now that he met Wabel here, this guy who goes by the name of Whitebeard, how could Ace let him go? Don't worry. No one can interrupt your battle. Sabo grinned, raised the brim of his hat, and then turned into an afterimage and rushed out, directly blasting Fujitora back from Ace's horizontal attack. Excuse me, I have already said that other people are not allowed to participate in his battle, you should just watch here honestly. Revolutionary Army, okay. Fujitora snorted heavily, in a bad voice. Gravity exploded, wrapped around the blade, and rushed out again. Let him watch here. What a joke. Sabo wraps his palms around Haki, and his dark palms look like dragon claws, tearing everything apart with Wong Quan's dragon claws. The two fought together. Crocodile puffed out his cigarette, lousy can't be idle either. After the words fell, he and Jin rushed towards Sengoku at the same time. The battle is getting fiercer. Far away, Bullet led his men and drove at full speed on the pirate ship. Like an off-string sharp sword, piercing the sea. Has the battle already started? Ha 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 ha. Let's go at full speed. Throw all those intercepted guys into the sea to feed the fish. Bullet laughed. He felt the breath of fighting on the island, and the restless fighting factor in his bones exploded, and his whole person became excited. Chapter 101 Monster Like Whitebeard E. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Both of Marine's high-end combat powers were entangled. Just as Whitebeard 2 was about to retreat, the flames surged in front of him. In an instant, his figure was surrounded by the fire circle formed by the devouring flames, blocking all his routes. What's more, the power swallowed by the flames is still absorbing the energy in Wabel's body. It's all here, so don't leave. With a sneer, Ace shuttled through the flames and stopped in front of Whitebeard 2. The dark golden devouring flames on his body kept surging, exuding a palpitating aura like a ferocious beast. Sensing the changes in the surroundings, Whitebeard 2 was a little angry, and roared, Ace, you are looking for death. I must chop you into meat paste today. He yelled loudly, seemingly recklessly. But for fighting, he is very talented, directly wrapping his whole body with armament Haki. No way, this is the only way to fight the Ace flame. Otherwise, the burning of the inextinguishable fire, coupled with the devouring of the devouring flame, no one can stand it. Seeing this scene, Ace raised his orange cowboy hat. The dark golden devouring flames reflected his movements. Then, The figure changed, leaving only 740 traces of flames. Then you should save your life here. Ace's lower body turned into a blazing flame, constantly gushing out like a rocket jet engine, boosting his speed to the peak. The upper body is pure flesh. The arm was covered with armament hockey, and at the same time, a golden light flashed in Ace's eyes. Conqueror's hockey activates. Wrapped around the arm, it multiplies the power of this punch. Whitebeard too sniffed his nose, and couldn't help feeling a huge pressure in his heart, so he directly chose to shoot. Advertisement. Because he couldn't figure out what method Ace would use to make him feel dangerous. Your flames are useless to me. I have inherited the power of Whitebeard, and no one can be stronger than me. Whitebeard too roared, swiping a knife, also covered with pitch-black armament hockey. But the next moment there was a scene that shocked him. When Mingming and Ace's fists hadn't collided yet, and the big knife in his hand seemed to have touched a wall, creating a huge pressure, and the superpower was transmitted back. It turned out that Whitebeard II's arm tightened, and the blade flew upwards. Together with the arm, the middle door opened wide. Ace kept going forward. In less than a breath, he came before Whitebeard too, and under the horrified eyes of the other party, he punched him flying out and smashed him into the ground heavily. A huge pothole in the shape of a human was left behind. This scene made the people present gasp. That body bigger than Whitebeard just got blown away like that. What exactly did Ace do? It feels like he and the person he fought just now are completely two people. As that Conqueror's winding. Mies Ba Jin shrank his eyes and murmured in surprise. As cunning as she was, she finally realized that something was wrong, and chose to leave quietly where no one noticed. She abandoned Whitebeard too and fled. It's just that even Ace didn't notice this scene. Boom. The figure of Whitebeard too rushed out of the ground, furious. Ah. I'm going to kill you. Ace squinted his eyes, stared at Whitebeard too and said, except for your tyrannical strength, you are completely vulnerable. The disdain in the tone made Whitebeard too feel even more angry. Wielding a giant knife, he stood up again. Advertisement. Kill you. Looking at the burly body again, and the abnormal body structure, Ace is quite sure that this guy has nothing to do with Whitebeard, but looks like a product of science. But, how can the products of science be flesh and blood? Surprise flashed in my heart, but I didn't hesitate to make a move. The flames wrapped around his fists, adding a bit of momentum virtually. It's just that now the flame of Ace, I completely rely on CEDB to increase by almost 25 times, without the blessing of special abilities. Although this is not a short board. But compared with Ace's ability, this is a fly in the ointment. Conqueror's hockey winds up again. With the increased capacity of Conqueror's hockey, as well as the improved recovery speed, Ace is not as luxurious to use as it was in the beginning. Thinking back to the beginning, it was really hard for people to enter the stage of exhaustion after only performing it twice. For a real master, the ability to fight and sustain must be strong. Combat forces such as 4 Emperors and Admiral are far from that simple. Thinking back to when Akainu and Aokiji competed for the position of Marshal, it took 10 days to decide the result, which is really shocking. Even, it is almost hard to imagine what happened in those 10 days of fighting, only knowing that in the end Aokiji broke a leg, Punk Hazard became an island of ice and fire 15. But now everything has changed. Whitebeard is not dead, Ace is not dead. The powerful Akainu did not take the position of Marshal Marine, but was killed directly. Among these powerhouses, the Conqueror's entanglement is another factor that can determine the outcome. For example, Kaido's defense. No emission hockey destroys from inside, wants to inflict wounds on him. There is also Conqueror's hockey winding, which is recognized as one of the strongest attack moves. The degree of physical evolution of Ace is not weaker than that of the top powerhouses. After all, he used to have extremely high attainments in physical skills, just like the current Sabo. Their physical skills are evenly matched. Boom. Advertisement. A punch that tears apart space. Even though Whitebeard too was well prepared, the knife in his hand was still deflected from the direction by that invisible force. That is, his body is strong. However, anyone who changes another person may not be able to bear this blow, and directly let the weapon in his hand be thrown out. And he is like this now, and it has no effect on K. Shaw. Ace was close to him, and he punched out. Boom. Before the fist fell, Whitebeard too suffered a heavy blow first. Puff. This punch made the latter unable to bear it, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Whitebeard too is also considered a combat lunatic, and the more injured he is, the more crazy he will be. With a swing of the knife, he will hit Ace regardless of himself. Ace's eyes were fixed, and a fierce breath exuded. Directly ignoring the slashing broadsword, he slammed down Conqueror's Hockey's punch. Caw caw caw. The continuous sound was transmitted in the body of Whitebeard too. His right arm holding the knife was directly smashed to pieces. The broadsword came out of his hand and slashed towards Ace. Puff. A layer of devouring flames appeared on the surface of Ace's body, and then Ace was directly elementalized. Originally, Whitebeard too used Hockey to make Ace unable to transform into a flame. But just now Whitebeard too broke his arm and lost control of the broadsword, and armament Hockey disappeared with it. With all his ferocity, Ace completely crushes Whitebeard too in battle. Chapter 102. The Bond of No Regrets. Capture Whitebeard E. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The screaming Whitebeard too fell heavily to the ground, his right arm already limp. Ace's figure fell from the sky. The figure of the flame quickly enlarged in his eyes. No. Mother. Panicked, Whitebeard too seemed a little panicked. But when he turned his head to look over, he found that Ms. S. Ba Jin had disappeared from the crowd. Huh. She ran away. Not only Whitebeard too was dumbfounded and stared blankly there, even Ace had a surprised look on his face. Whitebeard too is still here, but Miss Ba Jin actually abandoned him. The plot is a little different. No. How could this happen? Whitebeard too roared. Struggling to stand up, the other intact arm wrapped around armament Hockey, and rushed towards Roll again. Fearless. In this state, the momentum of Whitebeard too seemed crazy. As if out of grief and anger, stronger power erupted, and all the power of the whole body was concentrated on this punch. Roaring, the mountains and rivers collapsed. Armament Hockey is fully wrapped, showing an unstoppable edge. Ace's face was slightly dignified. Advertisement. The figure rushed out, and at the same time waved his arm, and once again broke out with a fierce punch. Armored colors, conquerors, and the purest taijutsu. Puff. There is something in the void that is constantly being squeezed and makes a sound. This time, even though the conquerors was entangled and able to hit objects from the air, it was still supported by the full-strength Whitebeard too, and the huge fist collided with the fist of Ace, who was several times smaller than him. Boom. The air burst. Countless eyes were focused on the two figures in the air. Whitebeard too roared, and the energy in his body was constantly gathering, impacting on Ace's fist. This also makes the Ace slightly discolored. Because he couldn't imagine the source of this energy, he obviously felt that he was exhausted before, but now he was about to reach the point where he could compete with him. In fact, Ace knows that Whitebeard too is not weak. The reason why he broke his arm just now and escaped the opponent's attack perfectly can be attributed to good luck. Originally, Ace fought with the mentality of exchanging injuries for injuries. Now he is surprised by Whitebeard too. That energy is still growing, and even the impact force blurs the space between the two. We can't let him continue. A thought flashed through Ace's mind. Call. The devouring flames erupted. Advertisement. Push out from Ace. Like a flame hammer, it struck Sunbird too. Whitebeard too, whose whole body was continuously concentrated on his fists, had no energy left to resist the attack, and the momentum he had accumulated was interrupted. Blood flowed from the pores of his body, like a kite with a broken string, waving leisurely to donate blood, fell to the ground. His body weakened visibly to the naked eye. As if all the strength had been overdrawn just now, the breath was exhausted to the extreme. Ace squinted at Whitebeard too, appalled. This is an outbreak. If Whitebeard too hadn't been interrupted just now, Ace had a premonition that even he wouldn't be able to block that punch in the end. What a concept. That is, a punch beyond the four emperors. Otherwise, Whitebeard too is a monster whose secret no one knows. With this in mind, Ace turned his head to look at the battlefield. Old Shaw, lock him up and take him back. Ace yelled at Crocodile who was pestering Sengoku. Hey, Don't talk to Lousy in a commanding tone. Lousy has said it many times. Crocodile muttered with an unhappy face. However, the ground around the comatose Whitebeard 2 gradually began to desert, gradually forming a gravel cage, which slowly sank with Whitebeard 2. He was hidden on the island by Crocodile. If you want to find him, you must smash the island to pieces. Whitebeard 2 has been killed. Sengoku was startled, but then became a little angry. Asking for flowers. Miss Ba Jin ran away. Damn Shichibukai, there is no need to exist anymore. If Whitebeard 2 could have obeyed Marine's order at the beginning and did not choose to fight alone, he might not have been defeated so quickly. Advertisement. Fortunately, the pressure is all on Marine. Originally, Fujitora and Sengoku were entangled and couldn't spare their hands. Now that Ace, who is as powerful as the four emperors, joins in, how can they resist? I also think Shichibukai should be abolished. They are just pirates who use the name of Marine to do whatever they want, and justice will never tolerate it. Fujitora drew a distance and said indifferently. From the very beginning, he disliked Shichibukai's system. 0. I'll talk about it later. Now is not the time to talk about it. Sengoku said helplessly. Ace came from the other side, forming an encirclement trend with Sabo, Crocodile, and Jin, surrounding Sengoku and Fujitora. Sorry, I didn't figure out for a while, who is the fish that got into the net. Stepping on the flames, Ace walked over step by step, and said with a chuckle. The situation has completely reversed. There was a smile on the corner of Sabo's mouth. Although there is no time to reminisce about the past, it is enough to be able to fight side by side. What's more, he felt the feeling of depression from Ace, and he was even more amazed at the strength of Ace. Sabo's change also came after the news of the Summit War spread. It is also because Ace's news keeps refreshing, which stimulates Sabo to restore his memory, but due to the actions of the Revolutionary Army, he still has no way to find Ace and Luffy to get together. However, just after completing the mission this time, he got the news of Ace, which is very dangerous and unfavorable news. How could Sabo sit still? He even missed the execution of Ace. How could he watch Ace fall into danger this time? So he didn't involve the power of the Revolutionary Army, and went to support Ace alone, just for the fetters that belong to brothers in his heart. The Bond of No Regrets. Chapter 103 Descendants of the Devil Bullet. Standoff Ace. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ace. Don't go too far. Sengoku's face was cold, and his heart was full of anger. Unexpectedly, the situation against Ace was completely reversed. Ace. Don't go too far. Sengoku glared. It's just that the momentum at this time is indeed a little weak. Ace shook his head indifferently. Since he already used him as bait, how could he easily stop? Whitebeard 2 was just a windfall. Seeing Ace approaching with oppressive momentum, the double-handed opponents could not avoid the posture of attacking at all. Sengoku's body glowed with golden light. As the Marine Marshal, a man who fought alongside Garp, how could he be afraid? Beside him, Fujitora slowly drew out the sword in his hand, and the gravity around him gradually wrapped around the sword. I have never been afraid of the justice I chose. Fujitora gave a cold 333 sound, and pulled out the sheath of the sword completely. Just when the battle between the two sides was about to break out, suddenly a majestic momentum enveloped the entire island. Immediately afterwards, a word full of haughty and extremely arrogant exploded in everyone's ears. Ha ha ha. So they are all hiding here. It's really easy for me to find. Ace brat. Are you ready to die? This voice full of cold killing intent made Ace's face darken. It was obvious that the other party was coming for him. Advertisement. And this momentum is extremely powerful. For a moment, Ace didn't even think of who the visitor would be. Accompanied by the Setsuna that Ace turned around, a figure descended from the sky. Ace couldn't help but stare intently, and then said in surprise. Bullet. The man was tall and strong, with ghost eyes. Right ear shattered, all right ears with earmuffs in place, left side of torso extensively scarred from Buster Call bombardment. Bullet loves military uniforms, and he wears new military uniforms based on the old military uniforms. The collars of the military uniforms are pinned with the collar badges of the military period. The left arm of the military uniform has the logo of the Goltz Army, and the '09 logo represents his Boy Scouts. The number of the period. Under the brown skin, the strong muscles are full of explosive energy. You are Ace, the disgraced son of Luo Jia. Bullet scanned the audience, finally fixed on Ace, cursed mercilessly, belittled Ace infinitely in his words. As if in his eyes, Ace was just an ant. For a moment, Ace's anger rose in his heart. The gaze on Bullet grew sharper. Douglas Bullet, even you found it, Sengoku said in shock. The guy known as the descendant of the devil is the worst fugitive in history. Back then, Luo Jaku and Rayleigh were equally famous. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, long time no see, you don't look like you used to. It's really funny to be forced into a mess by a junior. Bullet was full of arrogance, and even ignored Sengoku. Bullet, do you really think you are invincible? Have you forgotten how many years you were imprisoned in Impel Down? Sengoku said coldly. Unexpectedly, this had no effect on Bullet at all, and he said arrogantly, so what? Send me back to Impel Down if you have the ability, and Lousy will have nothing to say. If you can't do it, then sooner or later the sea will be destroyed. One day, Lousy has the final say. Like those weak people, they are not qualified to live at all. Don't you think so, Ace? Advertisement. There was a hint of ferocity in the laughing expression, and Bullet stared at Ace suddenly. Devil eyes, frightening eyes, staring straight at Ace. If it were an ordinary person, he might have fainted from fear, but Ace concentrated slightly, and the Conqueror's hockey was released brazenly. Collided with Bullet's condensed momentum. Boom. The surrounding lightning overflowed and gradually dissipated into nothingness. Conqueror's hockey is indeed the blood of Roll. Bullet sighed. That's right, Luo Jia's bloodline awakening Conqueror's hockey is a normal thing for him, but what makes him dissatisfied is that Ace actually recognized Whitebeard as his father. However, how did you choose to be Whitebeard's son? Where did you put Luo Jia's face? Witnessing what you have done, I feel really sad for Luo Jia, let Lousy wash away his shame. Bullet roared angrily, armament hockey covered him with a ferocious face, and his whole body exuded a devilish aura. It is the devil form created by Bullet himself combined with hockey, which is one of the reasons why he is called the descendant of the devil. At this moment, Bullet is stronger than ever, like a man standing at the peak, his tall body exudes a raging and elegant aura, staring at Ace. Ace simply ignores Bullet's overwhelming pressure. The anger in his heart was like the devouring flames burning behind him. Even if Bullet threatened to evolve the Rubik's Cube, Ace thought it was reasonable. After all, there is no one in the sea who does not covet the evolution of the Rubik's Cube. However, Bullet's high-sounding appearance is not only the posture of a senior, but also the strong look down on the weak and pity the weak, as if his own god has mastered the life and death of the weak with words. Extremely arrogant. He also talked about Luo Jia, which made Ace even more angry. Even with contempt for Whitebeard, Ace really can't stand Bullet's aggressive behavior. Bullet, you are not qualified to judge my two fathers, let alone me. Advertisement. Ace is angry. You know, Luo Jia entrusted Ace to Garp at the beginning, just because he was able to contact Garp at that time. In other words, if Luo Jia could contact Whitebeard, would he entrust Ace to Whitebeard? I'm afraid it will. A generation has a generation of grievances. If you live in the past, or even live for others, what kind of freedom can you call it? And how to become strong. This example, the Pooh family is the best proof. Grandpa is a Marine hero, father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his son aspires to be the Pirate King. 3 generations, 3 areas of influence grow up independently, and even fulfill dreams that conflict with family members, so what? This is the sea. This is the freedom everyone should have in 5.2. Lousy is free. It's no one's turn to judge. Even the weak have the right to live. You stop talking nonsense. Sad people abandoned by the times, don't try to blind your eyes with force. Flames burst. Devouring flames, raging flames. There is a ray of fire between the sky and the earth, flocking to Bullet. You are courting death. Bullet let out a roar, and his strong body exploded out, leaving behind afterimages that slowly dissipated in the air. The devil's fist blasted out suddenly, bursting out with power like opening the sky. At this moment, Bullet was furious. Ace's words touched him just now, but more anger came from a weak person yelling at him. This is unforgivable. The son of Luo Jia, fighting with his strongest left hand. Chapter 104 Awakened. Large Bullet, Form. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. The continuous sound of impact resounded across the island. The Devil's Fist and the Devouring Flame collided crazily. As soon as they fought, Bullet's face changed a little, and he felt a different power from the flame. It's not something that normal flames can have at all. However, he still punched hard and continued to explode. The other party is a junior. It would be a joke if he repelled him. The two confronting each other gradually submerged their figures with the flickering flames. Bullet. Can Ace handle that guy? Sabo said with a worried face. He has heard of Bullet, who can become the left hand of One Piece. Wouldn't he be strong? Little Ghost, don't worry. That guy Ace is not as weak as you see. Crocodile puffed out a cigarette and said calmly. He was ready to have a big fight with Ace, and it would be a shame if he was directly killed by Bullet. It's unnecessary to worry. It's the experience of those who have experienced it. Jin said coldly from the side. Worried about Ace. Isn't that 24 crazy? To this day, Jin has not figured it out. At that time, his strength was not much different from Ace, but how could he be instantly killed by the opponent? What kind of flame is this? Amidst the flames filling the sky, Bullet's surprised voice came. The characteristics of indestructibility and devouring have already been made public, so this is not Ace's secret at all to people in the world. Advertisement. However, the power of the Ace flame is something neglected by the public. Even now, Bullet is surprised. Is this the flame of Mara Mara fruit? I'm afraid the magma doesn't even have such a high temperature. What's more, the power that erupts is not weaker than any devil fruit that Bullet is familiar with, and its lethality is comparable to that of shock fruit. Normally, Ace's shots are relatively restrained. When it comes to the explosion of flame power, whenever it explodes with all its strength, it is a blow that will seal the victory. But today was different. He was a little annoyed by Bullet, and when he came up, he released the flames without reservation. Moreover, the flames are still constantly devouring the surrounding energy, spreading the flames continuously, and permeating the surroundings of the two people who are fighting. Boom. After all, the line of fire collapsed in front of Bullet's Devil's Fist. But then it melted into the surrounding flames. Bullets are strong. Surrounded by a substantive aura, even the flames are difficult to get close to. Bullet's devilish eyes stared at Ace through the flames, and said excitedly, is it because of the evolution of the Rubik's Cube? It's really unexpected that this kind of treasure will appear in your hands, or Luo Jia secretly left it for you. But no matter what the result is, I will leave it to Lousy for safekeeping in the future. From Bullet's point of view, it's impossible for Ace to acquire this treasure by himself. It is very likely that Luo Jia secretly brought out the treasure from the final island, but left it to his son, Ace, without telling the crew. Otherwise, where can I explain the origin of the treasure? Obviously not all of Whitebeard's items, because Whitebeard was almost killed during the Summit War, and it was Ace who gave him the evolution Rubik's Cube and taught him how to use it, which created a peak Whitebeard. It's nothing more than to evolve the Rubik's Cube. The ugly face is really disgusting. Ace said coldly. Not only the fighting intent rose in the body, but even the killing intent became stronger. Advertisement. Bullet is a lunatic character, powerful and crazy. If not eliminated, it will definitely be the biggest disaster. Looking at the world, there are very few guys who can solve Bullet. Then let you experience the power that can truly destroy the world. Bullet stood in the flames, grinning wildly and said, fit together. As the voice fell, the haki on his body was released, spreading out like a tide. Rapidly spread along the island. Shuttle across the island, like sentient tentacles, covering Marine's warships and Bullet's own pirate fleet. An invisible force began to gather these machines and irons towards the center of the island. The Marines also wanted to drive the warship to retreat, but they didn't listen to them at all. Looking down from the sky, the entire island is filled with an evil, deep dark purple, which makes people feel frightened. Composite fruit. Shocked, Sengoku finally realized Bullet's horror. Abandon the warship. This guy is a fusion man who has awakened the fusion fruit. The result of the battle yelled at the Marine soldiers on the warship, telling them to leave quickly, otherwise they will die soon. Their flesh and blood bodies will be connected with the power of some of the combined fruits of these iron machines. The combined fruit. A trace of seriousness flashed across Ace's face. The combined fruit is a powerful paramecia fruit, not to mention it is still in the hands of the powerful bullet, and it has already awakened. As we all know, the power of paramecia lies in its awakening. Moreover, Ace, as someone who has traveled through time, is more aware of the power of the combined fruit. It can arrange and combine all objects to make them fit. It can fuse the inorganic matter it touches with its own body. And not only can it fuse with the body, it can also combine inorganic substances and rearrange them to create new weapons, such as submarines or weapons that can be made from scrap iron and rubble. Advertisement. Bullet's ability has been awakened, and he can use the ability of the combined fruit in a considerable range to involve all the surrounding areas. He can collect a large number of weapons and rubble, and even in an environment where materials are scarce, he can use the ability of the combined fruit to create infinitely. Weapons. Create weapons of unimaginable size or armor that can wrap itself. Rumble. Not only Bullet's own catapult was assembled with it, but even the buildings on the island and Marines' warships were all absorbed. The body around him began to reorganize. In a moment, a giant monster almost half the size of an island appeared. Large Bullet. Form. It is Bullet's strongest form. The power of the combined fruit has been exerted to ultimate. It's a palpitating momentum. Observation Haki of Fujitora has sensed the horror of Bullet after fusion. Sengoku looked at Bullet, who was wearing a heavy armor, and murmured, 20 years have passed, and the man who fell under Buster Call has become even scarier. 20 years ago, Bullet was hunted down by Buster Call, but finally failed and arrested. 20 years later, he stands up again and wants to use his power to change the rules and order of the world. Phew, scary guy, but don't think he'll be scared just now. Ace took a deep breath, the state of his whole body was raised to the peak, his momentum rose, and he even fought against Bullet. Perhaps, everyone's ideas are not right or wrong. They are all free pirates. But you must use actions to protect and prove what you believe in. Ace is the bond of his family and friends. Bullet is the belief in pure power. Chapter 105 Shocking Sabo. This is the strength of the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. On the island, Bullet's laughter filled the air. What a lunatic. Seeing this scene, Festa muttered softly. Bullet directly absorbed all the warships just now, including his pirate ship. To put it bluntly, the ejection number has no escape route at all. Can only succeed and not fail. Once you fail, there is no way out. Sengoku and Marines roll out to the main battleground, always on the lookout for a rioting bullet to include them in their attack range. Because the current bullet is too lethal. In the supergiant form, every punch weighs 10,000 caddies, and it is difficult for ordinary people to resist. Ace, I'll help you. Sabo was flying through the air, with his palms in the shape of a dragon's claw, and charged forward. Seeing this, Ace didn't refuse, and with flames rising from his body, he laughed and said, then let us fight side by side. It's such a long-lost feeling. The voice is full of emotion, and there is a trace of joy. But if there is any mistake in Summit War Ace, then, the two brothers will never see each other again. Crocodile and Jin looked at Sabo's figure rushing up, and looked at each other in unison. Bullet. A bit strong. Then we. Help. There was uncertainty in both of their voices. The power displayed by Bullet is indeed powerful, but Ace has evolved again. It was able to withstand Kaido's attack before, but after evolution, no one has seen Ace with full firepower. What should I do now? I think that guy Ace can definitely do it, he won't fight unprepared. Jin twitched the corner of his mouth and said. It's not that he doesn't want to help. Rather, Ace probably doesn't really need to. Advertisement. Besides, if you play more and less, it will not prove the strength of Ace. Look at it, if it really doesn't work, then make a move. Crocodile agrees. This time, Lao Sha was not so impulsive. Die to lousy. Little ghosts. Looking at the two figures rushing up, Bullet revealed a sinister smile, and said cruelly. The giant fist rumbled down. Wrapped in an armament hockey that is as deep as Ultimate, it shines with a dark luster, and its huge fist is even bigger than the bodies of Ace and Sabo combined. But these two people showed no fear at all. How rare to fight side by side, what a familiar feeling. The heart is surging and passionate. Maybe if Luffy was there, the excited trio might be able to fight all the way to Mariajoy. Let me come. With a smile on the corner of Sabo's mouth, he said in a low voice. Hearing this, Ace turned around, changed direction and rushed out. Dragon Claw. Brush. Armament hockey wraps the palm in a dragon claw shape. At this moment, Sabo slowly restrained his smile and looked serious. Behind him, the dragon's claws that have always been dark are looming. Tear everything Wong Quan's momentum. At this point Sabo exudes a hockey of the judge. Boom. The dragon's claw and the super giant fist collided. The air current burst instantly, splashing and impacting, even preventing the marine soldiers and pirates watching the battle from a distance from opening their eyes. In the wind, sand and rocks, Crocodile took a puff of his cigar and said with emotion, "This is another monster." Advertisement. Sengoku in the distance thought the same thing. The chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army really lived up to his reputation. He was able to counter the bullet that exploded at full strength. Thrilling momentum. Fujitora whispered. Between airflow flips. Bullet exploded with explosive power, trying to crush the tiny Sabo. Compared with Bullet, no, even compared to Bullet's fist, Sabo is still a little small, like a praying mantis standing in front of a carriage, waiting to be ruthlessly crushed beyond its limits. However, Sabo is not really a car with arms. He is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Its second in command. He is the absolute strongest under the dragon. If it is really not strong enough, how can it fight against the world government? When Bullet exploded with power, the arm shone with luster, like a flame, burning brightly. The sudden huge pressure made it difficult for Sabo to support, but the dragon claw has not changed in the slightest, it is still hard and will not flinch. The appearance of the dragon claws behind Sabo became more and more clear. It's like a real giant dragon stretching out its claws from the abyss to help this man against Wong Quan, who is everything in the world. Boom. A more powerful impact erupted. Dragon Claw remained motionless under Bullet's attack. Block it. What kind of move is that? Noticing the change in Sabo, even Bullet couldn't help being a little surprised. How did such a small guy burst out with such a strong force? Still a force strong enough to counter him. How can that be? We are working hard for the new world, the last thing we can't fall down is the power. Bullet, this is no longer the era you think you are right. Sabo said coldly. The huge dragon's claw phantom behind him swayed, showing a bright light. The sharp aura blooms, like drawing a knife and slashing unstoppably. Advertisement. Tilda operator Sabo. Good job. Ace laughed and said, feeling extremely happy in his heart. I have to say, Sabo is really strong. With the dragon's claws alone, it definitely possesses strength not weaker than that of Admiral. But where Sabo is stronger lies in the belief in his heart. At this time, Ace was surrounded by flames all over his body. Compared with Bullet, his body was quite small, but he erupted with an aura that could not be ignored. Even in Bullet's perception, that group of flames is the gods in the sky, and the fire god descends, so powerful that people can't ignore it. Ace punches. When the fist wind hits, the space collapses. With this blow, the power of the devouring flame exploded completely, that was 25 times the strength of the northern flame. Also, Conqueror's Twine. The dark golden fist was shining with brilliance, and in the golden light, it seemed like a big sun was rumbling down. Bullet looked gloomy. I didn't expect these two brats to be so tyrannical. One blocked his attack head on, and the fluctuation of the other attack made him feel palpitations. Zhao Qian's, are you sure this is a kid from the new era? Combined fruit ability activates. Countless explosion-like attacks erupted from his fist, and Sabo had no choice but to back away from the continuous impact force. However, at the critical moment, the huge phantom of the dragon's claw burst out its final afterglow, and a tearing force was directly embedded in Bullet's fist. The power of the joint fruit was broken, and countless parts fell off the fist. What? Bullet showed an unbelievable look. At this moment, he really surprised him. The power of the combined fruit was repelled in an instant just now. It's unbelievable. Fighting doesn't leave Bullet thinking, reacting. Horrified, Ace strikes with a devastating punch. Conquerors entwining. That's what Lousy is good at. Feeling the familiar wave in Ace's attack, Bullet let out a roar, and the Conqueror's hockey exploded, entwined around the other arm. Blast out. Chapter 106 Life and Death Fierce Battle. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Also attacks that entwine Conqueror's hockey. It was still a huge fist and a small fist, colliding with each other. Boom. The airflow took off, the space exploded, and the impact raged. The lightning produced by the intersection of Conqueror's hockey shuttled back and forth between the two, the constant roar sounded, and the flickering electric light even dazzled people, making it impossible to see the situation inside clearly. Bullet was extremely surprised at this moment. Such strength at such a young age is beyond expectation. Lousy won't lose. With a roar, the power of the combined fruit is activated. The arms that were broken just now gathered together again, condensed, and directly became a complete appearance. Bombarded out. However, the fist that collided with Ace was withdrawn. At this point, there is still a tacit understanding between the two. Ace also took advantage of the situation to stop. After that, punch again. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering roar of successive collisions made people dizzy. With Bullet's powerful physique, coupled with the ability to combine fruits, the power he exerted was even equal to Ace for a while. Suddenly, Bullet felt the strong wind blowing, and he felt a throbbing in his heart. 803. Turning around, it was Sabo who attacked. You know, Ace is not alone. As for what to say about playing more and playing less, victory is not martial arts. Ace cares about that stuff. Bullet twisted his huge arms, and with the sound of howling wind, he stood in front of him, defending against Sabo's attack. It has to be said that under the entanglement of hockey, Bullet's defensive power after being combined can be described as powerful. Advertisement. The most important thing is that even if the outer armor is broken, it can't hurt Bullet in a very sense. So, that's the horror of Bullet. It can be said that he is more qualified to be a human weapon than the tyrant bear. Perhaps this can no longer be described as a weapon, it is a killer. Ace took the opportunity to pursue, but was still stopped by Bullet, and the huge supergiant jumped up and crushed Ace. That aura gives people the feeling that it weighs 10,000 tons. Even Ace didn't expect Bullet to fight so wildly. Boom. And Ace slammed into each other. Brush. The fire flashed across the sky, and the flames on Ace's body were pulled into a line, across the sky, and hit the ground. Crackling. A burst of flames roared with dust. Temporarily, Cece submerged Ace's figure. Ace. Sabo was slightly taken aback, and blurted out. But it was just this stupid effort. Bullet caught the opportunity, his arm collapsed like a pillar supporting the sky, and swept Sabo out again. Boom. Another puff of smoke scattered. Bullet's horror was gradually reflected in the battle. His combat experience and reaction speed are more sophisticated, and he has a strong ability to seize opportunities in battle, but any slight flaw will be infinitely magnified. Maybe Ace and Sabo didn't expect that the 2-on-1 team was blown away by others. It's just embarrassing. Call. The flame shuttled and condensed. Ace reappears. This guy is really hard to deal with. Ace murmured, already aware of Bullet's advantage. In this kind of entanglement, Bullet is undoubtedly one of the most powerful. Cough cough. Advertisement. In another place, Sabo came out from the smoke, dusted off his body. Ace. You are such a shame. He smiled at Ace. A joking remark shows that he has no major problems. Ace grinned. Aren't you too? How dare you talk about me? It seemed to be in a mess just now, but with Ace's physical skills, he didn't receive any substantial damage, but his breath was a little messy. The power generated by that kind of terrifying shock is really uncomfortable. Let Ace, Sabo understand that Bullet is called the descendant of the devil, there is a reason for it. Young guys, don't you realize how powerful Bullet is? Sengoku whispered, frowning. Ace. Hand over the evolution cube. Bullet was on the head of the combined giant, looking down at Ace below, and spoke again. His tone was still arrogant, and his devilish eyes were full of murderous intent. Ace was wrapped in flames, and said indifferently, "Your strong killing intent tells me that even if you hand over the evolution Rubik's Cube, there is no way to ease our battle. But there is one thing I can tell you, that is, my killing intent is no less than yours." Ace shouted loudly. Flames gushed out of him like rivers and seas. So violent and violent. Facing Bullet's aggressive killing intent and arrogant attitude, Ace made up his mind to fight him. Instant showdown. It is also a matter of life and death. In this battle, people must die. Everyone feels that way. Sabo concentrated slightly, feeling the warm flames, his body gathered momentum, and his claws slowly formed. "Sabo, leave it to me." Ace's voice came from the flames. Next moment, a dark golden figure walked out of the flames. There was scorching flames floating on his body, making the surrounding space smell of scorching. Flame floats behind Ace, like a loyal follower, following the general to fight. Advertisement. Seeing Ace's resolute expression, Sabo slowly took a step back. He sensed the change in Ace's mood. The battle with Bullet already had a different meaning for Ace. Prove yourself and shed the aura that belongs to Luo Jia. When the world mentions him, it's Luo Jia's bloodline, or the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. In this battle, he will have his own name that resounds throughout the sea. Ace walked forward step by step, golden light diffused from his eyes. Conqueror's Haki shock. Bullet's eyes narrowed, and his face was a little unbelievable. At a time like this, does Ace want to directly decide between life and death? Surprised in his heart, but he will not back down. Also Conqueror's Haki shock. Blah blah. Two momentums collide. The terrifying momentum spread. Ordinary marine, pirates fell one by one. In this momentum, they are not even qualified to stand. Two lunatics. They're going to destroy this place. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said. It was too late to retreat now. There are few people in marine who can still stay awake. This is the shock of Conqueror's Haki. Festa's face was ugly, and he said in his heart, Bullet has no brains. You have to fight the opponent alone. Even if you win Ace, you still have Ace's allies, and Marine. Did he think he could get away with it? Now he is already on the same boat with Bullet, there is no retreat at all. This aura, Sabo realized clearly in his heart, and couldn't help murmuring. Crocodile squinted his eyes and said seriously, it's really a powerful and terrifying monster. Conqueror's Haki. Dot has a feeling that it's not weaker than the governor. Could it be that Ace really has the strength of the four emperors? Jin still couldn't believe it. The same emperor, but not only is he young, but his strength is also growing fast. This is very useless. Chapter 107. The Ultimate Cannon. Bullet bursting out at full force. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Under everyone's amazed and astonished eyes, Ace and Bullet are fiercely together. Conquerors. It's a talent that astounds everyone. 1 in a million. However, with Ace's rapid growth, he is facing more and more superpowers. Conqueror's Haki, it is almost obvious. The Conqueror's Haki of the superpowers is simply commonplace. Perhaps the more likely thing is that there are very few superpowers who can grow up without Conqueror's Haki. After all, this is a sea of no emotion, and there are countless enemies. Shocked islands, turbulent sea water, torn sky. Under the mutual reflection of the three-dimensional space, the Conqueror's Haki, between Ace and Bullet slowly drew to a close. Although it's a hard regret, it's probably all to show off one's own strength, to give the opponent a sense of oppression in terms of momentum, and not to cause any real harm to the opponent. Advertisement. It's like the saying, it's all taught by a master, and the tricks can't be broken. But any Conqueror's Haki at a level can't produce Jakong just by relying on the collision of judgment. Just as Setsuna, whose output from Conqueror's Haki stopped, Bullet drew a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth, and rushed out from the spot in an instant. The huge body covering the sky and the sun, shrouded in dark shadows, ensured an unimaginable speed, floating past like a gust of wind, and rushed directly to Ace. The corner of Ace's mouth also cracked into a smile, but his smile was more filled with coldness. The devouring flames erupted, and the flame man rushed out. Boom. The two clashed again. Between the sky and the earth is the sound of low-pressure cannons. Boom. The shocking collision of the last punch caused the two to pull apart. Advertisement. Ace took a deep breath. The flame on his back suddenly became lively, like a dancing elf wrapped around him. The scorching heat scorched the air, but what Ace felt was only warmth, and a sense of strength confidence in it. After the evolution Rubik's Cube evolved, the flame of devouring, the existence of the real peak ability, how could it be afraid of others? What's more, Ace's taijutsu has undergone evolution, and it is not weaker than the older generation of taijutsu masters. Under the mobilization of Ace, the devouring flames all over his body spread crazily around his body, enveloping his body, like plating it with an indestructible armor. In an instant, Ace was bathed in golden flames. Asking for flowers. The aura on his body seemed even more terrifying. Bullet raised his brows. Surprise flashed again in his eyes, but was soon replaced by cruelty, with a ferocious smile. Ace. It really is a powerful ability. However, Lousy is going to teach you a good lesson today. What are the descendants of the devil? Advertisement. The ultimate cannon. Accompanied by Bullet's own roar, the purple flames all over his body spread and flickered on his huge left arm, and the Conqueror's haki was poured in together. Ultimate cannon is a move that Bullet uses when he is in the large bullet form. The huge left arm uses the armed color hardening to attack the opponent with all its strength, and its lethality can be called devastating. Sengoku's expression showed shock. Bullet actually used that trick. Woo! The strongest move of the descendant of the devil, it's really scary. The strong wind blew the cloak behind Kizaru, and the fastest man sighed with emotion. I don't know if it's because of this move, or if it's the first time in many years that I can see the former super strong attacking with all my strength. In any case, today is a fantastic battle. No matter who the final winner is. Nothing can change this fact. Chapter 108. A legendary lifetime sad figure. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sengoku beside him not only flashed Bullet's information again in his mind, but also can be said to be a legendary life. 45 years ago, Bullet was born in the Nation of Endless War, in the Grand Line. He was abandoned by his mother as an orphan when he was born, and was adopted by the enemy army. The badge on his arm GF is the abbreviation of the military of the hostile country that adopted him. 37 years ago, Bullet, 8 years old, was a young soldier under the Army Captain Douglas Gray. His main task was to take the lead in stepping on landmines on the battlefield, or to open the way with bombs. The person who made the greatest military exploits on the battlefield will be awarded the medal. The young Bullet, who has only had weapons around him since childhood, is very eager for 470 to get it, but the medal will only be awarded to one person. Bullet was active with his strong combat power, but was betrayed by his companions when he was about to succeed. Not only was the medal stolen, but he was also seriously injured to the point of death. The betrayal of his companions is only because Bullet is too strong, and even the young soldiers who grew up in the same environment have to harm him. Bullet wiped out all the young soldiers who betrayed and harmed him, regained the medal, and recognized the reason for the failure, that is, his own negligence and arrogance, and his own weakness of trusting his companions. From then on, Bullet no longer believed in others, and everything was only for his own victory. 32 years ago, Bullet, 13 years old, became the all-powerful hero on the battlefield and the strongest boy soldier by virtue of strength alone. He felt more and more that being strong could bring him freedom. Eat the fusion fruit when your life is hanging by a thread due to hunger and fatigue on the battlefield, and you will become stronger from then on. 31 years ago, Bullet, age 14, became a national hero, and national victory was at hand. Douglas, the commander of the army, was promoted to general because of Bullet's military exploits. He cared for Bullet and promised to let him leave the battlefield and give him real freedom. Bullet believed it, and in the last battle of Vice Admiral the enemy was wiped out. Unexpectedly, Douglas betrayed and wanted to put him to death. The angry Bullet destroyed his own country and army, and was hunted down by the world government, so he went to sea. 30 years ago, Bullet, 15 years old, wandered around the sea looking for a battlefield, and he was undefeated. Meeting Luo Jia, he challenged Luo Jia and lost. After that, he challenged several times and lost several times. For the first time, Bullet experienced losing streak and decided to join the Luo Jia pirates. He continued to challenge Luo Jia, but all ended in failure. I will beat you one day and become the strongest in the world. Bullet joined the Luo Jia pirate group as a challenger. At that time, only Luo Jia could beat him in the entire pirate group. Even the deputy captain Rayleigh could only draw with him, but Bullet was not proud. Instead, he strengthened his training. Advertisement. 28 years ago, Bullet, 17 years old, was known as the Devil's Descendant on Luo Jia's boat. He was greatly shocked when he learned that Luo Jia was terminally ill. 27 years ago, Bullet, 18 years old, learned of Luo Jia's death, worried that the oath would not be fulfilled, which made him very anxious, and this anxiety gave birth to all kinds of confusion. Gradually, the consciousness of, "you must protect your companions," emerged, and the battle began to be not decisive enough, and he felt that he had become weaker. At the same time, he began to doubt Luo Jia's strength. After Bullet failed to challenge Luo Jia again at the end, he quit the pirates and became famous as a rookie. 26 years ago, Bullet, 19 years old, Bullet, who was wandering as a rookie, met Crocodile, and the battle was deadlocked. 24 years ago, Luo Jia's crew secretly made a pointer to record Rodale, and after being discovered by Luo Jia, he threw the pointer into the sea and was eaten by sea kings. In the same year, Luo Jia was executed. After Bullet, 21 years old, learned that Luo Jia was executed, he thought that he would never have a chance to defeat him. Bullet lost his goal and started to run wild on the sea. He turned the whole sea upside down. 23 years ago, Bullet, 22 years old, Marine launched a buster call to him, and even Garp and Sengoku also dispatched. Although Bullet and Marine launched a heroic duel, fatigue gradually piled up. When Bullet's physical strength was gradually exhausted by Buster Call, the pirates he defeated before also launched a surprise attack, and finally he defeated Level 6 who was imprisoned in Impel Down. At first glance, his storied life appears short, as he spent most of his time in Impel Down. Advertisement. If it weren't for Ace's execution, Luffy made a big noise about Impel Down, maybe he wouldn't have the chance to see the sun again. But that's how it happened by coincidence. Bullet, who has strong hostility towards the world, successfully escaped from prison and is also known as the most vicious prison escaper in the world. But now that Luo Jia is dead, Bullet, who aimed to surpass Luo Jia, lost his goal, so he set his sights on conquering the world. 4.5. 4 Emperors, Shichibukai, Tianshi, he will kill them all. Ace is one of those episodes. He can't tolerate Luo Jia's son who he regards as beyond his goal and become Luo Jia's stain. Advertisement. That's why he's on Ace now. As for the evolution Rubik's Cube, that's all spirits. Big move. Bullet's momentum became even more violent. On the left arm is a dark purple brilliance, which is extremely deep, and the flowing Conqueror's Haki shows an indescribable aura. Being able to display Conqueror's Haki to such an extent, there are very few in the entire world. Chapter 109 The Shocking Jin. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Facing such a bullet, Ace looked calm on his face, without any fear or panic, and the fighting spirit deep in his heart was aroused. This time, Ace's desire to win the battle was extremely strong. Defeat bullets. Prove yourself. Let go of the previous era. This is what Ace believes in. He wants to be himself completely. Surrounded by flames, Conqueror's Haki crazily poured into the devouring flames, wrapped around Ace, and in the blink of an eye, the devouring flames wrapped around Ace rose against the wind, becoming a huge flame god-like existence. At a glance, the golden flames flickering, and Bullet's large-scale fit body, which is not weak at all, is burning in the sky, showing an unruly posture. Swallowing flame Vulcan. Vulcan. After 25 times of amplification, the flame has two characteristics of devouring and non-fire. It is called Vulcan, which is completely in line with it. Moreover, Ace named this move Vulcan because Mara Mara fruit is criticized by most people. Advertisement. People who know how to play with fire emerge in endlessly. Luffy, Kaido, Jin, as if they can attack with flames by themselves. Sanji's demon wind kick, Kinemon's fox fire flow, emerge in endlessly. Ace will use Vulcan to tell the world. You can play with fire, but there is only one real god. That's Ace. He is Vulcan. All are ants under the gods. Use fire. He wants to see who is qualified to play with fire in front of him in the future. Vulcan. As Ace's voice resounded through the sea, golden light surged on his left arm, like a bright sun rising above the sea, shining on everyone's faces. Although the golden light is not dazzling, it can make people feel the scorching feeling clearly, a super strong sense of oppression, which makes people shiver. Vulcan. What kind of move is this? Sengoku and others shouted in disbelief with wide eyes. Ace rises like a madman. Horrible. Terrifying to the point where they were a little helpless in marine. Advertisement. What's more, there is Whitebeard with the strongest posture behind him. Facing these monsters together, Sengoku feels even more tired than facing Luogia back then. Among the spreading golden light and shadow, Kizaru's yellow flash was not so conspicuous at first. Woo, it's really scary. This kind of move, only 4 emperors can use it. That guy Ace really has this power. Kizaru's wretched face was illuminated by the golden light. Lianhu the stubble was very clear, his lips moved, and he murmured in disbelief. The sense of oppression felt on Ace was enough to make him feel like he was facing a 4 emperors. Ace's opponent, Bullet, is also a super strong man. The reason why he lost to Luffy is entirely because of Luffy's aura of the protagonist, otherwise, Bullet would definitely be a headache for all forces in the world. Ace is already so strong. While Sabo was shocked, his face was full of ecstasy. He originally thought that his growth for so many years was terrifying enough. After all, he survived to this day by relying on his lifetime and time again, and the danger in it, but anyone who experienced it for the second time would not be able to survive. After helping Ace this time, he discovered that Ace seemed to be more terrifying than he grew up. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. For so many years, what has Ace experienced? Yes, to grow up to this point, what kind of painful ordeals will you go through? For a moment, Sabo's heart was full of sadness, and he became more determined to change the world. The relationship with Ace and Luffy is the bond of brotherhood, but the relationship with the Revolutionary Army is where the meaning of Sabo's humanity lies. Call. Advertisement. With a sigh of relief, Sabo focused on the battlefield. Once Ace has any accident, he must make sure that he can make a move as soon as possible. This guy. Lao Shaw's face was a little stiff with a cigar in his mouth. He was really frightened by Ace's outburst. It turned out to be true. The power of the 4 emperors at this age. What kind of monster did Whitebeard raise? Although Jin didn't speak, the shock in his heart was like a sea wave, which could not be calmed down for a long time. Ace's strength. Even if Whitebeard died in the Summit War, I am afraid that the current Whitebeard pirates will have no effect. Of course, this influence refers to status and power. After all, there is a guy who can replace Whitebeard's strength. But what Jin thought in his heart was only the worst outcome. Is it? Now it seems that it is obviously the best result for the Whitebeard pirates. Because not only Whitebeard has nothing, but he has returned to his peak state, possessing the strongest destructive force in the world, and Ace, the newly enthroned emperor. Although it has not been recognized, it is only a matter of time, because Ace has not yet shown his strength to the world. Once he shows it, or today is the best opportunity to fight Bullet. No matter what the result is, people in the world will look at Ace. It is definitely going to rise to a higher level. Those who underestimate Ace can only be severely slapped in the face by reality. This is what Jin thinks now. It's not that I want to overwhelm my own prestige, but I am completely shocked by Ace. Chapter 110 The Tomb of the Old Era. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Perhaps the thoughts in most people's minds are similar to Jin's. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, nothing but shock was still shocking. But then, everyone was looking forward to it, looking forward to the result of the confrontation between Ace and Bullet. Is it the old generation of strong men who guard their dignity? Or the new king ascending the throne? Ace. Must win. Jinbei frowned, and said with great anticipation. Ace. You must win. Sabo said the same way, as if feeling the emotional fluctuations belonging to Ace, his heart also lifted. Fighting at this level is no longer a matter of confidence. A little carelessness is a failure. According to Bullet's current temper, the appointment will not let Ace go. Huh. Vulcan. Bullshit Vulcan. Even if he is a god, Lousy will smash you into a pulp today. Bullet heard Ace name his move, snorted coldly with disdain, and then rushed out. At the same time, Enel, who had already landed on the moon, sneezed uncontrollably. Huh. What's going on? The guy who left Nautical Continent rubbed his nose with a puzzled expression. Advertisement. But then he returned to his sluggish appearance, looking at the empty surroundings. Yes. It's empty, deserted, and lonely. The legendary kingdom of God, how could it be like this? It's so disappointing. Enel muttered, dissatisfied with the sight in front of him. The kingdom of God, which was originally longed for, has become a dead and silent place like it is now. Since it's so boring, why don't you go back to the mainland? Those guys from Shanghai are really disgusting. Thinking of being defeated by the guys wearing straw hats, Enel was filled with anger and was very unwilling. I really don't understand that the super powerful thunder fruit, a godlike existence, would be defeated by that kind of brat. Until now, Enel hadn't figured out what was going on. That's why he wanted to return. Shanghai. It should be very interesting. Ignorant human beings, are you ready to accept the punishment of the gods? Yahahaha. Accompanied by Enel's arrogant and crazy laughter, his body was full of tears and lightning flashed, and the Shunzhou made of gold immediately gained a strong momentum, and set off towards the track when it came. Boom. At the same time, a huge battle is breaking out in Shanghai that Enel said. Advertisement. Ace has really collided with Bullet. The majestic purple giant shadow and the fist of the golden flame giant collided together, and a destructive aura erupted immediately. The islands under their feet turned into ashes and began to float, gradually disappearing in this wave of destruction. The waves are rolling, and the sea water is boiling like boiling water. This doomsday scene caused the Marines to widen their eyes and open their mouths, unable to calm down at all. What a terrifying collision this is. Ah. Go to hell. Brat Cade. In the storm, Bullet's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Sabo and Jinbei's hearts tensed, but then Ace's voice sounded. Ha 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 Bullet. A guy who climbed out of the grave is not qualified to walk in the world. Boom. The collision became violent again. In the storm, the flames exploded, and the terrifying power crushed everything in front of them, wrapping Bullet's super large body in layers. Even though it was wrapped around armament hockey, it still suffered continuous attacks from the devouring flames, and the most important attack came from the frontal fist. Advertisement. After the real collision, Bullet was surprised to find that the opponent's strength was not weaker than his own, and even gave him a feeling of being unshakable. This made Bullet, who refused to admit defeat, very angry, mobilizing the power of the whole body even more frantically. The power of the combined fruit has also exploded to ultimate, and armament hockey mobilized even more crazily. It can be said that he has never been in Impel Down for more than 20 years, consumed so violently. The use of Conqueror's hockey is almost drying up. In this level of confrontation, there is no way to hold back, and if you explode with all your strength, you will die or I will die. In the storm, Ace is not as stretched as Bullet, and he is under tremendous pressure even if he has the upper hand temporarily. Hiss. Thunder and lightning neighed between heaven and earth. Finally there was an earth-shattering explosion in the middle of the storm. The island vibrated, cracked instantly, rocks rolled down, and seawater spread. This island stretching for tens of kilometers directly became torn apart, forming major plates under the impact of the explosion. Island. Broken. However, what is even more exciting is the result of the fight. If nothing else, the explosion just now was the final collision between Ace and Bullet. What continues now is just the aftermath of the fight. The real competition should have ended. So, who wins? Chapter 111 Bullet falls into the abyss. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The very center. The fierce wind is still howling, and the two huge figures are the opponents who are close at hand. They could even see each other's eyes clearly. In Bullet's devil-like violent eyes, a trace of surprise emerged, followed by a sense of loneliness and disbelief. Ha ha ha. Noticing the result, he laughed softly. He looked up and saw Ace's figure wrapped in flames, still full of stability. His eyes were sharp and steady, flashing and leaping with golden brilliance, and his black hair fluttered in the golden flame. For a moment, Bullet was in a daze. It's really like him. If you're smiling, it's more like him. Suddenly, Bullet said such a sentence, which made Ace's actions stunned. Suddenly, I understood what Bullet meant, that he was like Luo Jia. Ace immediately opened his mouth to refute, or justify. Do not. I am me, even if it's blood. That's all there is between me and him. I've never met him. He was dead when I was born, and my birth also caused my mother to pass away. Quote. As for him, what is left for me? The ridicule and pursuit of the world. Let me live in ecstasy. The captain you call, the One Piece king in the world's population, what he brings to me, and what he brings to his own son is only endless. Do you know how my childhood would have been without Luffy, Sabo, Dayton's family, Grandpa Garp? Do you think I would live in his name? Bullet. You underestimate me. The throne is there. Those who have the ability will naturally do it. Advertisement. What I'm looking for is my purpose, the meaning of my life, and my freedom. Don't confuse him with me anymore. I am Ace. With the last sound, Ace became emotional and roared to the sky. His voice echoed throughout the sea. This sound is not only Ace telling Bullet, but also like an announcement to the world, he is Ace. Not some posthumous son of Luo Jia. He is him. The howling wind seemed to feel the anger belonging to Vulcan, and it all stopped. Needle drop became audible all around. Everyone can see Bullet and Ace clearly too. Ace. Sabo's eyes were full of worry and distress. There is no need to say much between the brothers. They haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and they can still clearly perceive each other's emotions. At this moment, Sabo not only felt the long-suppressed anger of Ace, but also the relief deep in his heart. What happened? Why did Ace suddenly become irritable? Jinbei also frowned and worried. Crocodile looked gloomy and didn't say a word. It's just that the sandstorm in his hand is gradually forming, and he is ready to rescue Ace at any time. That guy. Jin's eyes were dark, full of inexplicable meaning. For some reason, he was very reluctant to admit that Ace was the enemy. That man has the kingly aura that Kaido had back then. Advertisement. Am I alone? Do not. It's your own belief. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Sengoku murmured, what happened? What did Ace mean? What did Bullet say to him? Woo, it's getting a little confusing, Kizaru sighed secretly. In the sky, the wind gradually picked up again. The purple light on Bullet's body gradually dimmed, and his face changed from surprise to enlightenment. He is also a person who has come from suffering. Listening to Ace's words, and the emotional fluctuations that he can't control as a strong man, he can really feel the pain that Luo Jia brought to Ace. Ask for flowers. Ha ha ha. So that's the case. After thinking everything through, Bullet suddenly burst out laughing. After a long time, he stared at Ace with a painful look on his face and asked. And now, you forgive him. Let go. Although he has already lost, Bullet still wants to hold on and get the answer he wants to know. Ace's slightly gloomy face was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly he showed a bright smile, full of freedom and ease. 0. Certainly. The voice is neither light nor heavy, as if describing a story that is not greasy. Advertisement. Quote exclamation mark quote. That smile. Bullet was taken aback. I saw the same bright smile as Luo Jia. Full of indifference and fearlessness, it is the embodiment of freedom itself. It's really the same. Ha 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 ha. Bullet threw his head back and laughed. Along with the spread of laughter, bloodstains burst out suddenly on his muscular body, followed by fresh blood oozing out. The ability of the combined fruit dissipated, the light of the purple giant dimmed, and then began to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. But the loud noise didn't drown out Bullet's final laugh. Ace. You're a fun guy. Bang bang bang. Amid the endless explosions, Bullet and the machines fell from the cracks on the island into the endless abyss. The sea water pours back and invades. Soon, all traces were submerged. On the battlefield, silence was restored. Dead silence. B. Chapter 112 Whitebeard. Kong broke his arm. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bullet's ability dissipated and his figure disappeared. The golden devouring flames on Ace's body danced and gradually converged into his body. The battle is over. It is not difficult for anyone to see the results now. Ace vs Bullet. Ace won. The strong man of the older generation, the left hand of One Piece, the terrifying guy who was the descendant of the devil known as the strongest jailbreaker, was defeated by Ace. This really failed. That idiot of Bullet. Lousy is so pissed off. As Bullet's partner, Festa is now stupid. He didn't expect Bullet to lose, but now the facts are so clearly in front of his 740, it's impossible not to admit it. But what made him most desperate was that all the ships were brought together by Bullet using the combined fruit just now, not to mention that they could not be used after being separated, and now there is no wreckage on the face. Because they all fell into the endless abyss with the Bullet, as if they had become the strongest funerary objects. Hateful. At this moment, Festa really panicked. Advertisement. But Marine is more panicked than him. Sengoku's face was livid, and he couldn't believe the result in front of him. Bullet. Failed. He never fought Ace. How strong is Ace? Sengoku can't see through Ace at all now. Because the current Ace and Summit War were not alone when they were caught before. Besides, if you have this kind of power, if you used it early, you won't be captured by Blackbeard and sent to Marine in exchange for Shichibukai's position. In this way, only the world where Marine was injured was achieved. Because of Ace, all the strength of the Whitebeard pirates attacked Marineford, and successfully destroyed Marineford, severely slapping Marine in the face in front of the people of the world. Rescuing Ace was successful, and Whitebeard returned to his peak strength. All of this put tremendous pressure on Marine. What's more, Blackbeard, the instigator, was also plotting against Marine secretly. If it weren't for Ace and Whitebeard chasing and killing the Blackbeard pirates, Marine would have been made a laughingstock of the world by Blackbeard. Laugh out loud. To put it bluntly, the real change lies in Ace. This man makes Sengoku feel hopeless. Woo, this situation is not good. Kizaru stared at Ace fearfully, then slowly glanced at Crocodile and the others, and said with a rare solemn expression. Bullet lost. Then the next step is to face Ace, but it's Marine. Advertisement. However, the combat power of the opponent, Crocodile, Jinbei, and Jin, 3 powerhouses at the rank of deputy emperors, plus a combat power at the 4 emperors level of Ace, is really difficult to deal with. And the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. For Marine, the situation is simply unprecedented. The game against Ace included Marine himself. Anyway, until now, neither Sengoku nor Kizaru have figured out why Jin would be with Ace and become his thug. What happened to the Tsukiko pirates and the Kaido pirates? The battle is over. But the battle in one place is still going on fiercely. Whitebeard vs Kong. Just how terrifying was Whitebeard in its heyday? This fight is so well done. One of Kong's arms hangs limply, as if it's broken, obviously severely injured. On the other hand, Whitebeard's mighty fighting spirit has never diminished, only the violent ups and downs of his chest show that this strong man has consumed a lot. Kong stared at Whitebeard with an ugly face. Damn Whitebeard. It's so powerful. Advertisement. Even Kong himself didn't expect that the battle would be over so quickly. His arm has been broken. Just now Whitebeard really broke out with all his strength, combined with physical skills and maximizing the power of shock fruit. Even if it was resisted by Kong's power, he was finally interrupted by Whitebeard's continuous attacks. Now he has no way to continue fighting. This is not cowardice, but reason. Gululu. Kong, your strength is not as good as before. Do you still want to stop lousy? Whitebeard laughed, looking down at a kind of Marine. It was also because he was worried about Ace's safety that Whitebeard chose to fight quickly, not hesitating to explode, severely consuming himself and repelling Kong in a short time. Whitebeard. Don't be too complacent. You Pirates 2.0 will not end well, even if there is nothing you can do about it, but Ace may be facing the siege led by Sengoku himself. I don't know if he can resist its stay Buster call. Upon hearing Buster call, Whitebeard's eyes turned cold. You actually launched a Buster Call on Ace. Buster Call is powerful, but even Bullet has been arrested. How can Ace survive? Whitebeard suddenly became worried. It's just that he didn't know that Bullet, the object he used to compare, had already been defeated by Ace, and he still had the upper hand. Kong also didn't expect that Marine, led by Sengoku himself, was surrounded by Ace. Chapter 113, The Horror of Buster Call. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. If Ace hears about Kong, he will definitely be shocked. Obviously all the men and horses have been mobilized. How can Marine have the power to make a Buster Call? That's why Ace decided to fight here. At this time, Whitebeard received a report from his pirates that the Golden City had arrived. The news didn't hide from Kong. Kong's eyes turned cold and his face became more serious, but then he felt very relieved, because Ace didn't come back. Then you can be sure that the Buster Call will be launched successfully. The scene fell into a stalemate for a while. Even Whitebeard isn't sure, and it's too late to rush there. Ace slowly fell from the sky, showing his face after the battle. Although he was tired, his fighting spirit was unprecedentedly strong. What? Is there no way to retreat? Ace raised his head and smiled lightly at Festa. In an instant, Marine's attention was shifted to Festa and Bullet's men. It is not appropriate to say that they are subordinates. After all, if it were not for Festa, Bullet would not have taken a fancy to these people, the mob. Advertisement. Ace, are you okay? Sabo took a step forward and asked in a low voice. Ace smiled and comforted. Don't worry, I'm ready to fight to the end today. Festa's subordinates ran away in a panic, without even attracting the attention of the two groups. It can be seen how much they are not taken seriously. Sengoku, we're the only ones left, let's make a deal. Ace stretched out his hand, and a golden flame ignited on his finger, swinging and burning. Sengoku's face was gloomy, and he suddenly said, Ace, you are the one who must be killed. Do you think we're the only ones here? This sentence directly stunned Ace, making him a little confused. Because apart from Sengoku, Ace doesn't know what other people Marine can deploy. Is it the scattered Shichibukai? Marine spread the news about me, probably wanting to kill me through all the forces coveting the evolution Rubik's Cube. I just don't know how many of the forces you expect will be able to come here. Speaking of this, Ace had a smile on his eyebrows, and waved. Besides, the first enemy has fallen. This sentence, Ace said very confidently. Bullet can be said to be one of the few strong players. It is very rare to find a strong player who can surpass Bullet, at least one who can attack Ace. I am afraid there really is none. Pirates will always be a mob. Advertisement. Sengoku said lightly. After finishing his words, he turned his eyes to the distance, where the combined fleet of Marine and World Government appeared. To kill you, of course I want Buster Call. For some reason, when he saw those fleet flags, Sengoku's tone was full of confidence, as if he was very determined and confident. Buster Call. Launched a Buster Call on Ace. Sabo frowned, unable to restrain his surprise. He has never heard of it. Didn't the intelligence system of the Revolutionary Army get this information? Buster Call. Is there anyone available in Marine? Although Ace felt a little weird, he still didn't expect what would happen. After all, with his understanding of the world of One Piece, Marine's combat power is limited, and even Buster Call is usually dispatched by 5 vice admirals. Vice Admiral. Not enough to watch. With more and more fleets, the island was completely surrounded in almost a few minutes. This spectacular scene even shocked Crocodile and Jin. Marine's fleet. World Government's fleet. There are at least 50,000 Marine and World Government soldiers. What a big deal. Jin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But these have not yet deterred him. I saw 10 figures walking slowly in the distance, all wearing Marine's Justice Cloak. 10 Marine Vice Admirals. Advertisement. Among them are T-Dolphins, Momosuge. That's enough to see. Among the 10, Candidate Admiral, Momosuge. Jinbei's eyes widened, a little unbelievable for the appearance of these people. Then, CP-453-0, a secret force belonging to the world government, appeared beside Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, we have been ordered to bring 2 experimental subjects of war machines, Seraphim. The leader CP0 said slowly. Among the people behind him, there are two particularly petite figures shrouded in black cloth, looking very mysterious. Seraphim. War machine experiment. Jin frowned, feeling a little weird. Never heard of world government and this research. Because Quinn is a scientist himself, he is very concerned about the progress of the scientific research of the world government. Even he has not obtained any information. It can even be said that the experimental products have appeared but there is no information. That is a big deal. Big secret event. What the hell are you doing? Sabo muttered, feeling weird in Marine's behavior. As for Ace, he didn't expect this result. When he came across, Seraphim had never appeared before. So this incident completely exceeded Ace's expectations. Chapter 114 Magellan appears. Catch the Ace. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 50,000 horses, 10 vice admirals, CP0, Seraphim, etc. appeared one after another, already turning the situation around. But then, a route was divided in the marine fleet, and a ship was allowed to shuttle through it. When he saw the sign on the ship clearly, Ace's eyes shrank suddenly. Impel down. It turned out to be the troops of Impel down. Moreover, when Ace Observation Hockey was released, I immediately noticed an extremely huge aura entrenched in Chen. No doubt. Who come? It is the biggest booze of Impel down, the absolute master. Magellan. How did that guy appear here? Jin's voice changed a bit, and he seemed very shocked. Advertisement. Magellan actually left Impel down. Doesn't Marine care about the prisoners of Impel down? He's a scary guy. Jinbei's expression changed. He was imprisoned in Impel down before, and escaped with the Straw Hat Luffy, so he saw the horror of Magellan even more. Difficult guy. Crocodile sucked a cigarette in his mouth. His face flooded by the cigarette was full of embarrassment. Both he and Jinbei came out of Impel down, where, although they were said to be prisoners, they were both suppressed by Magellan. It can even be said that no prisoner wants to fight Magellan. Huh, I really underestimated Marine's handwriting. Ace sighed with emotion on his solemn face. Magellan, the absolute powerhouse. The director of Impel down, the deep sea prison, is known as the strongest man in the prison. Very strong sense of responsibility. Paramecia poisonous fruit ability, shocking. The eater of the poisonous fruit can produce venom from any part of the body, can make the whole body entangled with extremely powerful poison, and can release extremely poisonous venom from any part of the body, including sweat, saliva, spit and sigh are all poisonous of gas. It can even be said without exaggeration, if it is not because of the side effects of the poisonous fruit, and Magellan's responsibility to suppress Impel down, I am afraid that the poisonous fruit is also a fruit of conferred gods. It is not an exaggeration to be called the strongest paramecia. Obviously it is paramecia, but it can indeed exert an effect comparable to that of Logia, and it also has a super toxin ability, which can be called the strongest killer. Advertisement. The disadvantage is that the poisonous gas exhaled from the mouth will affect the food. If the capable person eats the food contaminated with toxic gas into the body, it will greatly affect its physical condition. If the fruit ability is often used, the body of the capable person will inhale the poisonous gas because of the body has been in a state of diarrhea. Perhaps this is also proof that there is no such thing as a perfect devil fruit ability. Of course, with the exception of the evolution Rubik's Cube. Ace. Jinbei. Crocodile. Seeing the familiar faces, who were once the targets of his custody, Magellan read the names of several people with murderous intent. The conscientious Magellan will not allow his fugitives to run free. Magellan, you don't even want the big submarine prison for us. Crocodile muttered in a low voice. Not only Crocodile, but even Jinbei felt very puzzled. It's okay not to say it. Saying this sentence seems to stimulate Magellan even more, causing his mood to fluctuate violently. It's you guys who turned the big submarine prison upside down and shot countless prisoners. What's more, I'm no longer the warden of Impel down, because I have become the deputy director of the Impel down, so I have to kill one of you with my own hands. Take everyone back. While speaking, a deep purple substance flowed from Magellan's body unconsciously. The poison surged, giving people an extremely strong visual impact. Sensing the changes in the surrounding atmosphere, Ace burst out a burst of devouring flames without saying a word. Suddenly there was a crackling sound around several people, and something was ignited in the air. Advertisement. Tilde operator poison gas. Sabo's face was quite solemn. Because of Ivankov, he has a better understanding of Magellan's poison. Seeing Ace's actions, he immediately realized that Magellan released the poison gas invisibly. Get noticed. Ace, your flame is really extraordinary. Magellan was not at all surprised that the poisonous gas was ignited by Ace with flames, and Furui was deeply moved by the magical properties of Ace flames. Ace took a step forward and stood in front of them, facing Magellan. Li Hao Hao. Since Marine has already spent all of his money, I can't let you ignore the medical treatment. But there is one thing I have to emphasize to you. I don't plan to go back to the big submarine prison, it's too monotonous and not fun at all, so, are you ready to be buried deep in the sea? Ace's words gradually became sharper. Up to the last sentence, the sharpness is revealed. A faint sense of oppression was released on his body, making the surrounding Marines feel their breathing stagnate. And Ace is secretly recovering the consumption caused by fighting Bullet just now. Looking around, I have to admit that today is destined to be a tough battle. Chapter 115 Sengoku's Conspiracy. Worthy of the resourceful general. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Facing Magellan, Ace has fear, definitely not fear. As for Seraphim, Ace really has no impression, let alone understand. But now the lineup is clear. Ace's camp. Ace, Crocodile, Jinbei, Jin. Marine camp. Sengoku, Kizaru, Magellan, CP0, the mysterious Seraphim, 2 Marine alternate admirals, 8 Marine vice admirals, a combined force of 50,000 Marines and the world government. For the time being, it seems that Marine has no follow-up soldiers to join. Let's just talk about the configuration of this mysterious army of Marshal Admiral. Luxury. Luxury. Still luxurious. Looking at the entire sea, this kind of lineup can contend against the power of 4 emperors, let alone deal with the current mere 4 people. It's a coincidence. Ace's combat power is equivalent to that of 4 emperors. Advertisement. And Crocodile, Jinbei, and Jin are at the level of deputy emperors. At first glance, isn't the 4 aces a configuration of the 4 emperors' combat 620 power system? Sengoku, Sengoku, you really deserve to be the resourceful general. Even I was deceived by you. Ace couldn't help applauding and applauding. Marine, hypocrite. Crocodile puffed out his cigarette unhappily, and continued. On the whole, Sengoku's acting skills deceived them. In the beginning, Ace was ready to fight for fame. Unexpectedly, it has really become a killing situation now. The arrival of Sengoku and Kizaru is purely to delay time, to buy time for the arrival of these large forces, and to leave Ace on this island. It's just that the arrival of Bullet has become an unexpected harvest for Sengoku. Not only did he help Marine delay Ace and consume Ace's combat power, but he also retired and died in the sea. Actually, everyone underestimated Sengoku. He played a big game of chess. Deliberately spreading the news, the purpose is to attract everyone to Ace, and wipe out those guys who are eyeing tigers and causing chaos in the sea. Confidence, on the one hand, comes from the joining of Magellan, on the other hand, it is the experimental subjects of the 2 seraphs. Regarding Seraphim, it will be one of the ultimate weapons of the world government to clean up the world. Advertisement. Sengoku finally applied for it. Even Garp didn't know about this. The former Marine hero has now become the logistics instructor. Not surprisingly, Marine will not take the initiative to let Garp participate in the battle against Ace. This is an order from the 5 elders themselves. But what Sengoku knows, the participants in this silent war, as well as the Generalissimo Kong, have shown the determination of the world government in all aspects. Perhaps, Celestial Dragons has more factors, the temptation to evolve Rubik's Cube. As for Doflamingo, he thought he was a character who could mobilize the world government and Marine, but he didn't know that he was a clown. The whole process was treated as a pawn. What storms can a Shichibukai turn up? Or, what qualifications do you have to trade with Marine, world government, or even Celestial Dragons? He thinks he is a hero, but loses in his self-righteousness. The other side. Buggy the Clown is back at base camp. As a hidden hero, he suddenly realized that the appearance of Ace was not accidental. It's as if there is a pair of hands pushing Doflamingo to constantly provoke the Whitebeard pirates, and then everyone is counted. This is what Buggy wants to understand. Advertisement. No wonder this operation was very secretive. Before that, no one knew Marine's purpose except those who participated in the operation. It's really interesting. It's really exciting to see how much Marine will use to deal with Ace. Buggy sat on his throne, touched his chin, and said with emotion, I don't know what that guy Doflamingo will look like in a fit of rage. Speaking of which, he is a pretty good person. As long as he can be subdued, I believe he will surprise the world. If Sengoku, Garp and others know what the clown Buggy is doing now, they will immediately realize that it is exactly the same as what happened 40 years ago. The Rocks, which was in full swing back then, recruited strong pirates with great fanfare, and launched an attack on the Celestial Dragons, and finally fell under the joint efforts of Luogia and Marine. And now, Buggy is also aggressively recruiting strong people and cultivating power, which is exactly the same as Rocks, except that Buggy is not as Jongyong as Rocks, but he is definitely more terrifying than Rocks. The main thing is that the purpose of the Buggy is not obvious yet. Do you want to become 4 emperors? Or become One Piece? Or overthrow the world? It would be a disaster for the world if they wanted to kill the Celestial Dragons like the Rocks did. Ace knew that Buggy was mysterious and hiding, but he never expected that Buggy could have such a big plan. What Ace didn't expect was that all the escaped Blackbeards were taken by Buggy. Dare to stop Lousy. Lousy will kill you all. Whitebeard yelled angrily, which made the soldiers of the world government tremble in fear, trembling like a cicada. Isn't it a dead word for ordinary people to wait for this king to show his power? Kong's face was ashen. He was wounded by Whitebeard, basically unable to fight anymore. He could only watch Whitebeard shock everyone, and then left. Whitebeard is worried about the safety of Ace, otherwise today, the position of the world government generalissimo will be changed. Chapter 116 Desperate Situation. Team up to fight Marine. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not just Whitebeard. Any of the 4 emperors, even Kaido and the Redhead, didn't respond to Marine's arrangement. This plan is absolutely Sengoku's pinnacle of ingenuity. During Whitebeard's arrival, the battle on Ace's side has already broken out. Ace, hand over the evolution Rubik's Cube, let's capture it. Sengoku stepped forward slowly, with a majestic tone, and said beyond doubt. It's just that the 4 of Ace laughed in unison in exchange. You're kidding. How could Lousy surrender? Crocodile slowly took a puff of cigarette, quicksand swirling around him. Marine really disappointed this old man. Jinbei said, posing like a Murloc karate, Dao. You have to weigh the consequences of what you do. Marine, that's all. Jin said coldly. The nameless mysterious flame on his body began to spread and burn. There were threats in his words. He is the head of Kaido's 3 plagues. If Marine makes a move against him, he will definitely bear Kaido's wrath. Let's see who surrendered in the end. Ace waved his hand and said calmly. The golden flame spread under the feet. The flame of devouring exudes a frightening fluctuation, which gradually spreads. A bunch of lifeless guys. Magellan was furious, his body was surrounded by purple venom, and his momentum was frightening. The visual impact emitted by one person was even stronger than that of Ace and 4. This is the poisonous fruit. Sengoku looked disappointed, then turned cold. Advertisement. Then you guys go to the deep sea to accompany Bullet. All vice admirals, lead the soldiers to guard the sea defenses and prevent them from escaping. Magellan, Fujitora, and Kizaru follow me. Take down these vicious pirates. After Fujitora arrived at the beginning, after reporting the news, he rested in the rear to recover his strength, now come to the front and join the battlefield. As for the Seraphim brought by CPO, Sengoku didn't let them join the battlefield for a while, and kept them as a last resort, also wanting to play a threatening role. Use the mystery and unknown of Seraphim to shock Ace and others. After the order was issued, Marine soldiers and world government soldiers started to move away from the island in an orderly manner, surrounding the island layer by layer, like a seal. Countless black muzzles lined up, aiming at the island in unison, a blockade that not even a fly can escape. Among the islands, CPO retreated quickly with two petite figures, opening a distance. Sengoku, Magellan, Fujitora, and Kizaru all stepped forward, showing a strong momentum. With the golden light shining, Sengoku turned into a Buddha who endured all sufferings and stood on the battlefield. Magellan's body was surrounded by venom, like a pair of big hands hovering behind him, and like a poisonous dragon intertwined with each other, it looked hideous. The ground under his feet turned dark purple, obviously caused by the invasion of poisonous gas, which was also an event beyond his control. Sengoku and the others intentionally distanced themselves from Magellan. This guy makes no distinction between himself and the enemy. When the poison comes, the relatives will not recognize it. I am the victim of the poisonous fruit, so why is it others? The yellow light gradually became dazzling. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, and the light under his feet lit up, ready to attack at the speed of light. Squeak. Advertisement. The stick knife slowly came out of the body, although Fujitora couldn't see it, but as a swordsman, his aura was already locked on Jin. Sengoku slowly condenses the shock wave in his hand, aiming at Ace. Unexpectedly, Magellan stepped forward step by step, and Ace was handed over to me. After all, there was no movement at all, and the dark purple venom poured out from behind, pouring out overwhelmingly. Asking for flowers. Seeing this, Ace breathed a sigh of relief. Because the effect of Magellan's paramecia fruit is comparable to that of Logia, it has an absolute advantage against others, and only Ace can compete with it. Friends. Don't keep your hands. If you are careless, this will be the last time to fight side by side. Ace grinned and said to the three people beside him. Then, without waiting for their feedback, the golden devouring flames erupted suddenly, and the scorching aura that could be felt by the entire island spread instantly. Boom. The overwhelming flames collided with the venom, making a crackling sound. Point 0. The yellow light flickered and disappeared instantly. Kizaru shot a kick to Jinbei. Boom. Advertisement. Jinbei raised his arms to cover his head to block the kick, and a yellow sword glow followed. Brush. A samurai sword swept across the air. Jin makes a move to stop Kizaru. Kizaru's speed advantage is very troublesome for Jinbei, which is also Jin's thinking. The gravity knife tiger, which rushed towards Jin in midair, was blocked by Jinbei's sea current throwing over his shoulders, and then armament hockey wrapped his fists and arms to block Admiral Fujitora. Hey, then only you are left, Sengoku. The golden hook of Crocodile's right hand was loosely hanging down, and he spoke slowly while holding a cigar in his mouth. A sandstorm formed in the left hand and threw it directly at Sengoku. Shockwave. Big Buddha Sengoku's eyes were cold, and a shock wave whizzed over, directly dispersing the embryonic form of the sandstorm. Boom. Yellow sand scattered all over the sky. Suddenly, a golden hook appeared in the yellow sand, and Crocodile came to Sengoku. The Buddha raised his golden palm and aimed at the field. When fighting, it's officially started. Chapter 117 Terrifying Poisonous Fruit. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 4 volts 4. Respective 1 volt 1. Originally, because of the silence after Bullet's demise, there was an instant turmoil. The flames of devouring swirl around, shining dark gold, bursting out in full force, wrapping around Ace's arms, like two Zhonglu, whistling as they wave. Crackling. The poisonous gas under control was touched by the flames, like firecrackers shattered one by one. Continuous sound, the kind of continuation without end. This situation is completely Magellan's passivity. The ability of the poisonous fruit is uncontrollable, and the strong toxicity can immediately infect the air and turn it into a poisonous gas. 430. Unsolvable passive ability. The one I met was Ace, who possessed the flame of devouring, could ignite poisonous gas, or swallow it directly. It would be difficult for others to persist in Magellan's hands. You know, Magellan's method almost killed the future One Piece king, and even Blackbeard's 4 Emperors pirate group was wiped out. If it wasn't for Shiryu of the Rain's betrayal, Blackbeard would never have been seen. Advertisement. Magellan, you made Luffy suffer a lot when you were in the big submarine prison. Ace said indifferently. A punch of flame hit the venom and exploded in front of Magellan, making the corner of the latter's eyes twitch. In the real fight, Magellan felt the horror after the evolution of Ace Flame. Not to mention the temperature of the flame, it even has the power of devouring, directly restraining the poisonous fruit to death. Unable to get venom to damage Ace. Pure power. Magellan is properly suppressed by Ace again. Don't make trouble. That is the Mara Mara fruit after 2 evolutions, the top one cannot be at the top. Shocked and uncomfortable in my heart, I must not show it. Magellan was expressionless, as if he didn't feel the scorching temperature on his face, and controlled the venom to form a poisonous dragon roaring and bending. Luffy the Straw Hat. If it weren't for him, there would never be an unprecedented escape from the undersea prison. When Lousy finds him, he will definitely be brought back to the prison and treat him well with venom. Corrode his body bit by bit. Can't he be exposed to toxins? I want to see how much life he has to waste. Magellan was really full of anger towards Luffy, full of anger, wishing he could take Luffy back now. As for Luffy, it is also Garp. In the view of a person in charge like Magellan, Garp should have handed Luffy to Marine long ago, otherwise, how could it have caused the involvement of Haitian prison that day? His words ignited Ace's anger. Advertisement. Maybe Magellan didn't even realize that he touched Ace's reverse scale. The flame of devouring great fire dragon. With a low snort, the devouring flames of Ace's arms wrapped around him, taking the form of a dragon, roaring and attacking in the sky. Magellan is condensed with venom, and the deep purple exudes a terrifying poisonous gas, and it also turns into a poisonous dragon, golden shuttle in the air. It is worth mentioning that the other battles were far away from the battlefields of the 2 of them. The soldiers on the coast all wore gas masks, which was enough to show that they attached great importance to Magellan. 2 dragon-like attacks of different colors hovered in the sky, interlaced and intertwined. There was a violent chi-chi-chi sound at the border, and the contact between the flame and the venom seemed to be a major chemical reaction. This is the touch of liquid and flame, quite a feeling of incompatibility between water and fire. The evolved ultra-high temperature flames burned the venom even more boiling, and countless liquids evaporated, accompanied by the crazy summer of poisonous gas. It's as if the venom has been refined invisibly. Damn it. Ace. Don't mess around. Crocodile dodged Sengoku's shock wave, noticing the spreading poisonous gas, twitched the corner of his mouth, and yelled loudly. Don't engage in catalysts, this is all your own. Jin shuttled through the air, and in perfect harmony with Kizaru, he pulled the battlefield a little farther, until it reached the edge of the island. Advertisement. Just when Jin was about to soar into the sky, Kizaru appeared in front of him in the form of a yellow flash, and a flash kick was blasted out. Woo, if you run again, you will leave the island, I can't let you continue to run. The yellow light rapidly magnified in the eyes. Jin snorted coldly, the flames on his wings condensed, and he drank in a low voice. Bow from the Pill Emperor. Like an off-string crescent-shaped arrow, it shot out violently. The super high speed burst out instantly, and the air produced a buzzing sound. Jinbei stood in the collapsed pit under the pressure of gravity, and an ocean current swept out over his shoulder, but what attacked was not Fujitora, but the air in front of him, to be precise, the poisonous gas that spread over. Brush. A layer of water curtain stood in front of Jing 0.8 Ping's body, and the poisonous gas merged into the water with one-hand attack, forming a deep purple poisonous water, which splashed onto the ground and immediately corroded a large area of the ground. Because he has seen Magellan's poison after working in the large submarine prison, Jinbei is quite experienced, but having experience does not mean that he is able to deal with the continuous poisonous gas. Your Excellency Ace, don't generate toxins, this sky is polluted, none of us can escape. W. Magellan, this marine's hidden killer is activated. If it wasn't for Ace, Magellan would have enough time and strength to deal with the other 3 by himself. This is the poisonous fruit. Chapter 118 Conqueror's Winding. Kill Magellan. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, the current situation is not that simple. Hearing the shouts of his teammates, Ace sighed helplessly. Hey, troublesome poison. Sighing with his mouth, while moving his hands, the devouring flames turned into an infinite black hole and lingered behind Ace, spreading the endless suction force, attracting all the surrounding poisonous gas into the flames and burning them. Can it dissipate poisonous gas? Surprise flashed under Sengoku's golden face. I didn't expect that Ace's flame could even restrain Magellan's venom, so it would be difficult to handle. After all, Magellan is not suitable for long-term continuous fighting. Hey, where are you looking? Sengoku was distracted for a while, but was caught by Crocodile. Crocodile's figure was condensed in the rolling quicksand, and he was very handy in using sand fruit. The golden hook danced and struck directly on the Buddha's chest, making the sound of interlaced friction between gold and iron. Sengoku 24's figure swayed, and he couldn't help sliding backwards for a moment. Then he reacted. A rare look of anger flashed across Sengoku's face, and he pushed out his golden palm directly, without using a shock wave at all. Crocodile, who had just gained the upper hand, was hit by Armament Hockey's bergamot before he could react, and he was thrown to the ground. Boom. Dust scattered. Create a huge palm print on the ground. There is quite a feeling that the Tathagata suppressed Sun Monkey. Dust scattered. Huang Feiwu. Advertisement. When the golden palm was removed from it, Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. Under the palm, on a piece of yellow sand, there was nothing. Crocodile has disappeared. At the critical moment just now, Crocodile used his ability to turn his body into a flowing sand body, directly submerging himself into it. Then a voice sounded behind Sengoku. Hey, old guy, here it is. Behind Sengoku, Crocodile jumped up high, with a cigar in his mouth. His face was full of displeasure, and he shouted loudly. Calling Sengoku old guy directly in words. It's not polite at all. Of course, the shots of the two were even more impersonal. Fierce fighting is still going on. It's just a bit difficult for Ace, not only to fight Magellan, but also to find a way to dissipate the opponent's poisonous gas. Don't look at Kizaru Fujitora and they don't react now. Once the poisonous gas spreads, they will definitely put on their masks as soon as possible. With Sengoku's temperament, how can this be inaccurate? But Ace and the others are different. They did not expect this situation at all. As the battle progressed, Magellan gradually fell into a disadvantage. There is no way, although the poisonous fruit is powerful, but in the face of hard power, Ace is still better. Swallowing flame hyphenation point flame pillar. Ace let out a low shout, and the devouring flames around his body slowly spun, forming a pillar of fire that entangled and expanded rapidly. Advertisement. It turned out that it was Magellan who shot, and the venom filled Ace's head, like a dark cloud descending, surrounding Ace from all directions, trying to surround and kill him like a prisoner. Z% 1% at. This impeccable attack forced Ace to use the flaming pillar. Boom. The flame erupted instantly, and the impact force spread rapidly. The venom that oppresses before it even touches it is difficult to approach. Mighty flames. Magellan's gaze was fixed, and with a wave of his arm, a steady stream of venom condensed and attacked again. Finally, the venom touches the spreading pillar of inflammation. Continuous sound burst out. It's like a grand firework. The magnificent scenes were all destroyed by the poisonous gas. The pillar of flame spread, and the devouring flame erratically, like a pair of invisible hands, forcibly tore through the venom's defense line. At the moment when the loophole was created, Magellan felt a surge of emotion. A strong sense of danger emerged from the bottom of my heart, and I was immediately alert. At the leak of the venom, a flame pierced out and spread rapidly until the appearance of Ace was revealed. Immediately afterwards, the fist wrapped around Conqueror's hockey came down with lightning speed. Advertisement. Magellan had been prepared for a long time, waved his hands, layers of venom surged up like a wave, blocking Ace. But it's not easy. I saw that Ace didn't make any movements, but bursts of 467 flames erupted from the pores of his body, overflowing endlessly, completely blocking the venom attack. It's like soldiers coming to block, water coming to cover. Nothing or means can stop Ace's punch from falling. Magellan roared angrily, but did not shake. Arms crossed in front of the body, not only covered by armament hockey, but also wrapped by this venom. Ace completely ignored these methods and punched him straight away. Boom. Like a temple bell ringing. Magellan just felt an irresistible force coming from him. Brush. The figure flew out uncontrollably and crashed into his own venom. In the deep purple liquid, there was a surge. Ace slowly closed his hands and stood up, the devouring flames poured out from his fist, clearing away the remaining venom. You know, Conqueror's Haki already has the ability to hit objects in the air. So, Magellan really underestimated Ace, thinking that he could resist his attack, but he was a bit self-confident. Back in the day, Luo Jia almost killed Kazuki Odin. Chapter 119 Side Effects. Tudao. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Wow. In the entanglement of venom, a figure appeared, which was Magellan. He looked very ugly. As if it wasn't just because of being attacked, Ace frowned, just when he was about to continue to attack. Suddenly Magellan quickly retreated, shouting, "Come on! Come on!" On a ship on the coast, soldiers immediately brought out a huge building and went to meet Magellan. Ace's face was a little dull, and he reacted after being stunned for 2 seconds. "I'm going. It's really impossible to fight for a long time. If you don't pay attention, it is the side effect of the poisonous fruit. Magellan has diarrhea." The scene is really messy and funny. The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched, at this time. His face is not good looking, but there is nothing to do. After all, this matter cannot be avoided by manpower. For a time, several battles tended to stop. Unexpectedly, Magellan, who is the most lethal, has such a side. Sengoku watched Ace charge up, and Sengoku could feel the temperature emanating from the golden flame from a long distance away, as if it was the same as Magellan's poison, and he could feel the power in it from a long distance away. Retreat. Advertisement. Sengoku gave a loud shout. At the same time, Kizaru and Fujitora abandoned their respective opponents at the same time, thinking about the marine defense line in the rear retreating. Crocodile, Jinbei, and Jin gather around Ace. "What's next?" Crocodile asked in a low voice, taking a puff of his cigar. While speaking, he was still full of fighting spirit, but he felt a little helpless. Crocodile is the most embarrassing existence among the four. Since this is an island, you have to go through the sea to get out. Jinbei was originally a mermaid, not only has nothing to do in the water, but also has stronger fighting power. Jin, needless to say, he can fly. As for that freak Ace, Crocodile sighed and didn't mention it. That guy, apart from being able to use flames, doesn't have any characteristics that belong to a capable person. Ace stared at Marine's tight defense line ahead, his face was a little cold, and he said with a murderous look, "There is only one battle. Getting out is our only way. Jinbei, you and Lao Sha should not be too far away, take care of each other. In case there is a way out, I will stay in the rear, and you go first." Ace said it firmly, as if issuing an order. As for bringing Jinbei and Crocodile together, it is to take care of Crocodile. Ace still takes good care of him. This is the captain he personally recruited. Advertisement. Crocodile's eyes moved slightly, and there was surprisingly no displeasure on his face. Jin quit. "What? Ace, don't you believe me by now?" Ace shook his head and said, "It's not distrust. You've seen the situation now. If you can't break through, maybe we'll all be left behind. Fly away whenever you have a chance. After all, I've agreed with Kaido. I won't let you to work for the Whitebeard pirates, and I don't want to be a person who breaks his promise." These words immediately moved Jin greatly. He didn't expect Ace to be such a gentleman. This is completely different from the usual cunning and calculation. Jin was a little puzzled, but when he thought of Kaido, he remained silent. Ace is right. Jin himself can't help others. Isn't that a betrayal of Kaido? The four were silent for a while. "What are you doing in a daze? Look for opportunities while Magellan is away." Ace had already walked 2 steps away, but when he turned his head and saw that the 3 of them were in a daze, he immediately reminded them. Immediately afterwards, he rushed out first, and the words came from afar. "Don't have any grudges. After all, you have already fought together. Just treat them as half-friends, so you can get together and break up." Accompanied by the voice, Ace gradually drifted away, getting closer and closer to Marine's defense line. Jinbei and Crocodile looked at each other and nodded tacitly. They immediately chased after Ace, and said almost in unison. Advertisement. Operator Jin, seize the opportunity. Quote. Take care. That counts as farewell. Does it count? Be it. Jin's eyes wandered for a moment, always feeling that these people are really righteous. The righteousness made Jin have a kind of blood burning in his body. But for the sake of the beast's pirates, they still gritted their teeth and fluttered their wings high. The pteranodon's figure flew across the sky, and it flew higher and higher, almost reaching beyond the range of the marine's attack. Sengoku also noticed this scene, but for Jin, far less than Ace, he has the belief that he must kill everyone. Target the ace. Fire. Sengoku raises his arms high and becomes a commander. The words fell, and almost at the same time, the muzzles of all the cannons flickered, and shells bombarded the island like rain. Not to mention attacking Ace, even Jinbei and Crocodile were not spared. This is simply an indiscriminate bombing. Facing the enemy, there is no leeway left. Ace's eyes were cold, his arms waved, and a ball of flames protruded from Ya. Boom. Boom. As soon as a cannonball was triggered, even the surrounding cannonballs were detonated, and the sound of the explosion filled the island instantly. Chapter 120 Seraphim Strikes. Destroy it. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Faced with these indiscriminate attacks, even Ace finds it quite tricky, and he always has to use his mind to resist, and there will be a series of explosive impacts. Although there is no strong damage, it is just very bothersome. Crocodile summoned sand to form a defensive wall, blocking it around, covering him and Jinbei's progress. Marine is so cruel, Jinbei said with emotion. T.S. Isn't this a must for Buster Call? Crocodile's expression was not good, and he was a little annoyed by Marine's actions. Ace didn't think about resisting like Crocodile, because he wanted to fight, he wanted to attack. Flame. It's fierce. Not for defense. The thought flashed away in his heart, and then Ace condensed into a fist of fire, and the devouring flames burst out with bright golden light, and then became deep again. Sengoku's expression changed, he actually used Conqueror's Haki. This time Marine's generals were shocked. Even if you are the owner of Conqueror's Haki, you don't need to use it so extravagantly, right? Just facing the harassing attack of Marine shells, use Conqueror's Entanglement attack when you come up. What a person. Advertisement. Ace doesn't care about that. Fire punch. The flames rolled in, like a wave, extending directly to the coast, filling several Marine warships. Next moment. Boom. There was a loud bang. Those warships exploded directly. All the shells on the warship were detonated, directly producing an impact force, flooding the range of the warship as if destructive, forming a pile of empty ruins on the sea. Sengoku gritted his teeth, a little annoyed, and waved. Release Seraph. Blazing Angel. Use. CPO was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see his expression at all, but upon hearing Sengoku's order, he lifted off Seraph's black cloth and said in a low voice. Go. The most perfect weapon, bring back the heads of those pirates. The moment the black cloth was lifted, two petite bodies were revealed. Ace stared from a distance, frowning. This looks. How does it look like Shichibukai's Hancock and Hawkeye? Advertisement. That's right, the two villains exposed were exactly based on Hawkeye and the Empress. The first villain has white hair and black skin, black wings, and flames on the wings. The image is similar to the Lunaria tribe, and the appearance is the appearance of former 7 warlords of the sea member Boa Hancock when he was a child. The other is Seraph, who looks like Mahawk, the eagle eye in childhood, and has the power to split mountains. In addition, lasers can be fired from the hand. What is that? Why does it feel familiar? Jin's eyes in the sky also shrank, staring involuntarily at the two villains rushing towards the three of Ace, his eyelids twitching violently. Blaze. Jin. Aren't you curious about their origin? Sengoku looked up at Jin, who was about to leave, and raised his voice. What the hell is going on? Their bodies. Jin was a little confused. They are the new generation of pacifists developed by Dr. Vegapunk. They have the ability to replace Shichibukai, and CEDF, their prototypes are the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, they also have the same body as yours, Luna Lea's genetic body. Give them strong resilience and absorption. This is the strongest research. The leader of CP0 stepped forward and introduced proudly. It has to be said that the birth of the new generation of war weapons Seraphim is definitely a powerful lethal weapon. The Lunaria clan. Jin's voice was full of shock. Unexpectedly, even this kind of thing has been developed. What kind of monster is that Vegapunk? Is this a genius scientist? While in doubt, Jin's gaze froze, and his pupils shrank uncontrollably. Among the seraphs rushing out, the seraphim that looked like Hawkeye jumped up, holding a samurai sword that was very similar to Hawkeye. Holding the knife in both hands, he slashed fiercely at Ace. The powerful sword energy is full of terrifying power, and at the same time, the sword body also releases something like a laser beam. Advertisement. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that such a powerful energy erupted from the body of that villain, and even he felt a sense of danger. In particular, although Seraphim's attack is in the form of energy, this energy is full of destruction and mania, as if it is out of control, and the destructive power has been raised to the maximum. Get out of the way. Ace growled behind him. The flame rises, flickering figure directly to the right. Crocodile and Jinbei didn't hesitate. 10 left and 10 right quickly opened up the distance. Boom. Blazing Angel Hawkeye's attack landed. Attack on the entire island. The ability is radiating, the sword energy is rushing, and it is full of a sense of destruction. A violent explosion sounded, accompanied by dazzling light, spurting countless dust. Marines' attack stopped. Marine soldiers and world government soldiers all stared blankly at the scene in front of them. What is this? Is this kind of attack splitting the entire island? It was released by the Seraphim. Then just a little something has such a strong power. It's horrible. Under this kind of attack, not only will the island be destroyed, Ace and the others will probably not be able to survive. Chapter 121 Jin kills back. Destroy Admiral Fujitora. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The light converges, and the smoke gradually dissipates. Show off the original appearance of the island. Just let everyone take a breath. A bottomless ravine runs across the entire huge island. It was completely caused by an attack from Kai Tianxi. This time, it simply destroyed the island. Beside the ravine, Crocodile and Jinbei swallowed, staring in disbelief at the attack spreading to their feet. Hey, are you joking with Lousy? What the hell can exert such a strong power? Didn't Marine transform Hawkeye? This is like an attack by Hawkeye himself. What are you talking about, a pacifist? It's not impossible to replace Shichibukai. Jinbei murmured. With this attack alone, Seraphim was affirmed by the two former Shichibukai. Ace's face turned colder, but his heart was full of doubts. Why haven't I heard of this experimental product? Could it be that it came out later? That old pervert in Vegapunk can really study it. It has to be said that even Ace was a little startled by the fact that this kind of power was real. Shot instantly, the flames entangled and condensed towards a petite figure similar to Hancock. Unexpectedly, the opponent's body can also summon flames. Advertisement. Although the power designation is not as good as the devouring flames that have evolved twice, it blocks Ace's attack. The petite body exploded with unmatched speed and strength, came to Ace, and punched him down. Damn. Jin. You shouldn't explain. Seeing that Jin's way of summoning flames is exactly the same as Jin's, as well as having a similar skin, Ace simply suspects that these are Jin's people. Because of the sound of gunfire, just now CP0 introduced Seraphim, Ace did not pay attention. Thinking like this in my heart, the shot is not ambiguous. Dang 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 dang. In the blink of an eye, they have fought several times. Jin stared at the traces caused by Seraphim, his face under the armor was shocked. This kind of power. Dot in that flame. How did you do it? Jin was almost the last member of the Lunalia tribe, and saw his own unique fighting style for a while. Cannot help but be a little shocked. This is technology. This is AF** King Clone. Kizaru and Fujitora joined the fray again, joining forces with the eagle-eyed Seraph to capture Crocodile and Jinbei. Here Magellan also finished handling the internal affairs, and launched an attack on Ace refreshed. He is used to it. The poison brought him pain. Dragon. The purple venom still condenses into a poisonous dragon and rushes towards Ace. Boom. Ace grabbed Seraph's arm and swung it hard into the ground, making a loud noise. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, the arms were wrapped in flames, and Conqueror's hockey wrapped around, smashing Magellan's poisonous dragon with one punch. Ace's shots became more and more crisp and ruthless. The appearance of Seraphim finally made Ace feel the crisis. If not against him, what about Crocodile and Jinbei? Lao Sha. Jinbei. Hold on. Ace turned his head and glanced at the two who were crushed and beaten as soon as they came up, big taste. Directly towards the seraph rushing out from the ground, he punched the opponent again unstoppably. Facing the lovely Seraphim who looks like the Empress when she was a child, Ace is very ruthless. Therefore, even with the characteristics of the Lunalia clan, the chest of the Empress Seraph still has cracks and is rapidly healing. So troublesome. Aware of this, Ace cursed under his breath. I don't know if it's the trouble with Seraphim's self-healing power, or Magellan who rushed over again. Immediately, Ace was entangled with the two of them. Asking for flowers. Jin stared at the battlefield, feeling faintly touched in his heart. It sounded that Ace and the others were half friends, and remembered Ace's righteousness. He didn't threaten him in any way at the moment of life and death, but let him leave. Even if the governor is here, I'm afraid he won't choose to leave. Jin murmured in a low voice, flapping his wings more and more slowly. In the next second, he turned around abruptly. Rushed to the battlefield. Advertisement. The body stretches, the head swings back, and then shoots hard forward. Sable self-respecting emperor. Point 0. Mink self-respecting emperor. Pull your head back like a slingshot, and then release it to generate a powerful shock wave, which is evaluated by Zoro as being as defenseless as a laser beam, and its power is very powerful. The ultra-fast speed almost caught up with Kizaru's speed of light for a while, only the sound of breaking wind was heard, and a vague afterimage could be faintly heard. As soon as Fujitora cast the gravity knife tiger, he felt a dangerous aura approaching. Before he could react, or in other words, Jin just saw the right moment, so he didn't give him a chance to react. Kai. Ember passed through. Fujitora still maintains the posture of drawing the sword, but a huge wound is formed from the abdomen to the back from the side. He spat out a mouthful of donated blood, and fell to the ground, struggling to support his body. Fujitora. At the beginning in the Golden City, he had consumed a lot and had injuries, and after the battle just now, after repeated consumption, Jin's attack was extremely tricky, swift and fierce, and he was severely injured when he was caught off guard. Our Fujitora is not the weakest, his injury can only be attributed to bad luck. What? Fujitora. Sengoku's face trembled, he couldn't believe what he saw. Admiral Fujitora was hit hard. Lost combat capability Chuan. Chapter 122 Shocked. Sengoku is furious. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 122 Shocked. Sengoku is furious. Subscribe. All of this happened too suddenly. Not only Fujitora, who was the victim, didn't react, but all the Marines were shocked, and they froze in place, their hands froze. What should they do? Sengoku shrank his pupils sharply, staring in disbelief at the blind figure slowly kneeling on the ground. I saw blood gushing out from Fujitora's wound. At this time, Fujitora's 853 breath has been extremely sluggish, and it looks like it has suffered a heavy blow, and there is no way to continue the next battle. Damn it, what the hell are you doing? Do you want to die here? How dare you injure one of our admirals in front of this old man? Advertisement. Even Kaido can't keep you. Sengoku was stunned for a while and then reacted immediately, burning with anger. The anger in his heart was burning fiercely, and he couldn't suppress it and released it. The golden light all over his body became more and more bright, and he roared to the sky. This round of encirclement and suppression of Ace has come to an end, but this kind of accident happened again. It is simply unbearable for these ignorant pirates to trample on Marine's majesty time and time again. Undoubtedly, the killing intent in Sengoku's heart increased sharply. Especially the conversation with Jin just now, as well as Jin's actions. In the dialogue between the two parties just now, the attitude of not infringing the river was already in the air, but I didn't expect him to kill him backhandedly. The situation is not good now. Huang Yuan's body flickered with yellow light, and the movements of his hands stopped because of this, and he muttered slightly. There was even a rare dignified look on his face. After all, it was an admiral who was hit hard. Advertisement. Everyone in CPO also let out an exclamation of astonishment. How can that be? That's Jin. What does he want to do? Fujitora is injured. What an unexpected fight. After a slight exclamation, they still did not make a move, as if they were not the protagonists of this battle. What? That guy. Magellan, who noticed this scene, shrank his eyes, his face was filled with coldness, and exclaimed. Originally, the battle between him and Ace was already a bit powerless, but at this time, he lost another admiral, which was a heavy blow. Jin actually made a move, and severely injured Tengu. Ace's expression was also a bit astonished, even he didn't expect that Jin would come back and severely injure Fujitora in an instant. After all, in his opinion, the relationship between him and Jin is nothing more than cooperation or more of a sense of coercion. He and Kaido were originally rivals, but it was only because of a coincidence that Kaido was tricked into making Jin become his own beater. Advertisement. But at this moment of life and death crisis, Ace didn't think about dragging Kaido's 3 disasters into the water together, but let Jin leave. It can be regarded as the utmost benevolence. Unexpectedly, Jin took the initiative to stand up, and Ace passed on this friendship no matter what. Crocodile squinted his eyes slightly, his expression was a bit astonished, he took a puff of cigarette, and then the smile on the corner of his mouth began to spread. That guy did a really good job. Jinbei slowly wrapped his palm around armament hockey, and before he could make a move, he saw such a scene, stopped his movements immediately, and said with emotion, the rapid attack is really terrifying. Just as he finished his exclamation, Ace's voice came from his ear, don't be dazed, take this opportunity and kill 5.2 in one go. Ace has now grown into a strong man at the peak, just because of his strength, he has the mentality and reason of a strong man, and at this moment he still commanded calmly in the face of danger. Hearing Ace's words, Crocodile and Jinbei rushed out at the same time without saying a word, their bodies bursting with turbulent aura. But their shots were intercepted by 2 petite figures. Blazing Angel. Chapter 123 Angry Kizaru. Breakout. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seraphim's body exudes a nearly destructive wave, permeating around their bodies, making their aura not weaker than Crocodile and Jinbei's at all. What I have to say is that this kind of technological power is really scary. It's just an experimental body that has been researched, but it has the level of Shichibukai. If it is a fully developed complete body, it cannot be equivalent to the combat power of the Emperor's deputy. However, the most frightening figure is the figure hidden at the end, the genius scientist Vegapunk of the world government. This person seems to be the secret weapon in the hands of the world government, constantly developing new weapons, even the Shichibukai tyrant bear is killed transform into a weapon. There is also a science unit led by Zon Momomaru. In addition, Shichibukai is now based on Shichibukai, a shrunken version of Shichibukai made with Lunaria's body as a template. It is simply a magic weapon to dominate the sea. Advertisement. With the figures of Crocodile and Jinbei entangled, Sengoku followed suit. If I knew this earlier, the old man should have arrested you first. Sengoku snapped angrily. Immediately, the golden light in his hand shone brightly, and destructive fluctuations slowly condensed in his palm, and the Buddha Sengoku exploded with full force. The great Buddha shockwave launches. There was an explosion like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and it suddenly collapsed. In an instant, it blasted out and rushed forward. All the air is almost wiped out, and any things that stand in front of the shock wave are reduced to dust. This move is menacing. More bears the blow of Sengoku's wrath. Jin felt a great sense of crisis in an instant, his figure moved quickly, transformed into a pteranodon, and used the speed of his whole body to ultimate, and the nameless flame rose ragingly, like a jet, and flashed behind him and pass. Boom. Advertisement. Setsuna Jonjin and the shock wave of the destructive breath brushed past each other. Flame Calamity Ember took a deep breath. Because he already felt the horror just now, if it attacked him, his fate might be the same as Fujitora's. So I couldn't help feeling scared for a while, and the cold sweat on my forehead was already breaking out. I didn't expect the angry Sengoku to be so terrifying. He is worthy of being the Marine Marshal. Although I was slightly shocked in my heart, as Kaido's most capable general, I naturally wouldn't have any fear. Pteranodon soars to the sky again. This time, he didn't dodge or evade, and rushed directly to the big Buddha Sengoku. Since it was Martial Marine who made the move himself, then naturally I won't let you down. Jin rushed towards Sengoku. But the figure flying in midair suddenly felt a sense of danger, and observation haki warned in his heart. Immediately, he twisted his body with all his strength, and slid across the side like a broken sword. That is, at this moment. Advertisement. On Jin's original trajectory, a yellow light appeared. Kizaru appears out of nowhere with the Amanoun sword in his hand. With the speed of light, he is simply invincible in terms of speed. If Jin had continued to sprint just now, he might have suffered 250 damage from Kizaru at this time. Encountering almost fatal crises twice in a row, Jin couldn't help but click his tongue secretly, regretting his impulsive actions just now. This is obviously after severely injuring Fujitora, thoroughly angering the Marine Admiral and another Marine Admiral Kizaru. That's right, even Kizaru, who doesn't show off his mountains and dews at ordinary times, always presents others with a wretched image, and just paddles for fish in battle, is full of fighting spirit at this time. Anyone can feel his sharpness and the sense of oppression emanating from him. This admiral finally showed his ferocity in battle. And the hardest one was Jin. Alone, he has faced the front and back attacks of Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Admiral Kizaru. Chapter 124 Start a Prairie Fire. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 124 Lao Prairie Fire. Jin's situation is very bad. Sengoku turned into a huge Buddha statue, raised his hand and shot a powerful shock wave. Jin managed to get out of the way by relying on observation haki, which he focused on, but the next trouble was Admiral Kizaru. This one has the ability to shine fruit, and his fighting style is good at speed. These two, if he fights alone with Jin, he will more or less be able to deal with one or two. But they went into battle together, and they cooperated seamlessly. He could only be beaten on one side, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Holding on for a few minutes was already the limit. If it weren't for his special physique, which can absorb damage and recover from injuries, he might have been taken down on the spot. Jin was entangled by Kizaru, who was holding a lightsaber, and they turned into thin lines, colliding continuously in the air. Jin, it's over. Sengoku stepped in front of Jin, and grabbed him firmly with one hand. It is unbelievable that Sengoku, who is clearly transformed into a Buddha statue, has such a huge body, but his speed is also amazing. Advertisement. One of the Marine 6 styles, Sengoku, as the Marine Marshal, how could he not? Sengoku pressed Jin to the ground, his huge palm was like a hill. Before it was over, Sengoku's body emitted a bright light, and the powerful impact instantly destroyed Jin's body. PFF'd. Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, and Sengoku directly applied the shock wave to his body, causing his internal organs to become a mess for a while. Now, he has less air intake and more air output, and he is about to die. But he is a rare race after all, and Sengoku still wants to imprison Jin in Impel Down, and then another wave of research can be carried out. Damn it, is it over? Jin said so. To be honest, they have 3 plagues in Beast's Pirates, and there is a Jack in it. This guy gets caught a lot and gets away with it every time. Jin didn't expect to follow in that guy's footsteps, but his situation was completely different from Jack's. Advertisement. For a rare race like him, Marine will definitely take strict precautions. Unless Kaido personally takes action, otherwise, there is absolutely no possibility for him to escape. Oops. Ace felt something was wrong. The poisonous Magellan teamed up with the Empress Seraphim, which really delayed him for a while. But now, Sengoku has finished cooking Jin, and there is another Kizaru, the two may turn their guns on him. Flame of devouring prairie fire. Ace's whole body burned, and the endless flames spread to the surroundings. This is a powerful move that can change the terrain. It can be said to be an upgraded version of the Great Flame Ring. You are looking for your own death. My venom evaporates after burning, and the poisonous gas spreads. It will only be you who are unlucky. Raising his hand as a dragon, Magellan said. When the poisonous gas spreads, the gas is also burned. Advertisement. Suddenly, the surrounding air twisted. You have to understand one thing. The mara fruit I eat, there is no limit to burning. Ace said so. The surrounding flames began to shrink, and the temperature was constantly rising, and these flames climbed up his body. He stood there, Li Jiao, his face could no longer be seen clearly, like the shining sun. It's so hot. No, it's so hot. Just standing in front of him will already burn you. Magellan couldn't even look directly at Ace, his eyes stinging. Just as Ace said, the poisonous gas was completely burned out, and even the surrounding air seemed to become thinner. Gusts of hot wind blew around. Come on, watch me finish you off in one go. Ace said, holding up his hand. Chapter 125 Absolute Defense. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 125 Absolute Defense. Poison Giant. Ace is a thorn in Magellan's side, an existence that must be defeated. Even if this guy's current state looks very scary, but he must go up. So, he activated his ability with all his strength, and countless venoms surrounded his body, turning him into a small giant. But Ace ignored him at all, and walked forward step by step, leaving pairs of burning footprints on the road. Empress Seraph launched a tentative attack on him, but Ace just threw a mediocre punch. The flame climbed up Seraphim's body like tarsal maggots. The sound of wailing was endless. This is a highly concentrated devouring flame, not only will not be extinguished, but also has a terrifying high temperature. Advertisement. I will not show mercy to 043, enjoy it. Ace said lightly. The flame continued to burn on Seraph, and she had a terrifying recovery ability. With abundant physical strength, she was almost immortal. As a result, her body began to recover while being burned, and so on, and the cycle continued. You monster. Dragon. Magellan hits Ace with a crimson venomous dragon. Compared with the usual dark purple venom, the dark red venom is more toxic. Of course, generally he doesn't use Sika crimson venom. Because poison was the closest to himself at the beginning, the consequences of exerting all his strength were also very serious. I'm afraid he won't be able to come out of the toilet for several days afterwards. Boring and useless, I'm tired of watching your offensive. Advertisement. Ace raised his hand and flashed out with a slap. The poisonous dragon was scattered by him, the liquid evaporated instantly, and the thick poisonous gas turned into a deep mist. However, these highly toxic gases quickly dissipated. You bastard. Magellan's expression contorted. But in fact, Ace looks like an understatement, but in fact, it is not easy to maintain the pile of highly concentrated flames on his body. The higher the temperature, the harder it is to control these flames. So, now he can't make too many moves, even hockey can't maintain it. However, all this is indifferent. This is the ultimate flame, any attack will be burned to ashes in front of this flame. This is the absolute defense of Ace. The poisonous gas has been burned out, and now I don't have to be restrained. Sha Lan. Advertisement. Crocodile saw the poisonous gas dissipate and felt the hot wind. It was Ace driving the power, so he also took action and raised his hand to create a sandstorm, which blocked the eagle-eyed Seraph's sight for a while. Those who were restrained before were afraid that the sandstorm would blow away the poisonous gas, and the situation would become more complicated and troublesome. Jinbei. Cried Crocodile. I know. Look at my Murloc karate, a 1,000,000-watt punch. Jinbei knew that this was an excellent opportunity, so rushing forward was a powerful attack. However, although the power is great, the effect is not obvious. Seraphim incorporates the blood factor of the Lunaria family, which can absorb damage and speed up the recovery of injuries. Seraphim didn't answer, and knocked Jinbei away with his backhand. Too weak. Such an attack is impossible to cause effective damage, and their recovery ability is simply a monster. Crocodile looked sullen. Chapter 126 Amazing Adaptability. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 126 Amazing Adaptability. Not only does it have terrifying recovery power, but its defense power is also very exaggerated. Look at Ace's current form. If an ordinary human approached this flame, it would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. As for the Seraph who looked like an empress, not only did she not turn into ashes in an instant, she was even able to recover continuously. Also, Vegapunk definitely added something else to Seraphim. Empress Seraph seems to be getting used to this burning feeling, she is getting used to this terrifying flame. It's over, Magellan, you're no match for me. Ace said so, step by step approaching the small giant created by the venom. Advertisement. He didn't make any big moves, he just walked slowly. Naturally, Magellan would not see Ace approaching him, constantly using venom to attack, but it was useless. The venom evaporated before it touched Ace, and even the poisonous gas evaporated completely in an instant. Facing Ace at this moment, he has nothing to do. Ace got very close to Magellan, raised his hand, and delivered an understatement punch. The poison giant soldiers dissipate in an instant. Magellan quickly jumped out of the poison giant and rolled on the ground. Damn it, how do you deal with such a monster? Magellan's face turned even more sour. Don't worry, Magellan, I and Kizaru will take care of this guy, and you will deal with Jinbei and Crocodile. At this time, Sengoku and Kizaru came, and they had completely defeated Jin. Advertisement. Jin has been taken into custody by a group of sailors and has lost his ability to fight. Magellan, you took a life. Ace said so, clasped his hands together, and the flames on his body burned up. The two in front of me are not easy to deal with. On the other side, the battle is also in full swing. Crocodile did the same trick again, using Shaolan to interfere with Seraph, and this time Jinbei punched thousands of tiles, but Hawkeye Seraph easily dodged it. These monsters can continue to become stronger in battle, have super adaptability, and terrible learning ability. Crocodile sighed. Jinbei was beaten to the ground again, he is the second in command of the Emperor, he was beaten to the ground twice in a row, and he suffered a lot. But this is purely due to the bad compatibility between him and the enemy, and it is also the first time they have seen such an enemy. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. Add in the layers of pressure from Buster Call and they have to be on their guard. If they broke out with all their strength and accidentally exposed their flaws, those vice admirals and admiral alternates would definitely attack mercilessly, and their battle line would collapse instantly. But even so, if they can't break the game, defeat seems to be a foregone conclusion. Oh, hey, Jinbei, let's switch places, you will attract the other party's attention, and I will give him a fatal blow. Crocodile said so. He is a sand fruit capable person, and the core of his ability is actually drying, which can evacuate all the moisture in the objects he touches, to achieve the result of desertification. To be precise, it should not be called sand fruit, but dried fruit. Just as Ace's Mera fruit is not called fire fruit. Crocodile needs Jinbei to create a perfect timing, as long as he touches the Seraph, he can pump the other person dry in an instant. It doesn't matter what kind of Lunaria clan you are, what kind of super resilience you are, as long as you touch it, it will kill E with one blow. Chapter 127 Breakthrough. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 127 Breach. Jin is someone borrowed by Ace and Kaido. If he is captured by Marine's people, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain. It might also spark a war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast's pirates. Therefore, Ace must save Jin. It's really scary. Ace, your current appearance is the real Vulcan. No matter what kind of attack it is, it can be easily resolved. If it wants to attack you, 890 must get close to you. But if you get close, you have to face your absolutely high temperature flame. Kizaru muttered, the light in his hand gathered to form the lightsaber. Amazono, he accelerated to Ace's side, and raised his hand to slash at high speed. The golden lightsaber penetrates Ace's body, which is extremely pure elementalization. Advertisement. It's really difficult, I can't hurt you. Kizaru said, frowning, feeling a little overwhelmed for a while. If you want to use Haki, you have to remove the elementalization and expose your real body in front of Ace. Even if only half of the elements stand in front of Ace, I am afraid that they will be reduced to ashes in an instant. It is indeed an absolute defense. I rely on elementalization to stand in front of you, and I can't do anything to you at all. Kizaru continued. But there is no way. Our marine has spent all our money, and we must take you down and get the evolutionary side. Even if it's absolute defense, I have to find a way to break through. Kizaru's expression became strange. That incomparably wretched face was unexpectedly serious once. This guy is getting serious. And I also thought of the only way. Advertisement. Kizaru's body began to glow. Ace frowned, and also understood what the other party was thinking. The biggest advantage of the flashing fruit is always speed, and the only breakthrough for Ace's absolute defense is speed. Take millet from the fire. Just be fast enough to hit an attack with Haki one moment, then pull away again. There is only one person who can do this kind of thing, and that is Kizaru. Are you ready? Mr. Vulcan, it's coming. A bright light burst out from Kizaru's body, and for a moment, no one could look directly at him. Relying on the light to interfere with the line of sight, it is not clear from which side he will attack. Admiral Kizaru always looks lazy on weekdays, and his strength is seriously underestimated, but at this moment, he will break through the absolute defense of Vulcan. Kizaru came to Ace in an instant, and the Amakongan lightsaber in his hand was attached to Haki, ready to strike a powerful blow. However, Ace raised his hand and punched the opponent before he could attack. Advertisement. Conqueror's Twine. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and Kizaru was directly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kizaru. Sengoku yelled anxiously. Now, Marine Admiral has 2 serious injuries. Impossible. In order to maintain that state, there is absolutely no way to call Haki. Sengoku looks at Ace in disbelief. And now, the flame on Ace's body has disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but 3.8 was all condensed, and it was on his other hand. The faint flame lost all its color. If you don't pay attention to it, you won't be able to find it. On Ace's left hand, there is a surging power of flame. Gather the flames for a split second, then use the observation Haki to read Kizaru's movement, and hit Conqueror's coiled strike. What Ace does is how simple it is. Chapter 128. Sengoku of Buddha. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 128 Buddha's Sengoku. Is this kind of thing really possible? This guy is a monster. Sengoku said so, but now, Ace's absolute defense has also been cracked. It was a good time for him to make a move, so he pressed forward without hesitation. We can't let him continue to grow. For the peace of the sea, for the absolute justice of Marine, we must keep him here. The giant Buddha Sengoku's body shrank for a while, and it was the monk, form of the Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Buddha form. Zone's Devil Fruit, the animal form can launch extremely powerful attacks, but it is usually very slow, especially the huge Zone Fruit. This shortcoming is more obvious. And the human form can have some of the characteristics of the beast, but the power is not enough. Therefore, the strongest form of Zone Devil Fruit is the Beastman form. Sengoku applied the shock wave to his feet, and at the same time used the Marine 6 styles, shaving, technique, and in an instant, his speed increased to the limit. Advertisement. The Buddha is in the world. Sengoku slapped Ace with a mighty slap. The shock wave is not a large-scale attack like before, but is condensed into a small palm. It is the same principle as Ace's flame. A highly concentrated flame will have a higher temperature. And the highly concentrated shock wave will also have stronger power. Not to mention that armament Haki, as thick as ink, is still attached to Sengoku's hand. This one is the Marine of Luojia's era, and his Haki cultivation has already reached its peak. Now, with his palm strike, even the 4 emperors have to weigh it. But Ace shows no fear, with Conqueror's Haki wrapped around his right hand. The color of the sky and the earth changed, fists collided, and through a thin layer of air, red lightning rubbed against the air, making a squeak sound. Shock waves continued to erupt, and the ground under Ace's feet cracked. Advertisement. Sengoku's super blow was blocked by Ace. It's not over yet. Sengoku continued to attack, and it turned out to be a continuous attack. Tisk. Difficult fellow. Ace has to control the flames with his other hand, so if he hits Sengoku with one hand, he may not be able to reap any benefits. Therefore, it is time to distance yourself. So, he hit Conqueror's winding punch again. This time, he used a stronger force. The earth trembled. Buddha Sengoku was pushed back a few steps by Ace, and some blood spit out from his mouth. Buddha had to stop even beating. Ace took several steps back to distance himself from the opponent. It's almost there. If you delay it any longer, I'm afraid you won't get any benefits. Jinbei and Crocodile are almost overwhelmed. Advertisement. Ace glanced at his partner not far away. You dare to be distracted while fighting me. Sengoku pressed forward and continued to attack. 753. Why don't you dare? Do you think your level is very high? Ace shrugged his shoulders, leaned on observation haki to read the opponent's movements, and dodged attacks one after another. Jinbei, Lao Sha, get ready, we are going to run away, watch my actions. Ace let out a cry. On the other side, Jinbei and Crocodile were almost unable to hold on anymore, and after hearing this, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, they not only have to face the eagle-eyed Seraph, but also the poisonous Magellan. To be honest, I have reached the limit and I can't hold it anymore. Their compatibility with the poisonous Magellan is really bad, and they have no way to fight head-on. Chapter 129. Rain of Fire from the Sky. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 129. The poisonous liquid can easily disintegrate the sand of Crocodile. Jinbei's main attack method is melee combat. Magellan has no way to do anything when he activates the poison giant. Originally, Jinbei could also do some Murloc karate, absorbing water directly from the air. However, here is a sand fruit ability user, causing the surrounding area to be extremely dry, and the water has been evacuated. Not far from the other side, there was a Mara fruit ability user. The surrounding was so hot that even a little bit of water was evaporated. Therefore, Jinbei and Crocodile can't do their best to cooperate with each other. The two of them have fallen into a disadvantage, fighting fiercely one after another, exhausted. Next is the righteous gang fight of the Marines. Although their physical strength is also at the level of monsters, ants kill elephants more often. They have reached their limit. In other words, Ace could continue to fight, and even defeated several enemies one after another. Advertisement. This is called a person's tailwind. In the face of the siege of our marine, it is really a big tone to say that we want to break through. Sengoku panted. He was old after all, and it had been a long time since such a high-intensity battle happened. He is not like Garp, who drives a warship around outside all day long, and can maintain his state by fighting pirates. He sits in the office reviewing documents all day long, and has almost no chance to do it. After all, he is the Marshal of Marine, representing the last face of Marine, and he is not easy to do. Now, he's really fighting with his life, and he doesn't think he can beat Ace. Fortunately, he is not fighting alone. There are countless Marines, and this area has been completely blocked. If you want to do it, hurry up. I can't last long, but, before we run, we have to get rid of that guy first. Crocodile stared intently at the eagle-eyed Seraph. Jinbei. He shouted. Understood. Advertisement. Jinbei directly accelerated and rushed forward. This time instead of punching, he kicked. Murloc karate is not only powerful with fists. Break the waves. He shouted in a low voice, and rushed towards Seraphim's head with his powerful legs. The dark armament haki is like armor, wrapping Jinbei's legs layer by layer. The blazing angel naturally avoided it. Finally revealed the flaw. Crocodile turned into sand, and approached Seraph quietly, reaching out to catch the other's shoulder. The sand fruit ability activates. In an instant, the moisture in Seraphim's body was evacuated, and the man's face was ashen ashes, and he fell to the ground as a dry man. And at this time, Ace also saw the right moment. Prairie fire. Once again he unleashed a great deal of fire. Advertisement. Buddha's shock. Ace, let's get caught. There's no point in continuing to struggle, it's over. Sengoku hit a shock wave, blasting away the flames in front of him. Receive. Ace gathers the scattered flames, just as he did before. Soon, the Vulcan-like image appeared again, and then, a ball of flame burned in his palm. Wang Deshao. On one left and one right, there was a group of translucent scorching flames on his hands. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Sengoku doesn't understand. And the answer was soon revealed. When Ace aimed his hands at the sky, the highly concentrated flame was released instantly. Burn everything. The translucent flame turned into two long dragons, flew into the sky in an unstoppable manner, and then burst open. Countless flames fell from the sky. Chapter 130 Jin's Gratitude. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 130 Jin's Gratitude. In this battle, Ace himself is completely fine, but his companions are not. Jinbei, Sabo, Crocodile, and the captured Jin, they are very strong, but they are almost meaningless. Now that Marine is aggressive and has completely surrounded this area, he must find a way to break out. Therefore, he resorted to this trick, the rain of fire. Countless flames fell from the sky, and in an instant, the battlefield was covered by these dots of flames, and these flames would not be extinguished, and they were still spreading. I believe that it won't be long before the entire area will be turned into a sea of flames. The battle between Akainu and Aokiji completely changed the climate and topography of an island, which was the result of the 10-day war that lasted for 720 days, and it was the joint efforts of two people. In this world, high-level combat power has the ability to change the terrain. Advertisement. For example, Whitebeard, such as Golden Lion, and even Luo Jia could cut through the sky with a single knife. And Ace, with his move of Rain of Fire, changed everything. I'm afraid this devouring flame will continue to burn forever. This area will become a restricted area for living beings. Ace. Sengoku roared, and a shock wave erupted all over his body, blowing away the devouring flames around him in an instant. And Ace, already covered in flames, flew straight towards Jin's direction with a burst of flames. Tisk, are you coming this way? Several vice admirals were guarding Jin. Seeing Ace approaching, they immediately prepared to fight. Go away. Ace let out a roar, and the Conqueror's haki shook in all directions, and at the same time entangled in his hands. The crimson lightning blasted at a vice admiral, and in a split second, the vice admiral vomited blood and flew backwards. Advertisement. You bastard. The rest of the Marines rushed towards Ace immediately. Ace was merciless, his body burst into flames, and the small flames that fell around him were absorbed by his raising his hand. He turned around in a circle and used a flame kick. The flames mixed with the unique crimson lightning after being wound by Conqueror's haki, forming a firestorm, and all the Marine generals were kicked away by him. Ceac. Die. Ace. Sengoku came up behind Ace and punched him in the back. Ace turned back and punched. The red lightning flashed past, and he wrestled with the Buddha. Hey, Jin, can you still stand up? I'll hold you back, hurry up and slip away. If you really want to get you arrested, I can't explain Kaido's force. Ace said to Jin on the ground. With his strength and Whitebeard's support behind him, he naturally doesn't need to explain anything to Kaido. Advertisement. However, troublesome things are naturally saved if they can be saved. I owe you a favor. Jin struggled to stand up from the ground. As a member of the Lunaria tribe, his physical recovery ability was considered immortal. Before, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, but now he is ready to take off as an ancient pterosaur. However, the two of them are now surrounded by Marines. It's not so easy to run away. It can be said that they are the turtles in the urn now. Jinbei, Crocodile, and Sabo, get ready for me. Don't worry about me, just run. Ace said, flames surging through him. The small flames that had been planted before had spread, and the burning area expanded again. Chapter 131 Flame God. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 131 Flame God. Fire Ring. Great Flame Ring. Prairie Fire. Fire rain all over the sky. These moves are the pre-moves that Ace uses to create a large amount of flames and prepare for the subsequent moves. The amount of flames is progressive. Among them, the rain of fire includes 2 prairie fires, and at the same time, the small flames fall to the ground. After that, it will continue to spread. Currently, he can only do so much. If he wants to go further, he still needs time to accumulate. Next, Ace is about to perform one of his most powerful moves. All the flames in this area gathered in his hands, and a gigantic sun was grandly presented in front of everyone. You madman, I haven't flown away yet, what do you want to do? Jin, who was standing not far from Ace, said that such a big fireball must have a large attack range, and he will undoubtedly be affected and burned to death by the flames. He might as well be caught by marine. Advertisement. Don't worry, this flame won't hurt you, I will control it, and then, you just run away. Ace said so, concentrating on controlling the sun in his hand. Damn it, I can't let him use this move, stop it. Sengoku shouted hastily, and the shock wave was launched under his feet, accelerating forward. It's too late. As Ace said, all the flames are already in his hands, and now he is ready to release them. After the great Yonji Emperor Yan, this move is called Shen of Flame. Damn it, it's too late, Kizaru. Fujitora. Either way, come with me. Sengoku was already in a panic, and even the two admirals who were seriously injured were called urgently by him. It's really scary. Advertisement. Kizaru looked haggard and pale, but now he had to fight desperately. A full blow at the four emperors level. No, it's more than that, it's enough to destroy the world. Although Fujitora was scared, but at such a close distance, he could already feel the astonishing hot spot. Bring it on. Ace grinned, and the sun in his hand suddenly shone brightly. Gravity knife. Flash kick. The Buddha is in the world. Huge meteorites, huge beams of light, huge shock waves. The three super powerful fighters in Marine stood in front of the big team, desperately performing their moves. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Kizaru vomited blood almost immediately. His flashing fruit is not like lava fruit and frozen fruit, which can be released in a large area. It can be said that his continuous beam of light shock waves has the smallest resistance effect. Fujitora has slashed several times in a row and called for meteorites to land many times, but to no avail. The huge rock from outside the sky dissipated and collapsed the moment it came into contact with the flames. Sengoku's shock wave has the most obvious resistance effect, but the black armament haki on his body is constantly breaking apart, revealing the golden body of the Buddha statue. Stop it! Sengoku roared angrily. The power of the shock wave increased again, and the old man's blood burned again. But Ace's blow, the forward momentum has no intention of slowing down at all, and even the impact is getting bigger and bigger. Finally, the shock wave had no choice, and Sengoku had no choice but to open the beast form of the Buddha fruit and transform into a huge Buddha statue. He stood in front of the Marines like this, resisting this move abruptly. The endless flames engulfed Sengoku's huge body. Chapter 133 Finishing Work. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 133 Finishing Work. It's unbelievable. Jin looked at the sea of flames around him, and he was beside Ace, watching the power of the flame god up close. He couldn't help thinking in his mind, who is stronger or weaker than Kaido and Ace? A thought came to mind. Kaido and Ace are facing each other, they are not opponents at all. But he shook his head and drove the thought out of his mind. Kaido was the belief in 970 in his heart, and he never believed that he would lose to this young man. Luo Jia's son, Whitebeard's successor, will you be Joyboy? Everyone in the Lunalia tribe has heard the legend, the free man, will he be Ace? Thoughts were flying in Jin's mind. His eyes were fixed on Ace not far away, and his pupils were closed. Advertisement. Anyway, let's leave this place first, these news must be told to Lord Kaido as soon as possible. Jin said so. His physical strength has almost recovered, he may not be good at fighting, but running is absolutely no problem. Let's go, Jin, we're half friends now, I'll go find you after a while, and have a celebration wine together. Ace smiled. Obviously only used such a powerful move before, but now he looked relaxed. He seemed to be fine by the looks of it. What about you? Aren't you going? Jin looked at him suspiciously. It's still a little time, I need to delay them, you go first. Ace said, as far as the plan is concerned, there are still about 10 minutes before the Golden City arrives at the destination. By then, the dust will really settle. Moreover, in order to ensure that his partners leave safely, he needs to stay behind. Advertisement. Then, take care of yourself. As Jin said so, he spread his wings and was about to fly away. Ace, are you okay? The move just now is so powerful, can you still hold on with your physical strength? Most of the partners left, but Sabo trotted over and asked about Ace's situation. Sabo's actions warmed Ace's heart. The brothers who grew up together were different. However, it's not that Jinbei or Crocodile are bad, they just have full confidence in Ace. Don't worry, Sabo, you can retreat with peace of mind, leave this place to me, it's hard to make such a big battle. I can't waste it, I want to leave an indelible memory of terror in Marine's heart. Ace said so, and the sea of fire around him seemed to sense the ambition in his heart, and there was a burst of churning. Then I'll go first. Take care of yourself. Advertisement. Sabo said so. Afterwards, come to the island of the Whitebeard pirates, report my name, and someone will notify me to go there. Our good brothers, let's get together and drink until we get drunk. Ace said so, reaching out to pat Sabo on the shoulder. That's a deal. Sabo smiled. He was missing a tooth when he was a child, but now he is a very handsome young man of 2.1. After sending Sabo away, Ace walked step by step into the depths of the sea of fire. He still has some things to finish, and after finishing all this, he should also leave. The flames around were cheering and jumping up, as if they had life in an instant, and they were welcoming the arrival of the flame god. From then on, in this sea, titles like Vulcan, Flame God, and Yandy will only belong to one person, and that is Ace. Chapter 132 Start running. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 132. Others in Marine also tried to use their moves or abilities to resist. But this move is worthy of the name of Flame God. In the face of the power of the gods, the struggle of ordinary people is of no avail. Only the huge body of the Buddha can barely withstand this extremely powerful attack. Sengoku still maintains the body of a huge Buddha statue, but the skin on his body is already pitch black. This is not covered by armament haki. Haki has been completely burned out, and the devouring flames are still lingering on him, burning him continuously body meat. However, 24 Sengoku still didn't even cry out in pain. This is the perseverance of the old marine. Mr. Sengoku. Is this all right? Are you okay? Advertisement. A marine asked weakly. The strength of the four emperors. It's not like I haven't seen it before. I've survived it, and it's fine. Saying so, Sengoku crossed his arms around his chest and made a handsome pose. But his situation is very delicate. It can be said that even a slight gust of wind may cause him to fall to the ground. Such a powerful move should not be resisted forcefully. Even if one wants to resist forcefully, one should be fully prepared. In fact, in this world, it takes time to prepare for powerful moves. Those with Logia fruit abilities will first use pre-movements to create a large number of natural creations, such as Ace, which burns a sea of flames, and Aokiji, which directly freezes a field. They will fight in the field they are good at, like ducks in water. Paramecia and Zone need to change their shape, such as the second, third, and fourth gears of rubber fruit, while Zone is in the shape of a beast or a beast, increasing its own strength and breaking through the limit. Advertisement. Only with advanced preparation can we make stronger moves. Ace had spent a long time laying out the Flame God move, and 2 prairie fires had completely changed the surrounding terrain. And what about Sengoku? In a hurry, in order to protect a large number of Marines, he had to go hard. He should have used Marine 6 Styles Profound Art, Return of Life, to further increase his own strength, so that he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Are you kidding me? I really opened my eyes today. Crocodile said. The cigar in his mouth could no longer be bitten. Is this the combat power of the 4 emperors? No, this level is probably higher than that of all the pirate emperors. You know, before the fight with Marine, Ace had a fight with Bullet, and just like that, he could continue to fight against Marine afterwards. The adjective monster probably doesn't suit him at all. Advertisement. One Piece Emperor is a monster among monsters, and Ace is no exception. 117 Jinbei said so. Magellan was also stunned for a moment, not intending to do anything at all. After witnessing the Flame God move, he fully understood the strength gap between himself and Ace. Before, his venom had no effect on Ace, he was already aware of this, and now, he had to refresh his cognition again. It's time, let's get out of here while Marine is frustrated now. Crocodile said, a sandstorm spinning under his feet, and he was ready to run. Then, I will also take my leave. Jinbei said, as a Murloc, as long as he gets into the water, he can escape. Chapter 134. The Ship Without You. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 134. The Ship Without You. After experiencing the big battle just now, the Marines were also amazed, but they were still waiting for the battle. They are well aware that the battle is not over. What a monster! With only one person's strength, he completely reversed the situation of the battle. This is the genuine strength of the four emperors. Damn it, we should have sent more people here. Now, 2 admirals are seriously injured and dying, and even former Marshal Sengoku-sama has died. The battle is not over yet, be careful, that guy might come out from somewhere. Advertisement. The Marines shouted and looked around, but there was nothing but flames. The flame is Ace's home field. Before they surrounded Ace and them, but now, Ace surrounded them all by himself. The flame of devouring. This flame has extremely high temperature, and it will not be extinguished, it will burn forever, and it is extremely attached. If it is not strong, it will not be able to break free after encountering it. Sengoku muttered, this is some research clue given by Vegapunk before. The guy was very excited when he saw the flame, saying that he had found a new energy source, so that Marine must defeat Ace, and even wanted to capture him alive. For this reason, Vegapunk directly released the Seraph who was still in the experiment. The result in exchange was like this, and an atmosphere of despair lingered around. Looking at the sea of flames around them, now, they have become the turtles in the urn, and the offensive and defensive momentum has changed. There are almost no people in the team who can fight against Ace. The gap between Vice Admiral and Admiral's substitute is too big. Sengoku is worthy of being the resourceful general, and he has already started to think about ways to break the game, but unfortunately, he has no way. Advertisement. When I was fighting with him before, I shouldn't have kept my hand. Even if it was my life, I should have killed him. Sengoku said so, with a look of remorse flashing across his face. Kizaru and Fujitora, although they are still standing stubbornly, fighting spirit is high, as if the injuries on their bodies are nothing at all. They can only do this. If they fall now, Marine's morale will completely collapse. You just said, who are you going to kill? At this time, a sound came, and all the Marines present could not help but shudder. For them today, this sound is the whisper of the devil, that monster is coming. Are you kidding? After launching the attack just now, do you still have the strength to continue fighting? Impossible, absolutely impossible, he had fought Bullet before, so he should have already reached the limit. Quote. Advertisement. Master Sengoku, what should we do? Can we really defeat this monster? The Marines were on the verge of collapse, and at this point, Ace just said a word, and didn't even make a move. To be honest, this move is just an idea of mine. I haven't really tried it yet. I was just taking a gamble. I didn't expect it to be used. I have to thank you very much. Zhao Nujiao. Ace walked out of the endless flames while talking. Ace. Responsible. Sengoku has a gloomy face, and his face is black. I don't know if it's the expression or hockey, or is it burnt black at all. Yo, Sengoku old man, he was able to stand still after receiving that blow, he is indeed a person from the old times. But unfortunately, there is no place for you on the ship of the new era. Ace said so, putting on a fighting stance. Chapter 135 Marine's Decision. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 135 Marine's Determination. People of the old age cannot board the boat of the new age. This was originally what Whitebeard said before his death in the development of the original world. Now, this sentence is spoken by Ace and thrown directly at Sengoku. Let's start the second round. As Ace said so, flames began to blaze from his body again. I'm really underestimated. Ace, when I was catching pirates at sea, you weren't born yet. Sengoku's face was so dark it couldn't get any darker. The two members of Admiral also braced their bodies and prepared to fight, but look at their faces, can they really fight? 507 originally had a Magellan, but this guy seems to be dealing with housekeeping again. The poisonous fruit is beneficial, there are disadvantages. I'm afraid you are just supporting your body, and you can't even stand still. Advertisement. Ace's observation hockey is so keen, he can see through Sengoku's reality at a glance. It's enough to deal with you, Sengoku said flatly. And us. A group of Marine Vice Admiral also stood up. Pirate Ace, let's start the second round. Even if we die, there are still other Marines. The banner of justice will not come down. Even if we, Siege, are not your opponents, we lost in the second round. There's still a third round, a fourth round. A mere pirate, you can only be arrogant now. Admiral Alternate Momoshiki glared at Ace through gritted teeth. Ambitious, Ace exclaimed, reaching out and clapping his hands. Advertisement. To be honest, if the other party was a pirate, Ace would never talk so much nonsense, just set it on fire and it's over. But they are Marines. Although the Marine system in this world is very corrupt, its existence is only to maintain the so-called Tianlong district. These individuals are fighting in the name of justice, and they are not heinous people. But now, they have opposing positions, so they can only continue to fight. A cloud in the sky. Kizaru forcibly condensed the lightsaber, the sword looked thinner than ever before, and he himself was out of breath. The second round. Then I will accompany you to the end. Fujitora clutches his knife, ready to call for a meteorite to fall. Don't underestimate the elders of the old days. I, Sengoku, are not a stepping stone. Sengoku said through gritted teeth. Because of Momoshiki's words, all Marines' morale was high. Advertisement. Ace sighed, and the Conqueror's hockey shook in all directions, and he rushed towards the crowd without hesitation. Conqueror's entanglement. First punched Fujitora, who was about to call for meteorites into the air, turned his body to dodge Kizaru's slash, took advantage of the momentum, and hit Kizaru's incomparably wretched face. Go to hell. Sengoku is now in the form of a giant Buddha statue, with 5 fingers together, he slaps Ace one after another, and the shock waves spread out. But Ace jumped, and the flame jet flew into the sky. Fire punch. This move, for Ace, was nothing more than a level A, but it directly knocked Sengoku to the ground. After Ace landed, he looked at the rest of the Marine Vice Admirals, shook his head, and sprinted again. Former Marine Admiral Sengoku, Marine Admiral Kizaru, and Marine Admiral Fujitora, these 3 have been dealt with lightly by Ace. But the Vice Admirals are not vegetarians either, physical masters, ability users, sword masters, they cooperate with each other, and they really entangled Ace for a while. Maybe, we can really beat him. Momoshiki couldn't help but think so. Chapter 136. Are you still not admitting defeat? Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 136. Fight Bullet. Get flanked by Kizaru and Sengoku, and fend off several Vice Admirals' sneak attacks in the process. In the end, it exploded with the greatest power, using a move called Flame God, which directly dispersed Marines' formation. To be honest, even Ace couldn't hold on, and the current record is one of the best among the 4 emperors. Unreasonably powerful, it can sweep away all enemies in front of it, and its 4 emperors level combat power is unquestionable. After reaching this level of strength, if you want to suppress Ace, unless you send out an existence as powerful as him, otherwise, it's just delivering food, and Song has monsters to deal with monsters. You have to send more people next time. The number seems meaningless, but it depends on whether you have a next time. So said Ace, another roundabout kick, red lightning, which was the result of the Conqueror's entanglement. Advertisement. He kicked all the Marines away, shaking all directions. A cloud in the sky. Kizaru was no longer able to create light particles for long-range attacks, so he could only barely create a long sword, trying to pierce Ace's chest. So this person, although the fruit he ate was shining, his fighting style was always so sinister and cunning. It's a sneak attack, and it's always aimed at the vital point, it's really too wretched. There was a glint of haze in Ace's eyes, he was irritated by Kizaru. Kizaru's fighting style is the so-called opportunist. He will definitely appear in the most unexpected position and launch a powerful blow. He is a nearly perfect assassin. However, his ability is quite a panacea. Except for assassin, other positions are also fully competent. Court death. Ace grabbed Kizaru's head and smashed it straight to the ground. In an instant, the flames burst. Advertisement. Varied. Ace only felt that his hands were empty. This is my bottom of the box move. Kizaru's mean voice came. Lightspeed kick. Kizaru raised his shiny long legs, intending to end it all. But Ace had already reacted. A flame jet directly opened the distance. It's a mirage, light refraction or something like that. Ace immediately realized that what he reached out to grab just now was just a phantom. Kizaru has a lot of contact with the Marine Science Force. He used to be a pacifist and was able to launch a powerful artillery bombardment, which is based on Kizaru's method. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Therefore, Kizaru is actually a techie, maybe even no Pang Shu from China and Canada. Therefore, he must have been inspired by science for the development of his own abilities. Mirage, light refraction and other means are not difficult for him. I'm really lost. The only ones who can fight monsters are monsters. I'm just an ordinary person. Kizaru looked helpless. What he did just now was his final ultimate move, and he no longer had the physical strength to condense the light. Aren't you admitting defeat? Actually, I don't want to do anything wrong. Ace said so, spreading his hands. After all, this is the world of pirates. Chaos is the eternal melody. If all the Marines are killed here, the sea will be in chaos for a long time. After all, Ace is not a ruthless person. When that kind of thing really happened, it was just a group of ordinary people who were unlucky. Gravity knife. Fujitora continued to attack, and now, he is the only one who can calm down the situation a little bit. Chapter 137 Justice that is vulnerable. Subscription required. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 137 The Vulnerable Justice. Seriously injured and exhausted, Fujitora gritted his teeth and persisted. I thought we had a chance to take him down just now, but I didn't expect. Admiral's substitute, Momosugi, said unwillingly. A group of vice admirals surrounded them, and they couldn't help Ace at all. She also fought Ace for a few rounds, losing quickly. But now, Yinzhong Lihu, 427, is no longer fighting the opponent. Advertisement. I'm still a long way from Admiral. Momosugi bit her lip, intending to redouble her efforts in cultivation after going back, so that she won't be so powerless next time she fights this kind of monster. She must become a veritable Admiral-level combat force, but, is there a next time? You are unsteady on your feet, unable to wield your knife, out of breath, and seriously injured, but you still want to confront me head-on, and dream of you. Ace punched Fujitora sharply, and Conquerors entangled, causing the burly man to vomit blood. You are a pirate, first and Marine, I know that I am not your opponent, and now I have no chance of winning at all. But it's not a question of whether to win or not, but as a Marine, I must stand in front of you. This is the justice of Marine. Fujitora received a strong punch from Ace, but still held on and did not fall. Ace frowned, looked at the man in front of him who insisted on justice, and showed a mocking smile. Let me tell you this, my name is Potter Cassidy. Ace, and you wanted me dead before I was born. Advertisement. During the years when I was born, you Marine hunted pregnant women everywhere, because that man might leave blood. The blood of the One Piece King Luogia must not be passed on, so you did this. Ace said so, squinting his eyes, belittling the justice in the opponent's mouth. I respect you for being a man, but your Marine's justice is a piece of shit. A child who has not yet been born, you are going to kill him just because his father has sinned deeply. So I am very grateful to Garp. If it weren't for him, I might not be alive today, so I didn't kill you. Ace continued to speak. These words pierced the hearts of all the Marines present like a sharp arrow. Your justice is just for a few, just to protect those bastard celestial dragons. You still put on a handsome look, it's almost enough. Advertisement. Ace explained the essence of Marine clearly, and punched Fujitora directly. He still has fighting spirit, and he can stand up and continue to fight, but what Ace said just now lingers in his mind. Lingering, that is Marine's stain, and there are countless things like this. Fujitora naturally hates these stains, and the Shichibukai system he opposes is actually a stain on Marine. He can still stand up, but his heart has been completely disappointed with Marine, and there is nothing more sad than a heartbreak. 0.7. He no longer wants to fight anymore. Is the justice he insists on so hard? Is it just this kind of thing? What should we do? A group of Marines began to hesitate, although their hearts were extremely firm and would not be shaken by each other's words. But those words still entered their hearts. Surrender. I will let you go, or just die. Ace said, crossing his arms around his chest. Chapter 138 Never Surrender. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 138 Never Surrender. Are you kidding? We are Marine, how could we surrender to you, a pirate? One of them, Vice Admiral, got excited, cursed at Ace, and said that he would fight to the end. We will not give in, even if we die, we will never give in to pirates. A group of Marines became excited, and the scene was very chaotic. Now, the initiative is in the hands of Ace, and his condition is not very good. If he directly fights with the remaining Marines, he can still win, but he will definitely suffer 24 injuries, and he will have to rest for a while. Advertisement. But he didn't want to kill him, he didn't want to go that far. Although these Marines once wanted him to die, they wanted to put him to death before he was born. It can be said that from the very beginning, he and Marine had a deep hatred, and it can even be said that his mother Rouge is because of this. The group of Marines died. In One Piece world, most of the characters with names and surnames have lost their mothers, either passed away or don't know their names. This is the influence of the will of the creator of the world. Ace's mother, Rouge, is a great woman. At that time, Marine was hunting for pregnant women. She hid and relied on her tenacious will to prolong the pregnancy. It is precisely because of this that after giving birth to Ace, she was exhausted. Died. Such a deep hatred. No matter how many Marines Ace kills, he may not be able to repay it. However, the object of hatred is Marine, and the object of gratitude is also Marine. He survived because of Garp, and Garp is Marine's hero. Advertisement. So, for Garp's sake, Ace doesn't want to push things to the limit. Surrender. No way. In a daze, Sengoku, who was lying on the ground, said so. He tried to stand up several times, but failed. Kizaru was standing, but he didn't have the physical strength to fight. If he could, he really wanted to surrender and run away. It's not that they don't work hard, but the enemy is too terrifying, and they are veritable monsters. Kizaru's idea is so simple and rude to keep the Green Hills alive. As for Marine's face, carrying out absolute justice, it's almost enough. If everyone dies, justice will really be gone. He has been stationed in the area near the Sabayati Islands all year round, and wipes celestial dragons' buttocks day and night, because he has shining fruits and comes and goes quickly, but in fact, the justice in Kizaru's heart, I'm afraid it's dead long ago. Look at the stupid things these celestial dragons do. Kizaru was also a high-spirited and hot-blooded boy, but now all the edges and corners have been worn away, and he has become a strange guy who just wants to clock in and get off work. Advertisement. Kizaru has seen through everything, he knows everything, and it is precisely because he knows everything too well that the position of Marshal will never fall on his head. 637. In fact, he himself has no interest. As a Marshal, don't you still have to wipe the ass of the celestial dragons? Don't you still have to obey the 5 elders? It's just the last shift, a few million Baileys a month. What kind of life is it? When it's time, it's a serious thing to clock in and leave work. What Ace said was the fact that he wanted to understand a long time ago. If he could, he wanted to run away. But the former Marshal Sengoku said that it was impossible to surrender. For a moment, Kizaru was at a loss. Then, I won't hold back anymore. Ace said, with flames burning on his body, he was ready to kill. Chapter 139 Will there be support? Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 139 Will there be support? Everyone, get ready to fight. and kill the pirates in front of you at all costs. Sengoku gave the final order, then closed his eyes and completely lost consciousness. He had reached his limit. And the remaining Marines are also ready to fight. From the day first became a Marine, I made a plan. One day I will die at the hands of pirates. Advertisement. It's just that I didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Anyway, I have to go. Admiral's candidate, Momosuge, stood in front of Ace, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was actually afraid. The devouring flame will not be extinguished, and it will continue to burn when it touches the body, not to mention that he is also proficient in Conqueror's Haki, and can freely use the Conqueror's entanglement technique, which greatly increases the threat level. At this moment, Ace is also releasing the Conqueror's Haki, and the presence of Marine all feel the pressure doubled. Fujitora fell to the ground, Kizaru lost his strength, and they were the only ones left, Vice Admiral. To be honest, Vice Admiral's strength is already quite strong, suppressing some pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, as long as they don't meet a few specific dangerous characters, it's absolutely fine. Vice Admiral is Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, and also practiced Haki. He has experienced many battles and was killed from countless pirates. In this group of people, there are even capable people. Many. With such a configuration, it is not a problem to suppress a Shichibukai, and it is also capable of fighting against the 4 Emperors Regiment. Advertisement. However, when facing Ace, they were powerless to resist. Mera Mera fruit has been developed to such an extent by him. Obviously, I can use the power of flames casually. One of them, Vice Admiral, looked at Ace with a somber face. Because of his special ability, this person can also use some flames. However, his flames are as weak as a newborn baby in front of Ace. How can the light of fireflies be compared with the moon? We may not be unable to fight with him. I believe that his physical strength is almost exhausted. After going through successive battles, monsters should also be exhausted, and he is definitely no exception. Besides, with such a big commotion on our side, other people on alert in the surrounding area must have passed on information. So, there is a high probability that we have support. We don't necessarily have to defeat him, we just need to delay time. After all, it is Marine Vice Admiral. In addition to the practice of force, the exercise of wisdom is never lacking. Advertisement. Therefore, they naturally thought of reinforcements. The biggest difference between Marine and pirates is this. Behind Marine is the world government and celestial dragons. Celestial dragons collect a large amount of heavenly gold, most of which are used for military expenses of Marine, and of course, more part is used for pleasure. If there is money, there will be people, and if there are people, there will be support. Marine good can even rely on special warships to cross the calm belt to achieve the purpose of speeding up support. Ace also heard their conversation. Indeed, if reinforcements arrive, his situation will be very bad. Therefore, he should retreat immediately and leave this place. In fact, his purpose of delaying time has been achieved, and running away is completely fine. However, he has absolutely no plans to leave now. This war is coming to an end. Chapter 140 Garp Attacks. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 140 Garp Attacks. Crane Vice Admiral, we have received information that the operation to encircle and suppress the pirate Ace has encountered unpredictable obstacles. The staff of the Revolutionary Army got involved and helped the pirate Ace. Now, the situation is very anxious. The battle site has been turned into a sea of flames, and we have not been able to get more information. The people inside couldn't get out, and the people outside couldn't get in. Should we send support? A Marine Vice Admiral reporting to Crane Vice Admiral. Support. Send support immediately. Quote. Advertisement. Crane Vice Admiral looked helpless, and stretched out his hand to support his forehead, showing a bitter expression. It really set a problem for me, Sengoku. You dispatched so many troops, but you still failed to get 990 aces. You even got frustrated and couldn't get out of the siege. Is that guy really so scary? When Crane said this, his expression suddenly became gloomy. This time the action is to recapture the Golden City, the owner of the Golden Fruit, who is very important to celestial dragons, to Marine, and to the entire world, and must not be taken away by pirates. Therefore, the five elders issued the highest order, asking Sengoku to send a large number of troops to pursue, and Garp was explicitly prohibited from going there. Because of Ace, the reason why he can live until now is because of Garp. If Marine had wiped out Ace directly back then nothing would have happened today. Although Garp didn't do anything wrong, he just saved a baby, but Garp was to blame, and in the eyes of the five elders, he was excluded from this operation. If Garp had been involved, and Sengoku would have been a little bit more involved, the result would definitely not have been like this. Crane Vice Admiral said so, shaking his head. Advertisement. But in any case, this time the matter has come to a conclusion. That's the only way to go. Is it only possible to send the Green Bull over there? However, the compatibility between the ability of the Green Bull and Ace is too poor. Also, there needs to be someone in the headquarters here, otherwise, if it is attacked by pirates, it will become a laughing stock. Although it was said to support the battlefield, for a while, Crane couldn't decide to pay attention, and didn't know who to send over, CED. As she said in her mouth, the Green Bull's ability is not good against Ace. Now that the Marshal is gone, the former Marshal took two admirals to the past. The matter could not be settled, and the only remaining admiral may not be able to effectively deal with the enemy. After thinking about it, there is only that guy. Crane had another headache. At this time, a certain burly voice directly kicked the door. Garp is holding a donut in his hand, and his face is still the same, with a smile on his face. Advertisement. I heard that guy Sengoku went to recover the Golden City, and in order to encircle Ace, he also took away two admirals. Now his action is frustrated and he needs support. It's really useless. It can only be me, isn't it? Garp said so, eating all the donuts. I see. I'm leaving now, and you can fill me in with the documents afterwards. Garp licked the sugar from his fingers. But you know that five elders banned you from participating in this event. Crane said so. This is the most troublesome point. After thinking about it, the only person who can support Sengoku is Garp, but the five elders will not agree. Cut. I don't care. Fire me if you have the ability. Garp smirked nonchalantly, turned and left the office. Chapter 141 coming soon. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 141 is coming. Garp is coming at full speed, but the battlefield is changing rapidly. Ace has already eliminated nearly half of Vice Admiral. It was the first time for him to experience such a long and fierce battle, and even he couldn't help but start to pant. First stormed the Golden City, then stayed and confronted Marine, and fought with Bullet from the Old Age. After that, it was a full-scale fight with Marine, and Ace felt that he had done a good job to be able to fight like this. Even Kaido may not be able to achieve this level. Ace felt emotional, raised his hand and punched again, knocking a Vice Admiral into the air. Now, he can't use Conqueror's Coil anymore, and his Haki consumption is too much. Hurry up! The Scarlet Lightning has disappeared, his physical strength is rapidly disappearing, and victory is just around the corner. Advertisement. Persevere. The reinforcements are coming soon. The reinforcements will definitely come. We can defeat this monster. Keep going. Kizaru Admiral will recover soon, and then we can take him down completely. There are also sharp-eyed people among Marine, who noticed that Ace was not wrapped with Conquerors, and immediately reacted. Conqueror's Haki is entangled and can be used for powerful attacks, but powerful power often comes with risks. The greater the damage to the enemy, the greater the burden on oneself, which is a matter of course. Now that the battle has come to an end, Ace doesn't need to use the Conqueror's route to deal with the remaining enemies. For you, streaming will suffice. 27. He didn't even want to use Mera Mera fruit, and wanted to rely on pure body skills to decide the outcome. The reason why he didn't use it was also to guard against the Marine's support. Maybe there were new enemies coming here, and maybe he needed to save his energy, even if it was just a little bit. Several Sword Masters Vice Admiral launched a joint attack, and the ability users also launched various moves. Ace. Take it, then counterattack back. Advertisement. Blue, this is Marine Vice Admiral Garp, what's the situation over there? At this time, the call of the phone bug has been turned on. Report, Master Garp, our side is about to fail. A marine complained endlessly. No, Master Garp, we will hold on, and we will never give in to the pirates. We will never give up until you come. Asking for flowers. Point 0. The other marine quickly changed his wording and pushed the weak guy away. Very well. This is what marines should look like. I'll be there soon. By the way, point the phone bug at Ace. I have something to talk to him about. So Marine turned the phone bug on Ace. Ace. You bastard. Make all these troubles again. I won't let you go this time. Advertisement. Point 0. Get ready to stay with me forever in Impel Down. Garp yelled. It's so noisy. You old man, do you think you're still a kid now? Come on, I'll fight if you dare to come. Ace also paid homage to the past without hesitation. It's like when I was a child, I did something bad and was discovered by Garp. The old man would beat him up and call it love education. If Garp dares to come, Ace must pay back all the beatings he got when he was a child. You brat, you make it difficult for me. Garp's voice choked up, and then the phone bug was hung up. Garp in the distance, the smile on his face disappeared. As for Ace here, his expression also became serious. Chapter 142 Kizaru's Death. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 142 Kizaru's Death. Before support arrives, we must hold him back, at all costs. Now, the Golden City is far away, and it may not be easy for us to catch up. Therefore, there is only one way to regain the Golden City, and that is to capture Emperor Yan Ace alive. That's right, the only way Whitebeard can get the Golden City back is by threatening his life. These vice admirals are really whimsical to capture the Emperor-level powerhouses alive. They really use his ace as a stepping stone, don't they? If Sengoku and Garp join forces, it would be fine to capture the 4 emperors alive, but I'm afraid you're a bunch of stinky fish and rotten shrimps. I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Who are you looking down on? Ace sneered at them. He didn't use the Conqueror's Haki, and he didn't use the Fruit ability, he just used the most common body skills to fight. Just like that, it was enough to crush them. Advertisement. They couldn't see the situation clearly, and even said these words. Ace was really underestimated. Pirate Ace, I can see that you are now at the end of your strength, and the successive battles have exhausted you. You can't even release the Fruit ability now. This is the best iron proof. You are finished. How dare you challenge the majesty of Marine, grab the Golden City by force, and trample the face of the world government under your feet. Arrogant, you are seeking your own death. You must be eradicated, otherwise, this sea will never have a peaceful day. The Marines were all motivated, and they seemed to have recognized this fact. However, Ace doesn't use the Fruit ability, he just thinks it is unnecessary. It is to deal with the upcoming Garp. It is definitely not because of lack of physical strength. For a monster-level powerhouse like him, the physical strength is basically endless. Just like Akainu and Aokiji, they fought for 10 days and 10 nights in a row. This physical strength is terrifying enough. Advertisement. Ace, as a king-level master whose strength exceeds admiral level, has more physical strength than them, isn't it natural? You guys are really whimsical, but that's okay. Just like this, drown in your own fantasies. Ace said so. Without using the Fruit ability, he is still crushed by physical skills, he has such confidence. After a while, only Kizaru and 5 or 6 vice admirals were left standing in front of them. Since there will be heterogeneous, like Kizaru who want to clock in and leave work in admiral, it is not incomprehensible that there are 5 or 6 in vice admiral. It is not necessary to be true. However, for the sake of my future career, I still have to resist a little bit. Then, Kizaru, who recovered a little bit of physical strength, led the remaining Marine Vice Admirals to launch a symbolic attack on Ace. Kizaru just wants to hurry up and wait for Garp to come to his rescue. Advertisement. But Ace refused to give up and grabbed Kizaru, intending to burn him to ashes. It's really scary. Kizaru still had that wretched 4.8 appearance, but at this time, he didn't have much fear. He seemed very calm, as if he had expected this day to come. Kizaru, you are really annoying, and your ability is very dangerous, so you should leave here. Ace said so. Let's do it. Kizaru was calm. Chapter 143. The hero joins. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 143. The hero. At this moment, facing death, Kizaru couldn't help but start to think about everything that happened in the past. He became a marine, relying on the ability of sparkling fruit to rise to the top. He was in the limelight for a while, and unknowingly became admiral, and then, the justice in his heart was gradually disappearing. Because of the convenience and speed of sparkling fruit, he often flies to the Sabayati Islands to clean up the mess for the celestial dragons. As long as he provokes the celestial dragons, no matter heinous pirates or innocent passers-by, must be resolved. That's what Kizaru does. Most of the time he shoots and kills civilians. Because his wife is extremely beautiful, she was taken away by celestial dragons, so the person who rose up to resist 24. People who resisted because they passed by without kneeling, were pointed at by celestial dragons, and didn't want to die. Because the child pointed at the celestial dragons, he was asked to be executed. As a father, he wanted to protect the child, so he resisted. Advertisement. Many of these civilians, after rebelling against the celestial dragons, fled. But it's useless, because he, Admiral, always finds these guys out and kills them. If he does too many of these things, he becomes an outlier in Marine. But this is helpless, because the celestial dragons are the rulers of the world, they have the gold in the sky, and they distribute military expenses to Marine, and Marine obeys the orders of celestial dragons, as a matter of course. This can be regarded as his contribution to the Marine. To please the celestial dragons, military expenses will naturally not be lacking. It's just that the flag of justice has been dyed black, and there is no way to wash it off. Marine's justice is just a joke. Kizaru has seen through this a long time ago, and just wants to be a fish-catching monster, clock in and go to and from get off work. If you surrender, I can spare you from dying. Ace said so. Advertisement. I don't care anymore. What Kizaru wants is not this kind of Marine, nor this kind of justice. Since you are going to die, let's die vigorously. He will never do things like begging for mercy on his knees. After being lost in the pursuit of justice for so long, it is not bad to be able to implement justice once before dying. Even if he is a fish-fishing monster, Marine still has a bottom line, and he will not give in to pirates. Really, you're kind of an interesting guy. Ace said so. Goodbye. Flames flared up in his fist, intending to send warmth directly to Kizaru. At this moment, several shells were flying towards them, with hockey still attached to them, directly bombarding the two of them. Advertisement. In the air, an old man is stepping on the moonwalk, panting. It seems that the old man has caught up. The fleet is too slow, so he swam over directly. Fortunately, he didn't get lost. The old man was naked and burly, because the surrounding flames continued to burn, and the seawater 517 on his body had evaporated completely. Ace, you kid, you really made a fuss. How about it? Let's get caught. Now you are a bird of extinction, a victory for our Marine. Garp said so, stepped forward, and fell to the ground. Join the heroes. Garp, the strongest among Marines, and the old enemy of One Piece Luogia, has fought countless battles in his life. Swimming. It's really your style, old man. Ace said so, with Kizaru on the handle still on the ground. Like Pluton Rayleigh, don't you just swim to Amazon Lily. This is nothing, the most powerful people in this world are unreasonable. Chapter 144 Garp who releases water. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 144 The Garp who released water. It is absolutely impossible for me to be caught without a fight. If you want to catch me, then beat me. Now is not a child. Ace said so, no longer bothering Kizaru on the ground, and set up a fighting posture. What an unfilial grandson. I won't hold back. You are a pirate now, you should be alert when you go to sea. Garp said so. For Ace, he has always had complicated feelings, and he has always expected Ace to become a Marine. In this way, even if he is the son of Luogia, things can always be covered up. In a trance, in Garp's eyes, Ace put on the costume of Marine and followed the path of justice. Advertisement. I have made up my mind a long time ago, and I am the same, and I will not keep my hands. Ace said so. After the two finished talking, they stopped being polite and started sprinting, and then their fists met their fists. The strength of emission hockey is evenly matched, and the winner is not divided for a while. Tisk, brat, why don't you use conquerors to entangle? Are you trying to show compassion to an old man like me? The fruit ability is useless. If you don't use all your strength, be careful to be beaten to death by me. Backquote. Garp always had a smile on his lips. Ace's complexion fluctuated for a while, but in the end, red lightning still flashed on his fist. It's Vice Admiral Garp. We are saved, we can definitely take him down. It's our Marine's victory. What about the strength of the Emperor? Facing the hero Garp, there is absolutely no power to fight back. Catch Ace alive, exchange the Golden City, our mission is completed. Advertisement. A group of Marines said so, and began to cheer. Garp, are you here? I'm so sorry, if I push a little harder, maybe you won't be needed. Sengoku also woke up from the coma, looking at Garp with a guilty face. The five elders ordered Garp to be dispatched, but Sengoku fully supported this resolution. It would be very difficult for Garp to deal with his righteous grandson, so this matter must be handled by Sengoku. You haven't fought with all your strength until now, Garp, you naughty boy. Sengoku cursed at Garp. From beginning to end, Garp didn't use Marine 6 styles, just ordinary punches and kicks. This kind of move is ineffective against monsters with Emperor-level combat power. There is no doubt that Garp has selfish motives and can't go down. All the Marines present were cheering, but Sengoku was worried. In any case, Garp is the only one who can lock the game, and the ace must be caught. Advertisement. Garp, use all your strength to catch him, otherwise, we will not be able to return to the Golden City. Sengoku said so. The Golden City and the owner of the Golden City, this is a very important thing. Where did Marine's military expenses come from? Naturally, it was given by celestial dragons. Where did celestial dragons get their money from? Heavenly gold, collected from various places. Marine's military expenses cover a wide range of areas, including the salaries of Marine members, the payment of pirate bounties, the construction of warships Li Jiaohao, and the technical support of Vegapunk. Sound. These all cost money. If the gold is gone, celestial dragons' sky gold will shrink a lot. What is the result? Celestial dragons will not cut their enjoyment expenses, the only way is to increase taxes. What is lacking in the Golden City is supplemented from other places. Then, people all over the world are miserable, either go to sea to become pirates, or join the revolutionary army. The sea will be in chaos. Chapter 145 Unpretentious Moves. Subscribe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 145 Unpretentious Moves. Sengoku is the resourceful general, he naturally thinks more than Garp, and this person is also more rational and will not be dominated by emotions. Therefore, his attitude was very tough, and he even scratched his neck and roared loudly. Vice Admiral Garp, don't hold back anymore, go all out and take him down, otherwise, the sea will never have a peaceful day. Sengoku said so. A little unbearable flashed in his eyes. He was using a high-level tone to order his old friend to do what he was least willing to do. I see, you shut up. Garp also called out to Sengoku. In fact, he will come here, his attitude is quite clear, and he also wants to end all this. Advertisement. Otherwise, he only needs to obey orders, and he will be fine if he stays in the headquarters. He doesn't need to come over, face Ace, let alone fight Ace, but the fact is that everything is beyond his control. On the one hand, he hopes that Ace can live, but on the other hand, as a Marine, he must catch the pirates. What a headache. Ace, I'm really going to give it my all this time. There was a dangerous gleam in Garp's eyes. He has made his own choice, he wants to carry out his justice as a Marine, and capture the pirate Ace. Don't worry, CEBF Garp. We will negotiate with the Whitebeard pirates later, and trade with them with Ace. Why? As long as it is returned to the Golden City, our Marine can temporarily let Ace go, as long as he is caught. Now it has come to a critical juncture. The marine and the pirate trade, what an absurd statement, but Sengoku has nothing to do. He has to do this, even if it will become a stain. Because as I said before, the Golden City is very important to marine. Advertisement. Without the existence of the Golden City, the celestial dragons will intensify their efforts to oppress those ordinary people. At that time, there will be more pirates on the sea. Pirates burn, kill and loot, and celestial dragons demand a lot of taxes. It is really difficult for ordinary people to survive in this world. Sengoku can't change the world, it can only barely maintain the balance of the world. This is the way of justice exclusive to Zanwei. And Ace's violent grabbing of the Golden City broke this delicate balance. Fujitora was still lying on the ground, and almost fainted after hearing what Sengoku said. The Shichibukai system is marine making deals with pirates. What he opposes is the Shichibukai system, and now, Sengoku actually says that he wants to make deals with Four Emperors Whitebeard. How can this be tolerated? Fujitora begins to doubt marine's justice again. Garp doesn't care about Sengoku's nonsense, he only knows that as a marine, he wants to catch pirates. Even if the pirate in front of him is his adopted grandson, he must be caught if he should. Advertisement. Whatever the world situation, whatever the way of justice, just catch the pirates and you're done. Garp's thinking is just like this, simple and direct. He is a pure reckless man. If he is reckless, it will be over. Boy, look at my finger pistol. No bells and whistles, just the most common finger pistol, at the fingertips, that's emission hockey. Ace didn't dare to take it head on, turned sideways to dodge the attack, and jumped back a few steps to distance himself. Then there is Garp's Tempest Kick, which is also unpretentious, but its power cannot be underestimated at all. Ace barely dodges again. This time, Garp sees the timing and speeds up. Eat me with a punch. Garp yelled angrily. Chapter 146 Great Educator Garp. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 146 The Great Educator Garp. Ace didn't react for a while, and was directly hit by Garp, and he flew upside down. The power of emission hockey, which has been precipitated through countless years, is quite terrifying. But hitting Ace doesn't seem to be a serious problem. Use your abilities and continue to hide like this. Before I catch you, you might be beaten to death. Garp spoke, but his feet were merciless, another Tempest Kick. His Marine 6 styles has been cultivated to the state of returning to the basics, and there is no need for those fancy changes, just going straight like this is enough for most occasions. Condensed with hockey's powerful Tempest Kick, Ace did not dare to underestimate. This time, he finally called out the flame. Fire Punch. Advertisement. The flames wrapped Tempest Kick and exploded in an instant, and the small flames fell to the ground. This is my home field. The previous Flame God completely changed the surrounding environment with one blow, and the flame never went out, and it continued to spread and burn. These flame aces can be fired, or retrieved and reused. He called out the flame, and it was a powerful fire dragon that hit Garp. Tempest Kick. Garp didn't make any extra moves, but the power of this Tempest Kick has been enhanced a lot. His life returned. Ace saw the clue at a glance. Garp is continuing to run the esoteric art in Marine 6 styles, returning life. Advertisement. The old man's heartbeat is constantly accelerating, and the skin on his body is gradually turning red and hot. It feels like the second gear of rubber fruit. It is the result of blood flowing through Garp's body at a high speed, and a lot of smoke is emitted from his body. It is the scorching body temperature that evaporates the sweat that flows out. Relying on the return of his life, Garp forcibly returned his strength to the peak period. The current him, even facing Luogia who jumped out of the coffin board, is completely fine. Shave. Finger pistol. Garp's speed became quite astonishing, and Ace could barely get out of the way. But his attack will not stop, so Ace has no way to continue to dodge, and can only fight Garp recklessly. Logia's fruit-capable users are actually like mages. In the game most of the time, cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers is a first-class and powerful miscellaneous fish smasher worthy of the name. Asking for flowers. But most mages have weaknesses, that is, they are weak in melee combat. Being attacked by Garp at such a close range, Even if Ace wants to release the fruit ability, the power of the attack is almost too high. Advertisement. Therefore, the current situation is quite bad for Ace. However, if he wants to fight in close combat, he is not weak at all, and he is not afraid at all. Guys with imperial combat strength are called monsters, and monsters have no weaknesses. With Conqueror's Haki wrapped around Ace's hand, he fought with Garp in melee, fists and fingers constantly clashing. Again Ace gets knocked out, sometimes Garp gets knocked out, but they all get up quickly, fight back and hit back. It's still a bit of progress. To be honest, I'm a little relieved. It seems that my educational achievements are still very good. Garp suddenly boasted. No, your education is a complete failure. Although all the children you teach have good abilities, they all went astray, okay. Your son is a revolutionary army, and your 2 grandsons are pirates. What are you bragging about? Sengoku wanted to complain about you from afar. Chapter 147 Garp's Style. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 147 Garp's Style. Ace also wanted to make some complaints. What happened to Garp's education? In fact, he just threw it at the bandit Dayton. He is Marine, he has various tasks to do, and he has no time to take care of the children at all, so it is a big heart to entrust it to others. And his education is a free-range education, and when he goes home from time to time, he also beats up his children. For him, this is the love for the 140 children, but the bad influence on the children is immeasurable. Anyway, the problem is big, no wonder Drago, Luffy. Aces are all so rebellious. Advertisement. However, it is precisely because of this free-range education policy that these individuals have gained strong strength without exception. At the very least, in this cruel world, one can protect oneself with a certain amount of power. Although he kept saying that he would let his children become Marines, he didn't really force them to do so. If you really want to stop Luffy from going out to sea, he can use any means, won't it just be locked up? But Garp did not do this, he gave the child the power to choose freely. The core of his education is to let the children have strength first, so that they will not be killed inexplicably. As for becoming a pirate or a revolutionary army, it can only be said that their fates are different. However, for Ace, it was an extremely painful memory. The beatings I received when I was young, I will give you back all of them now. As Ace said, astonishing flames erupted all over his body, and the flames spewed towards Garp one after another like huge waves, enveloping Garp in an instant. Advertisement. HMPH. Garp roared, all the flames on his body dissipated, he stood intact, and the airflow from his body gushed out continuously. Armament Haki covered his body, his whole body was pitch black, but when he grinned, he showed his white teeth. You unfilial grandson, let me teach you a lesson. Garp said so. Life return strengthens the body to a higher level, and the attack speed becomes faster. This person is on the same level as Luffy, and his strength fluctuates greatly. Luffy dared to challenge Shichibukai when he was fierce, and was defeated by Kaido when he was weak. As far as Garp is concerned, when he is fierce, he can wrestle with Luogia, cooperate with Luogia, and sweep the Valley of Gods. But when you are weak, you might suddenly doze off during the battle, and then get hacked by an ex-marine with an axe. Advertisement. In the final analysis, it is all because of lack of concentration. People like them can only understand the world in their own way, and only be serious about the things they are interested in. Besides, they are often wandering status. So the battle between Garp and Luffy, the grandfather and grandson, is often shown like this. He was deflated at the beginning, was beaten up by someone, and then became inexplicably emotional, and dealt with the opponent like a blood lock. This is how the monkey family fights. But now, Garp's attention is highly concentrated, and 3.3 has entered serious mode. I'm afraid Ace will increase his output, and he will go further and start to lock blood. In the face of Garp's finger pistol combo like a torrential rain, Ace's way of retaliation is also simple and direct, bending his fists and hitting each other. Emission Haki and Conquerors are entangled, and they are evenly matched. It can only be said that the accumulation of time in Garp is amazing. Chapter 148 Garp is defeated. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 148 Garp defeated. The current Garp is like hanging up, fighting face to face, which lasted for nearly a minute, with no intention of stopping at all. Ace naturally gave up his life to accompany the gentleman, exerting all his strength and wantonly releasing his own power. Just kidding. There is still energy left. What kind of monster is this? We even speculated before that he has no physical strength. Can't we continue to fight now? Such a monster. Imp Vice Admiral is really okay. You must win. For Marines, Garp is their belief and a real hero of 24. Many Marines grew up listening to Garp's words. He is the old enemy of One Piece, a legendary Marine, with the strength of Admiral but inferior to Vice Admiral's location. But in fact, the old enemy of One Piece does not mean that he can head to head with One Piece. Advertisement. If Luo Jia hadn't turned himself in back then, Garp would never have been able to catch this person in his life. Garp's strength far exceeds Admiral's level, and he can crush masters at the Emperor's deputy level, but he is still a little short of the Emperor's level. The two continued to fight back and forth. Ace didn't seem to be lacking in physical strength at all, while Garp was gradually struggling. Unreservedly releasing the strength of his whole body like this, every punch is a full blow, and then one after another. Garp is not young, and now he is getting older. Physical strength is his biggest weakness, and now, it is already his limit. However, Garp is on the hook. Even if it reaches the limit, it is still unwilling to stop, and it is even accelerating. The continuous finger pistol gradually shrank and turned into a clenched fist, and the emission hockey coiled into the most common armed color. Ace has seen Garp's fatigue, so he withdrew some of his strength. Garp is still accelerating, but his output is not much. In the end, he can't do it even when he is hanging. Advertisement. The speed gradually slowed down, and the fist lost its strength. Lightly punched Ace on the head. I really lost to you. I must have suffered a lot when I grew up to this point. I told you not to be a pirate. It's a lot easier to be a Marine. Garp sighed for a while, his hands drooped, and he seemed to be decades old in an instant, dying, as if he would die at any moment. He used life return to strengthen his body before, and now he returns it all back in an instant. Powerful power is often accompanied by risks. I am afraid that Garp will not be able to explode his power for a long time to come. It's time for him to think about retirement, too. Even if I lose this time, Ace, is that okay? Garp said so. His whole body was extremely haggard, like a withered yellow leaf. Advertisement. Leave these Marines alone. You don't want to. Countless families will be destroyed in the sea in the future. Garp continued. I know, it's all for your sake, but it's only this time. The next time first meet Marine, I won't hold back. I will use all my strength. First hope you Marine can do it for yourself. Ace said so, turned around, and planned to leave like this. Just let him go like this. He's a pirate, even if it's his life, I want to. A certain Marine was very excited and wanted to rush up and do a big job. Ace glanced back sharply, and the man immediately trembled and couldn't move. Chapter 149 New Marshal. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 149 The New Marshal. This time I lost. I will bear all the responsibilities and have nothing to do with you. After I go back, I will resign. It's my personal defeat. It has nothing to do with Marine, and you don't have to pay too much attention to it. After the Golden City is lost, the sea will fall into chaos, and it will be up to you in the future. On the returning warship, Garp said so. The whole person was very old, completely lost the vigor of the past, even the smile that always hung on his face disappeared. Garp, it's not necessary, this should be my fault, Sengoku wanted to say something else. It's almost done, Sengoku, such a big trouble, you can't bear it alone, you can bear it with me. Garp grabbed Sengoku's shoulders, the smile reappeared unexpectedly, grabbed a donut and stuffed it into Sengoku's mouth. Woo woo woo. Advertisement. Sengoku couldn't say anything, because the injury was so serious that he couldn't even eat a donut, and he fell straight down. Akainu died in battle. Aokiji ran away. The old marshal forced him to take over, and he had to take the blame and resign after returning. A few days later, the news reported this matter. Flame God Ace swept away the two veterans in Marine. Garp took the initiative to admit defeat and resigned. The new marshal is Kizaru. It's really troublesome. I will be the marshal. What are you kidding? Or we should go and invite Aokiji back. Kizaru said lazily. I can't help it. Only you can stand up now. After all, Fujitora's qualifications are a bit shallow, and the same is true for Green Bull. We still have to find a new admiral. Sengoku assists Kizaru with business. At least now you don't have to shoot casually, you are the marshal, and you don't have to go out and wipe the ass of celestial dragons. Advertisement. Said Sengoku, still injured, but had to go to work, his body hurt like hell. That's not bad, I'll leave the official duties to you, I'll touch the fish first, and I'll clock in and get off work. Kizaru smiled, turned around and was about to leave the office. Stop it for me, I will only assist you for 3 months, after which I will retire to recuperate from injuries, and may manage logistics or train recruits. After that, you can only rely on you. There are a lot of messes, and you have to solve them properly. Kizaru's time in office wasn't bad, it was abysmal. He is the marshal, and there are only 2 admirals left in his hands, and there is a high probability that he will not obey his command. The 2 seniors also took the blame and resigned. Seeing this situation, Kizaru's choice is, just open. Where is Senior Garp? Kizaru asked, flipping through the files on the desktop boredly. Advertisement. Still thinking about it, he should be transferred to a special department, and I have to consult his own opinion. Sengoku said he only hoped Garp would be satisfied with such an arrangement. Do you have any thoughts on the future development of Marine? Sengoku looked at Kizaru again. There is one thing to say, good Zhao, Sengoku actually didn't want Kizaru to be the marshal, after all, the justice in this person's heart has been worn out. But now, there are really no candidates, and 5 elders highly recommends Kizaru. So it became such a result. I don't know, let's recruit some random people first, and fill in the vacant admiral. Kizaru said so. About the new admiral, there is a recommendation from the 5 elders, and it seems to have been confirmed. Chapter 150 The Pirate Alliance is untrustworthy. Seeking subscription. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chapter 150 The Pirate Alliance can't be trusted. Marine hero Garp lost to the pirates, the flame god Ace is so terrible. The news quickly spread all over the world. The flame god's reputation has become a household name. Even the hero Garp has been defeated. Can Marine really protect them? The newly appointed marshal made a speech, asking for tax increases and military expenses to expand the Marine force, in order to avenge the flame god Ace. Follow-up news will be released soon. The request to increase taxes was issued by the 5 elders. Now that the Golden City is lost, in order to ensure financial stability, they can only put pressure on ordinary people, but they will certainly not use their famous ministers. Instead, they directly published this news in the name of Kizaru, throwing all the blame to Kizaru 860. Kizaru could have explained it, but he was completely indifferent, completely screwed. Advertisement. The new admiral will take office soon. He is a man transferred from the CP organization by 5 elders. This person has a good name and is known as the Shield of Celestial Dragons, but Garp lost. Take the blame and resign. This is a disgrace to Marine. On an unknown island in New World, an old man wearing a black mirror was looking angry. What is more eye-catching is his arm, which is equipped with a very powerful mechanical device. He is the former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, and he is reading the newspaper now. Seeing such news, how can he bear it? It seems that my plan must be accelerated, and I want to completely end the era of pirates. Zephyr gritted his teeth and stood up, found his 2 disciples, and prepared to set off. At this moment, in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, everyone welcomes Ace's return, and a banquet is held with great fanfare. Ace robbed the Golden City, but made a great contribution. Since then, the Whitebeard pirates will never be short of money. Advertisement. Well done, Ace, and it seems that you have gained a lot in this battle, and you must be able to surpass me in a while. Whitebeard looked at Ace with a look of relief. The battle with Kong, how, Svi, there is nothing serious about the body. Ace asked about Whitebeard's situation with concern. HMPH, it's just Kong, he's not my opponent at all, who am I? I'm the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard is very proud, with a very obvious smile on his face, picking up the wine gourd as a swig. However, after winning the Golden City, do you have any plans? Are you interested in collecting the text of the road signs? Find the big secret treasure and become the Pirate King? Whitebeard asked. I'm not interested in being king. If I really want to say it, I want you to be the One Piece. Advertisement. Ace said so to Whitebeard. At present, we still need to recuperate, completely digest the funds in the Golden City, and recruit more people. Then launch an offensive against the other pirate emperors. Ace said that the goal has been very clear. Recuperate. I'm afraid they won't give us that chance. Whitebeard said, eyes deepening. Aunt Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, these two have a lot of friendship in the Rocks era, they are like siblings. They might join forces. Although Ace has a good relationship with Kaido now, in the final analysis, things like the Pirate Alliance are not credible at all.